Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Jujutsu Kaisen, Longing for Immortality, completed. Chapter 64 to 126. Resurrection is the manipulation of destiny. 4,423 words. Mahito wasn't bluffing. He was genuinely astounded himself. He had actually discovered the traces of an alternate world. After deploying his domain expansion for the first time, he had enthusiastically plunged into researching its mechanics. In canon, it was stated that domain expansion was the ultimate pinnacle of Jujutsu. No other cursed technique could even compare to it. To manifest a domain, one needed not only a supreme, absolute mastery over their own innate technique, but also flawless expertise in barrier techniques. From an outside perspective, a domain expansion simply looked like a black, spherical barrier deployed with the user at its center. But inside this barrier, the caster gained unprecedented environmental superiority. All techniques deployed within the domain were guaranteed to hit, their power was massively amplified, and depending on the caster's unique comprehension of the world, entirely new rules could be imposed upon the space. There were countless intricate mechanics and micro-skills associated with domain expansions, knowledge that Kenjaku had imparted to him without holding anything back. Canon itself had showcased several specialized domain applications. Kinji Hikari had demonstrated the ability to freely shift the coordinates of his domain's barrier after deployment, moving it from the ground to the sky, or dragging it from the middle of a city district straight over the ocean. Satoru Gojo had demonstrated the ability to freely manipulate the external size of his domain post-deployment, shrinking it down to the size of a basketball while those trapped inside remained completely oblivious to the change in external dimensions. Furthermore, there were traditional domains, open barrier domains, highly specialized domains, and archaic, non-lethal domains. Mastering domain expansion didn't mean a sorcerer could just sit back and relax. Quite the opposite. Manifesting a domain was merely the starting line. There was a near-infinite amount of technique refinement and optimization that could be achieved. A domain expansion wasn't a static, one-and-done ability, it could be continuously honed and perfected even after its initial creation. And among all of this, Mahito discovered that his domain expansion was fundamentally, radically unique. His domain, Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm, was not anchored in the physical, realistic world. It was anchored directly within the life flashing before one's eyes dimension, the space of death. Of course, this didn't mean Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm, couldn't be deployed in the physical world. It absolutely could. But seemingly due to the unique nature of idle transfiguration, combined with his soul's profound, intimate comprehension of death, Mahito could use his domain expansion to physically breach the final resting place of souls and genuinely interfere with the river of souls whenever he wished. Was this even possible? Even Kenjaku found it completely unfathomable. Relying on 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge and experience, Kenjaku swore it was utterly impossible. His stance perfectly mirrored Yuki Tsukumo's. The life flashing before one's eye space was the soul's ultimate terminus, an absolute, inviolable sanctuary that could never be breached. Neither of them could even conceptualize a scenario where someone could deploy a domain expansion within the space of death. It defied the very fundamental laws of Jujutsu. And then, Mahito realized exactly why he could deploy his domain at the soul's terminus. Because while they couldn't imagine it, Mahito could. And it wasn't just mere imagination, it was absolute, unshakable conviction. In the final stretch of the canon storyline, right after Yuji Itadori finally managed to kill Ryuman Sukuna, there was a very specific sequence. After his death, Ryuman Sukuna, accompanied by the fiercely loyal Urom, limped into the soul's resting place. But before they could fully cross over, the long-dead Mahito suddenly popped out in front of him. Mahito had died significantly earlier than Sukuna, yet they still crossed paths within the soul's terminus. Mahito had even explicitly stated that his unique abilities allowed him to remain in that space indefinitely. Even as Sukuna fully transitioned into the afterlife, Mahito was still standing at the very edge of the soul's terminus, screaming and throwing a profoundly undignified tantrum. But regardless of his lack of dignity, that sequence definitively proved one critical fact: Mahito possessed the ability to permanently reside within the soul's resting place without being assimilated or erased. If the canon Mahito could do it, then the current Mahito, who had developed idol transfiguration far more comprehensively than his canon counterpart, absolutely could too. Not only could he do it, but driven by the lingering influence of the canon narrative, combined with the profound discussion he'd had with Tsumiki Fushiguro regarding the concept of resurrection, see Chapter 15, these infinite sparks of inspiration converged, allowing his domain expansion to successfully manifest. Just as Tengen had stated, deploying a domain expansion specifically designed for resurrection was a near impossibility in this world. The prerequisites were far too extreme. Not even Tengen could achieve it, and even Kenjaku only managed to fake it using the cheat code of reincarnating souls into cursed objects. Yet Mahito had achieved it. Why? Because he was a transmigrator. He had genuinely, viscerally experienced death. He had personally verified the existence of the life flashing before one's eyes space. He possessed absolute certainty that he could anchor himself within the soul's ultimate destination. Consequently, he could conceptualize the soul's resting place, something no one else could even fathom, and he held absolute conviction in the mechanics of resurrection. With every single impossible prerequisite met, he could deploy his domain expansion directly within the soul's resting place and initiate resurrection. This was an absolute impossibility for anyone else in the world. No one else could do it. Only him. This was a truly singular, unrivaled power. Domain expansion, Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm. Now that he possessed this utterly unique domain expansion, granting him access to the soul's resting place at will, he naturally threw himself into meticulous research. Unlike the canon Mahito, who could stand in the afterlife without being erased but was entirely limited to just standing there, the current Mahito could do far more. For instance, he could observe the souls of every single deceased entity. And that was when he discovered them, the existence of souls from an alternate world. They were surprisingly easy to distinguish. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, every single soul, whether they were ordinary humans, Jujutsu sorcerers, cursed spirits, or even those bound by a heavenly restriction like the sorcerer killer, possessed a universal cursed energy talent. The only difference was that ordinary humans lacked the biological mechanisms to control their cursed energy, constantly leaking it into the atmosphere. Sorcerers and cursed spirits could manipulate it freely, while the sorcerer killer traded 100% of their cursed energy to the heavens in exchange for absolute physical supremacy. Kokichi Muta, Mechamaru, was a prime example of this mechanic. While crippled, his cursed energy output and the sheer vastness of his operational range were staggering. Going all out, he could even scrape the absolute bottom tier of special grade. But the moment Mahito healed his disabilities, despite regaining a healthy body, Kokichi instantly lost his monstrous cursed energy reserves and massive range. During his deathmatch against the canon Mahito, he had been forced to rely entirely on the cursed energy he had stockpiled over 17 years of suffering. The heavenly tyrant was subject to the exact same rules. Even though Moki Zenin possessed so little cursed energy that she couldn't even see cursed spirits without glasses, and despite her phenomenal physical prowess, she still wasn't a true heavenly tyrant. But the moment her twin sister died, taking the last lingering traces of their shared cursed energy with her, Moki instantly ascended to become a heavenly tyrant. It wasn't that the heavenly tyrant was born completely devoid of cursed energy, it was that the heavens had actively confiscated it as a toll. This was the universal, inescapable characteristic of all souls originating from the Jujutsu Kaisen world. Every single soul possessed it. Yet, Mahito discovered souls that possessed absolutely zero cursed energy. Well, then ... He immediately seized these otherworldly souls and initiated the resurrection sequence within his domain, eager to interrogate them and figure out what the hell was going on. The result? They absolutely refused to resurrect. He didn't even need to run further experiments to understand why. He could only resurrect souls that possessed cursed energy. At its core, his domain expansion was constructed entirely from cursed energy. His resurrection process operated on the exact same principle. To resurrect someone, their soul first had to be filtered through cursed energy. Only cursed energy could execute the resurrection sequence. If a soul possessed zero cursed energy, it couldn't even trigger the filtering process, let alone be resurrected. It was exactly like trying to travel internationally. You absolutely needed a visa. If you wanted to live there long term, you needed a residency permit. If you possessed neither a visa nor a residency permit, you were nothing but an illegal immigrant. In the real world, a refugee could eventually apply for documentation. But how the hell was he supposed to forge documentation for a soul? Mahito only knew how to resurrect people, he didn't run a celestial immigration office. He was utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time Mahito had slammed headfirst into the draconian rigidity of universal laws. If he had remained ignorant of it, he could have let it go. But now that he knew, even with the impending deathmatch against Satoru Gojo looming over him, he was practically vibrating with impatience. He desperately wanted intel from that alternate world. Just as Gojo had deduced, now that Mahito possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely, the crushing psychological burden had completely lifted from his shoulders. Having confirmed that absolutely nothing in this world posed a genuine, lethal threat to him anymore, his ego was starting to drift. Drifting all the way to an alternate dimension. To put it bluntly, starting right now, even if Satoru Gojo and Tengen flat out refused to acknowledge him, he could just dust off his hands and saunter out of Japan entirely. Foreign nations wouldn't cower in fear of him, they would treat him as an exalted VIP. An immortal, indestructible deity capable of granting eternal life to humans? Every nation on earth would worship him as a literal god. If it can be killed, it's a monster. If it cannot be killed, it is a god. And right now, he was a god. Ever since his transmigration, he had finally, truly seized absolute control over his own freedom and his own life. It was time he started serving his true ideal, becoming an eternal, immortal god. Now wasn't that a glorious ambition? Utaheim, unable to tolerate his grandstanding a second longer, finally interrupted his monologue regarding his grand ambitions. Are you seriously claiming you can deploy a domain expansion within the soul's resting place? That you can just reach into the torrential river of souls and pluck them out? That you can execute a literal resurrection sequence directly from the afterlife? Forget Utaheim, even Granny Ogami, who had been kneeling to the side with the serene composure of an ancient sage, looked as if she were listening to someone enthusiastically explain alien mathematics. She was a veteran of the Jujutsu underworld. Decades ago, she had even accepted an assassination contract targeting Satoru Gojo, and she was the one who had correctly deduced that Gojo's birth would inevitably trigger an explosive surge in cursed spirit activity. Her judgment had been flawlessly accurate. Following Gojo's appearance, Japan had indeed suffered a massive cursed spirit outbreak. To her, this world held very few genuine secrets. But even she found the concept of deploying a domain expansion within the soul's resting place entirely unfathomable. This wasn't just challenging common sense, this was taking a sledgehammer to the fundamental worldview she had built over a lifetime, shattering every ounce of experience and knowledge she possessed. This old woman is also finding this somewhat difficult to grasp, Granny Ogami admitted tactfully. Mahito stated arrogantly, it is entirely natural that you don't understand. What I am capable of achieving now is entirely beyond your capacity to imagine. Barrier techniques are the physical extension of imagination. If you cannot even conceptualize it, you will naturally never reach my realm. Regarding what I am doing now, your only job is to listen and believe. There is no need for you to understand. That statement was basically the equivalent of pointing directly at their noses and telling them they were hopelessly mediocre, that his realm was so astronomically far beyond them that explaining it would be a total waste of breath. But they were already among the absolute elite fraction of sorcerers in the world. Utaheim felt a surge of suffocating frustration. Fine. I don't understand your overwhelming greatness. I'm ignorant. But I've grasped the core of what you're trying to communicate. You are claiming you can currently stand on the banks of the River of Souls, look down upon the entirety of it, reach your hand in to fish out specific souls, and execute a resurrection. Setting aside how the hell you manage to do that, even assuming you can, how does that possibly tie back into destiny? How does any of that prove that destiny is a tangible, real phenomenon? Before Mahito could even open his mouth, Granny Ogami sneered at her. It's truly pathetic that you call yourself a teacher at Kyoto Jujutsu High, yet your comprehension is inferior to a rogue curse user like this old woman. Yutaheim shot her a lethal glare, sneering coldly. By all means, enlighten me. Granny Ogami's expression turned grave. From the moment a human is born, their soul is birthed alongside their flesh. A newborn soul is just as fragile as its physical body. However, the soul's capacity for growth exponentially outstrips the flesh. Consequently, the soul solidifies its fundamental nature far more effectively than the body. The ultimate proof of this is the cognition required for cursed techniques. A technique from 1,000 years ago could never utilize modern tools, because modern tools simply did not exist 1,000 years ago. Yet, in the modern era, an increasing number of newly manifested techniques absolutely require modern technology to function. Why is that? Because as cognition shifts, the nature of the techniques shifts alongside it. And the soul is the eternal canvas upon which human cognition is violently engraved. Yutaheim fell silent, pondering the statement. The philosophical argument that cognition is the soul had existed since antiquity. In fact, techniques like Granny Ogami's technique had existed since ancient times. The primary reason the summoned soul could be definitively confirmed as the deceased individual was precisely due to cognition. They retained a sense of self and retained their personal memories. That was a critical detail. When a soul is summoned, their physical body is long gone. Based on pure biological science, if a person no longer possesses a physical brain, how could their soul possibly recall its past life? The inescapable conclusion was that the information of the flesh was stubbornly, irrevocably burned into the data of the soul. That soul data was cognition. Granny Ogami asked, what if someone was born already possessing fully formed cognition? Impossible. Yutaheim rejected the idea instantly. Cursed techniques do not manifest fully matured at birth. As the physical body grows, the technique slowly matures. It usually takes until around age 10 to definitively confirm whether a child possessing cursed energy has manifested an innate technique or not. What Yutaheim was referencing was exactly what Toji Fushiguro had stated right before Satoru Gojo killed him in canon. In 2 or 3 years, my kid will be sold to the Zenin clan. Do whatever you want with him. A cursed technique isn't finalized at birth, it requires a period of growth. Only after reaching a certain developmental threshold does the technique fully reveal itself, allowing the clan to confirm its existence. This was the exact reason Toji Fushiguro said he would sell the child in 2 or 3 years. Because selling him before the technique manifested wouldn't fetch a good price. Selling him after the technique was confirmed would rake in a fortune. Granny Ogami spoke with a low, heavy voice. His Eminence Mahito's concept of reincarnation is the act of physically branding a pre-existing cognition onto a newborn soul. Yutaheim pursed her lips. Which brings us right back to my original question. What does any of this have to do with destiny? You are still far too young. You don't see the big picture, Granny Ogami chuckled dryly. There is an old saying, the child is father of the man. While obviously an oversimplification, the core truth of the proverb is undeniable. A person's fundamental personality dictates their ultimate future. A righteous man cannot stomach witnessing darkness unfold right in front of him without violently rebelling against it. A bloodthirsty man is biologically incapable of enduring a peaceful, mundane existence. A man consumed by ambition will frantically claw for power the moment he catches a glimpse of it. A kind-hearted person walking down the street will subconsciously reach into their wallet and drop a few coins into a beggar's bowl. Do you understand now? When His Eminence Mahito injects a soul preloaded with a fully formed, hyperspecific cognition into a new life, the entire sequence of future events that Soul will inevitably trigger becomes 100% predictable. If that isn't destiny, then what the hell is? Mahito looked at Granny Ogami thoughtfully. While she hadn't hit the absolute bullseye, relying purely on her decades of life experience, she had deduced something remarkably close to the truth. One had to admire a veteran curse user who had managed to survive this long. They possessed a terrifyingly sharp intuition for practically anything. Even if they couldn't grasp the underlying theoretical mechanics, they could flawlessly summarize the practical outcome. Yuta, however, was a different story. She sneered, "I've heard plenty of that kind of sophistry before. This old woman isn't relying on sophistry. Are you not a living, breathing example of it yourself?" Granny Ogami retorted. "Me? Do you recall what His Eminence Mahito stated earlier?" Granny Ogami said flatly. "This country boasts a population of 100 million. Even factoring in curse users, the total number of sorcerers is barely 10,000. And out of that 10,000, only 1,000 or so possess an innate technique." His Eminence did not finish his thought. Out of those 1,000 individuals possessing an innate technique, the number capable of advancing to grade 1 is less than 100. And out of those 100, the number capable of reaching special grade in the modern era is exactly 3. Satoru Gojo. Yuta Okotsu. Yukitsu Kumo. Up to this point, you could theoretically write this off as a sheer statistical probability born from stacking 100 million people on top of each other. But what if His Eminence Mahito were to physically inject a *new special grade sorcerer into the mix? And what if this special grade sorcerer possessed a fully intact cognition and a fundamentally predictable personality? Could His Eminence Mahito not utilize this specific soul to flawlessly predict and manipulate the entire future trajectory of the Jujutsu world? As if a single person could possibly throw the entire world into chaos. Yuta desperately wanted to open her mouth and mock the idea, but the words died in her throat. She finally understood exactly what Granny Ogami meant. She understood exactly what this destiny truly entailed. Just as Granny Ogami had outlined, when you possess absolute, omniscient knowledge of a person's fundamental personality, you inherently possess the ability to predict every single choice they will ever make. Through those predicted choices, you can absolutely determine their ultimate future. This wasn't a normal civilian who could be permanently retired by a stray bullet. This was a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer capable of physically flattening the world. And even if it wasn't a special grade, even 100 grade 1 sorcerers, provided a special grade didn't intervene, would be more than enough to wage a full-scale, frontal war against the current Jujutsu headquarters and win. Why was the Zenin clan's elite sorcerer unit, the Hei, so utterly terrifying? Because every single member of the Hei was a grade 1 sorcerer or higher. And they boasted 10 members. The total number of officially recognized grade 1 sorcerers in the entire Jujutsu world was less than 100. 10 grade 1 sorcerers literally constituted 10% of the entire global military strength of Jujutsu society. How terrifying was that? If Mahito wanted to, he could systematically hunt down and execute grade 1 sorcerers, then exclusively resurrect and hurl those specific sorcerers into the alternate world. Yuta had no idea what the geopolitical landscape of this alternate world looked like, but she knew with absolute certainty that tossing 100 grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers into any world would inevitably carve out a massive, bloody chunk of influence. And that massive chunk of influence was, by definition, destiny. How many legendary historical figures and monumental events began with someone carving out a massive chunk of influence? Hell, even the founding emperors of nations started by carving out influence. This wasn't just subtly nudging minor fates, this was seizing the reins of grand-scale, epoch-defining destiny. As long as he could perfectly manipulate the sheer willpower and ambition of this group, he could effortlessly engineer the exact outcomes he desired. The entire chain of causality, from the initial seed to the final harvest, would rest entirely in Mahito's palm. This was not the traditional, passive act of foreseeing a destiny. This was the active, aggressive manipulation of destiny. In truth, the underlying principle was painfully simple. It was just that the vast majority of people trapped within the system lacked the perspective to recognize it. When a normal person clocks in for work, whether they like it or not, a significant portion of their destiny is violently held hostage by their boss. If they are young, single, and have zero attachments, and the boss threatens them, they can spit in his face, quit on the spot, and walk out. But if they have elderly parents in the ICU, a starving newborn at home, and a crushing, mountainous mortgage hanging over their head, do they dare quit? In that specific moment, their literal survival and financial ruin are entirely dictated by the boss. Their destiny has been rigidly fixed. Mahito's manipulation of destiny was exponentially more ruthless. Because the souls of every single individual he reincarnated rested entirely in his grasp. Every single scrap of personality data exposed within their soul was laid bare before him. He didn't even need to orchestrate complex conspiracies, he merely needed to glance at their psychological profile, hurl them into the alternate world, and he could instantly calculate the exact trajectory of their entire life. This wasn't a prediction. This was absolute certainty. This was destiny. I can literally physically interact with the river of souls. If I want someone to reincarnate into a specific era, in a specific location, I can make it happen effortlessly. That is, by definition, seizing destiny by the throat. And it isn't some abstract, mystical mumbo-jumbo either, it is overwhelmingly direct and pragmatic. This is genuine, physical destiny manipulation, Utaheim's scalp tingled with dread. She stammered, that would require an unimaginably flawless grasp of human psychology. Merely resurrecting them and hurling them into an alternate world shouldn't be enough to guarantee an outcome, right? Granny Ogami suddenly sat up perfectly straight, speaking with absolute, righteous conviction. This old woman is about to willingly hand her soul over to His Eminence Mahito for reincarnation. Doesn't that mean this old woman's soul data is completely exposed to His Eminence? Since that is the case, I assume every single one of my psychological secrets and behavioral tics is completely laid bare. This old woman is fully prepared for that. Utaheim was numb. Right. If she's undergoing reincarnation, her soul will naturally be subjected to a full-scale forensic audit. That definitely makes predicting her behavior infinitely easier. Goddamn it. This old hag actually surrendered the fundamental freedom of her own soul just for a shot at reincarnation. Wait a minute, Utaheim felt a sudden, violent chill. Mahito can fish souls directly out of the river. Which means, even if this old hag manages to spectacularly get herself killed after reincarnating, Mahito will just fish her out and resurrect her again, if only to extract her gathered intel regarding the alternate world. Furthermore, to ensure this old hag is actually useful at gathering intel, Mahito can't afford to screw her over. He'll have to deliberately arrange the absolute best innate talent and background for her. Well, background is impossible since it's a different world, but he can absolutely rig her innate talent. If he can literally stand at the soul's terminus and resurrect people, is rigging someone's innate talent really that difficult for him? No. The King of Curses was already capable of doing that from the start. The very first rumor surrounding him explicitly stated he possessed the ability to force evolution upon humans. Weighing the pros and cons. Aside from losing her soul's fundamental autonomy, this old hag is going to drop into a new world wielding overwhelming, tyrannical power, allowing her to do whatever the hell she wants. And standing right behind her is a gargantuan, unkillable sugar daddy capable of granting infinite revivals. Fuck. They call her a test subject, but this old hag sees right through the bullshit. This is the ultimate business transaction, No wonder the old crone was addressing the Lord of Cursed Spirits as His Eminence. That was a title exclusively reserved for devout zealots addressing a pope, or a literal god. This old hag had completely, unreservedly deified the King of Curses. Mahito clapped his hands together. Excellent. Now that the fundamental mechanics have been clarified, to give Granny Ogami total peace of mind, allow me to prove one final thing to you. Granny Ogami chuckled dryly. Since His Eminence has already decided, this old woman would not dare refuse. Utaheim tensed, asking sharply, "Are you going to deploy your domain expansion right here and drag us into the soul's resting place?" That would certainly be an undeniable method of proof, but there is no need to go through all that trouble, Mahito smiled. All I have to do is resurrect a dead man right here, right now. I imagine that will make believers out of you instantly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 65, 27. Toji Fushiguro. 3,398 words. Utaheim's heart violently skipped a beat. Who? Mahito turned his gaze to Granny Ogami, asking with a cheerful smile, "If my memory serves me correctly, didn't you extract the physical information of Toji Fushiguro?" Granny Ogami raised an eyebrow. His Eminence's memory is flawless. I do indeed possess Toji Fushiguro's physical information. Actually, I possess his soul information as well, but Toji Fushiguro is far too dangerous. Attempting to summon him utilizing only his physical information is more than sufficient. Utaheim couldn't suppress the overwhelming shock surging through her. The sorcerer killer, Toji Fushiguro. Why in God's name would you resurrect him? Generally speaking, binding vows are contracts forged between two individuals, or between an individual and themselves. However, there is a phenomenally rare, exceptionally unique type of binding vow known as a heavenly restriction. A heavenly restriction is an irresistible, irreversible binding vow imposed upon an individual from the exact moment of their birth. The cost of this restriction is the total forfeiture of a portion of one's physical body or cursed energy, in exchange for an extreme, disproportionate enhancement of the opposing attribute. Kokichi Muta was a prime example. He traded a severely crippled, agonizingly frail body in exchange for a phenomenally vast cursed energy operational range and a monstrous reserve of cursed energy. The Heavenly Tyrant, however, was an even more extreme manifestation than Kokichi Muta. He paid the absolute, ultimate price, 100% of his cursed energy. The internal cursed energy within his body was an absolute, flawless zero. This absolute zero cursed energy granted him an innate, terrifying resistance to all cursed energy, and propelled his physical strength to the absolute apex of human potential. Toji Fushiguro was that heavenly tyrant. He was the man who had genuinely, legitimately come within inches of murdering Satoru Gojo. In the entire span of the canon storyline, he was one of only two individuals capable of inflicting a fatal wound upon Gojo. My original plan was to utilize Toji Fushiguro to properly test Satoru Gojo's current combat capabilities. My initial thought was to leverage our high-ranking moles within the Jujutsu headquarters to assign Gojo a highly specific, isolated mission. But it seems that strategy is no longer viable, Mahito sighed. Mahito wasn't lying. That had genuinely been his plan. Upon confirming his ability to resurrect the dead, his immediate instinct had been to thoroughly test the waters against Satoru Gojo. However, Tokyo Jujutsu High was also the site of Tengen's Star Tomb. Launching a frontal assault on Tokyo High was fundamentally equivalent to fighting Satoru Gojo and Tengen simultaneously, which was astronomically dangerous. Therefore, he originally intended to have Kenjaku order the moles within Jujutsu headquarters to isolate Gojo. But Kenjaku had shot the idea down. The reason was brutally simple. The only reason Jujutsu headquarters was previously able to issue orders to Gojo was because Gojo was willing to maintain a superficial facade of peace with them. But the geopolitical landscape had violently shifted. The utter annihilation of the Zenin clan had drastically radicalized Gojo's mindset. Jujutsu headquarters had completely lost the ability to command him. Furthermore, Jujutsu headquarters itself was currently in a state of sheer panic. The destruction of the Zenin clan had utterly terrified the moles, making them fear for their own lives. The catastrophic chain reaction caused by Mahito wiping out the Zenin was far more severe than anticipated. According to Kenjaku, the terrified old fossils at headquarters had even gone so far as to hire a special grade sorcerer exclusively as their personal bodyguard. So, a new plan had to be formulated. The young man who had been silently standing behind Graniogami this entire time suddenly rose from his seated position. Graniogami immediately began sketching complex cursed energy talismans on the floor around him. Yutahime swallowed hard. You aren't seriously going through with this, are you? You are going to resurrect Toji Fushiguro? Are you absolutely certain about this? You seem incredibly tense. Mahito asked, highly amused. He is the man who nearly slaughtered Satoru Gojo, Yutahime said with absolute gravity. Anyone facing him should be tense. A man like that belongs in the grave permanently. To a Jujutsu sorcerer, he is practically the absolute, natural predator. You should not resurrect him. You believe that if he resurrects, he might actually pose a genuine threat to Satoru Gojo? Mahito asked. If it's an ambush, Yutahime replied softly. Mahito shot her a deeply profound look. Ms. Iori, you truly are deeply favored by Mr. Gojo. What the hell did you just say? Yutahime exploded in fury. From the very beginning, that bastard has never once taken me seriously. Where the hell do you see him favoring me? Favored? I'm going to throw up. The entire world knows that Satoru Gojo once suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of Toji Fushiguro. But the entire world also knows that less than a day after that defeat, Gojo tracked him down, erased his humiliation, and killed Toji Fushiguro. In the eyes of the vast majority, that was the ultimate conclusion to their battle, Mahito said plainly. But only those he genuinely trusts would ever hear the brutal, unvarnished details of that initial defeat directly from his mouth. That is precisely why you were able to state, with such certainty, that if it were an ambush, Toji Fushiguro could still threaten Satoru Gojo's life. Because Toji Fushiguro's internal cursed energy was an absolute zero, if he paired that physiological anomaly with elite-level concealment techniques, not even the Six Eyes could detect him. The primary function of the Six Eyes was to optimize cursed energy efficiency and to observe the microscopic flow of cursed energy within the atmosphere and the human body. There wasn't a single place in the world utterly devoid of cursed energy. Even ordinary humans naturally radiated it. Flowers, trees, bricks, dirt, the sky, the clouds, everything possessed a cursed energy signature. Because of this, to the Six Eyes, the entire world was laid bare, illuminated in perfect clarity. But Toji Fushiguro's heavenly tyrant physiology was a freakish anomaly. His cursed energy was a flawless zero. To the Six Eyes, unless Gojo was looking directly at him with his physical vision, Toji simply did not exist. Paired with a cursed tool capable of neutralizing the limitless and unparalleled assassination skills, even the current Satoru Gojo could theoretically be killed in a single, flawless strike. That was exactly how Gojo had nearly been slaughtered by Toji all those years ago. And now, perhaps Gojo possessed vastly more experience and exponentially greater power, but the exact same assassination methodology wasn't inherently obsolete. Given the perfect opportunity, Toji Fushiguro could absolutely still kill Satoru Gojo. Mahito looked at Yutahime, a smile playing on his lips. Ms. Iori, due to his extreme personal philosophy, there are very few people in the entire Jujutsu world that Satoru Gojo genuinely trusts. You are one of them. Yutahime suddenly recalled the specific mission Gojo had entrusted to her during the Kyoto Goodwill event. Gojo had bluntly stated he needed someone to investigate the Kyoto moles, and he had explicitly chosen her. Yutahime, experiencing a rare moment of genuine vulnerability, had asked him, why don't you suspect I might be the mole? Gojo had mercilessly mocked her in response, you're way too weak to be a mole. Naturally, Yutahime had responded by instantly throwing a violent haymaker at his face. Yutahime clicked her tongue aggressively. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Mahito laughed out loud. The market for tsunderies isn't doing too well these days, Ms. Iori. Who the hell is a tsunder? Yutahime roared, veins pulsing violently on her forehead. The young man produced a small vial and swallowed its contents in a single gulp. A complex ring of cursed energy talismans had already been drawn around him. Granny Ogami held up a long string of Buddhist prayer beads and began chanting softly. Technique release, Saint's technique. This was a technique that utilized the caster's or another person's physical body as a vessel, downloading the physical and soul data of the deceased into the new container. The absolute prerequisite for this technique was possessing a physical fragment of the deceased individual they wished to summon. During this sequence, Granny Ogami's physical body was incredibly vulnerable. Yutaheim locked her eyes onto the old crone. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Mahito was entirely engrossed in observing the mechanics of the Saint's technique, seemingly paying zero attention to her. She slowly clenched her fists, then relaxed them, the burning urge to launch a violently desperate ambush surging within her. Suddenly, she felt a gaze. A razor-thin ring of cursed energy snaked across the floor like a creeping stream, enveloping the entire room. She flinched, snapping her head to the side. Sitting diagonally behind Mahito, the cursed spirit girl was staring directly at her, utterly silent. Yutaheim lowered her eyes and relaxed her fingers. At that exact moment, Granny Ogami's technique finally completed. The young man's facial features violently hardened. His skin tone shifted to an East Asian complexion. Without warning, massive, corded muscles violently bulged beneath his skin, tearing at the fabric of his clothes. In the span of a single microsecond, the young man had physically transformed into an entirely different person. Toji Fushiguro opened his eyes. The sclera were pitch black, the irises a piercing crimson. He looked as terrifying as an apex demon. He was a towering, heavily muscled man. The definition of his physique was hyper-pronounced. Even though he wasn't intentionally projecting a single ounce of hostility, the instant everyone laid eyes on him, a primal, uncontrollable shudder ripped through them, exactly like a pampered city dweller suddenly locking eyes with a ravenous tiger in the deep jungle. He had shaggy, jet-black hair that fell past his ears and a highly prominent scar on the corner of his mouth. The moment his eyes snapped open, it felt as though a monstrous predator was coiling its muscles, preparing to launch a lethal hunt. Command, Granny Ogami stated with absolute calm. Stand perfectly still. You are forbidden from moving. Yeah, I got it, Granny, the young man wearing Toji Fushiguro's skin replied. Granny Ogami gestured politely toward him. Mahito stood up from his cushion and approached the beast-like man. He extended a hand, slowly reaching toward the man's forehead. But just a millimeter before his fingertips made contact, Toji Fushiguro's hand shot up, violently seizing Mahito's wrist, completely halting his movement. Granny Ogami's eyes bulged in absolute horror. How is this possible? To be absolutely safe, I deliberately excluded his soul data. Right now, he should only possess the physical data. The consciousness piloting that body should still belong to my grandson. A flash of aqua-blue steel materialized in the air. Shaw had drawn the katana at her waist. In a fraction of a microsecond, she had closed the distance between Mahito and Toji. The aqua-blue arc of the blade was as terrifyingly thin as a silk thread, sweeping in a lethal arc designed to instantly sever Toji Fushiguro's wrist. Asterisk clang, asterisk. Shaw's pupils dilated in shock. Her draw cut had been absolutely flawless. Even Ashiya Sadatsuna himself would have showered it with praise. Yet, this flawless, lethal strike was violently aborted mid-swing. Two fingers were lightly pinching the aqua-blue steel of the blade, holding it in place as effortlessly as pinching the wings of a fly. How is this possible? Shaw murmured in disbelief. Get out of the way, someone roared. Granny Ogami and Yutaheim simultaneously dove to opposite sides of the room like startled cats. Hainkid had materialized at Mahito's flank without making a sound. She raised her maple leaf fan and swung it with devastating force. Technique release, Thousand Night Storm. A catastrophic gale erupted out of nowhere. The atmosphere violently compressed, forming a horizontal, concentrated hurricane. It roared forward like a low-flying, raging dragon, slamming directly toward Toji Fushiguro. Currently, Toji had one hand locked onto Mahito's wrist and the other pinching Sho's katana. He had absolutely no avenue of escape. But he didn't need to run. He suddenly brought his foot down in a savage stomp. Asterisk thunderous quake, asterisk. Asterisk boom, asterisk. A catastrophic tremor completely pulverized the floorboards of the reception room. It felt as if the entire building had been violently jolted off its foundations. Centered entirely on his heel, an infinite web of spiderweb fractures violently ripped across the floor in every direction. Heinkeed had been carefully aiming at Toji. The physical distance between Toji, Mahito, and Sho was far too narrow. She needed absolute, pinpoint precision to avoid shredding her allies with the Thousand Night Storm. But the moment the shockwave hit, her footing shattered, and her flawless aim was violently thrown off. The concentrated, horizontal hurricane roared past Toji Fushiguro's back, merely violently whipping his clothes into a frenzy. The hurricane slammed into the reception room wall, utterly obliterating it, tearing straight out into the wooden corridor beyond. The monstrous gale swept up the pulverized shrapnel of the wall and roared off into the distance. Toji Fushiguro finally spoke. He said, I could have sworn I was already dead. Granny Ogami, sprawled pathetically on the shattered floorboards, stared up at Toji Fushiguro in absolute, terrified disbelief. How is this possible? This monster's physical data actually completely overwrote the soul data. His physical body is so overwhelmingly dominant that it violently recorded the information of his soul along with it. Even though I only downloaded his physical data, his actual consciousness still forcibly rebooted. Utaheim cursed furiously, I told you. I told you not to summon this absolute monster. Calling me a monster? That's just rude, Toji Fushiguro remarked, maintaining his exact posture. He threw a sideways glance at Utaheim, his brow furrowing slightly. You're that chick. Satoru Gojo's, whatever her name was. Utaheim's eyes widened in shock. You know who I am? But I've never met you before in my life. Right before I died, I pulled a massive background check on Satoru Gojo to figure out how to kill him. You were heavily featured in the intel. I actually briefly considered kidnapping you to use as leverage against him, Toji said with supreme indifference. Because according to the intel, you two had an incredibly close relationship. Me? A close relationship with Gojo? Utaheim's mouth twitched violently. Are you legally blind? In this entire world, how many people do you think have the absolute audacity to causally beat the shit out of Satoru Gojo? The corner of Toji's mouth curled up into a mocking, predatory smirk. His mentor, Yaga, is one. His best friend, Geto, is another. Who else is left? Only you. Utaheim froze. Putting it like that, she realized she had genuinely never given a single damn about Satoru Gojo's Tinvincible status. Whenever she felt like hitting him, she just hit him. And Gojo, who could literally atomize her with a single flick of his finger, just stood there and took it without complaining? Mr. Fushiguro, Mahito smiled pleasantly. Would you be interested in taking on a commission? Giving a commission to a dead man? Toji sighed heavily. Seriously? The payout is a full resurrection, Mahito stated. Toji Fushiguro's voice instantly caught in his throat. He stared intensely at Mahito, utterly silent. Mahito raised his free hand and gave it a subtle wave. Sho slowly exhaled, gently retracting her aqua-blue katana. Toji didn't try to stop her, smoothly relaxing the crushing grip of his two fingers. Sho took 2 steps back and slowly sheathed her blade. As the steel slid home, it let out a soft, crystalline asterisk swing star. Heinkeed kept a white-knuckle grip on her maple leaf fan, glaring at Toji with lethal caution, completely prepared to unleash another Thousand Night Storm at a moment's notice. Even though your consciousness has fully rebooted, the innate instincts of the technique are still heavily compelling you to obey Granny Ogami's command, correct? Mahito said calmly. Right now, your absolute greatest desire is to slaughter Granny Ogami. Because your instincts are screaming that the moment the caster dies, you will be completely free. Granny Ogami instantly scrambled up and practically sprinted behind Mahito's back. In this position, she had Sho on the left, Hainkeed on the right, and Mahito acting as a meat shield in the front. Safe, asterisk. She immediately shrieked, even if you slaughter this old woman, it won't do you any good. After this old woman dies, the technique will continue to operate autonomously. And this old woman's final command will continuously shackle you. Even if you manage to maintain your consciousness right now, over time, you will inevitably be swallowed whole by the body's instincts and devolve into a mindless puppet. Granny Ogami wasn't lying. That was exactly what happened in canon. After being summoned by Granny Ogami, Toji's immediate reaction was to instantly murder her. He believed that doing so would sever the commands. However, the core instinct driving the technique, to relentlessly hunt down and slaughter the strongest individuals in the vicinity, did not vanish. It continuously warped his mind, turning him into a rampaging, blood-crazed slaughter puppet that blindly sought out the most powerful combatants on the battlefield. It was only after he encountered Megumi Fushiguro and remembered that this was his son that he managed to forcefully override the programming. To ensure he didn't slaughter his own child, he chose to violently destroy his own vessel, returning to the grave. But the current situation was completely different. Granny Ogami's command had been to stand perfectly still. You are forbidden from moving. Even if he killed Granny Ogami right now, the lingering instincts of the technique would permanently force him to stand frozen in place. Eventually, he would become nothing more than a morbid statue. Let's hear it. What's the commission? Toji asked. Your old specialty. Mahito grinned. Assassinating. Satoru Gojo. Toji Fushiguro's pupils shrank. Scared? Mahito asked. Toji stared deeply at Mahito before speaking with absolute, deadpan pragmatism. I dictate the location. I require a cursed tool definitively capable of shattering Satoru Gojo's limitless. Furthermore, I require a complete, total resurrection before I make a move. This body is garbage. I can't leverage my full strength with it. It's too sluggish. I need my actual, original body to operate at 100% capacity. Yutaheim immediately interjected, a cursed tool like that no longer exists. The inverted spear of heaven you used to assassinate Gojo the first time was personally destroyed by Gojo himself. Furthermore, any cursed tool surfacing overseas that even hints at being able to bypass the limitless is instantly hunted down and destroyed by him. In the current Jujutsu world, a cursed tool capable of breaking Gojo's limitless simply does not exist. Yutaheim was telling the absolute truth. Satoru Gojo wasn't an arrogant idiot. He actively and aggressively eliminated anything that posed a legitimate threat to his invincibility. Because of the trauma inflicted by Toji Fushiguro, cursed tools became his absolute primary targets. No matter where it was in the world, the moment he heard a rumor of a cursed tool capable of bypassing the limitless, he would personally show up and reduce it to ash. The inverted spear of heaven had been destroyed years ago. Toji Fushiguro relaxed his grip on Mahito's wrist. If what that woman is saying is true, then even I can't assassinate Satoru Gojo. Even if you completely resurrect me, it's useless. The only reason I managed to push Gojo to the absolute brink of death back then was heavily reliant on the inverted spear of heaven. I absolutely cannot pull it off empty-handed. What type of cursed tools do you prefer? Mahito asked. Swords? Clubs? Daggers? An incredibly ominous premonition washed over Yutaheim. Toji let out a sharp scoff. Looks like you came completely prepared. Mahito smiled. I currently have the absolute strongest construction sorcerer in the entire world on my payroll. Just give the word, and no matter what kind of cursed tool you desire, it will be forged and ready within 24 hours. Toji Fushiguro nodded. Suddenly, he pointed a finger directly at Yutaheim. Excellent. One last thing. I want that woman. Yutaheim's mouth twitched. What the hell are you planning to do? Toji stated it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, kidnap you. Use you as leverage against Satoru Gojo. *FUCK, Yutaheim's face contorted in absolute rage. Chapter 66, 28. Go test Satoru Gojo's strength. 3,405 words. Toji Fushiguro raised his hand, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fist. He lifted his foot and stomped the ground. Even a man who habitually maintained an aura of supreme indifference couldn't help but feel a profound sense of disbelief. He stretched his arms, rotating them in massive, windmill-like arcs, marveling at the sensation. I'll be damned. I actually came back from the dead. Right now, he was following Mahito down a wooden corridor. The reception room had been utterly demolished, rendering it useless for further discussion. Heinkeid had taken Granny Ogami away, the old crone still needed to make preparations before undergoing reincarnation, and she had also taken the liberty of tying up Yutaheim Iori. From this moment onward, Yutaheim had officially lost her status as a guest and was formally designated a kidnapped hostage. Sho trailed exactly 3 paces behind Toji, her piercing eyes locked onto his back. Her hand rested on the hilt of her katana, perpetually hovering in a state ready to execute a blindingly fast draw cut. Toji tilted his head. Hey, little girl. Your bloodlust is practically overflowing. Are you really holding that much of a grudge just because I pinched your blade? Sho remained dead silent. Walking ahead, Mahito chuckled. Sho is exceptionally outstanding. She was my very first creation, the eldest sister of all the second-generation intelligent cursed spirits. Her combat strength has progressed at a terrifying rate. She was born less than a month ago, yet she already possesses the combat capabilities of a special-grade cursed spirit. And her upward trajectory hasn't plateaued yet. Reaching the level of a special-grade Jujutsu sorcerer is entirely within her grasp. Mahito continued, that explosive growth, combined with the constant praise of everyone around her, forged a profound sense of pride within her. You are the very first person to violently shatter that pride. She is deeply hyperfixated on you. Toji let out a low whistle. Special grade cursed spirit strength in less than a month? When I was a month old, I couldn't even figure out how to crawl properly. She has every right to be proud. Sho spoke slowly, I will continue to hone my cultivation. Mr. Fushiguro, in the near future, I will challenge you again. Heck still refused to admit defeat, huh? The corner of Toji's mouth curled up. You probably haven't heard my reputation. I will prepare the money, Sho stated sharply, without a shred of hesitation. Toji froze. He jerked his thumb back toward the cursed spirit girl and stared at Mahito. Is this some kind of a friendship fee? Exactly how are you raising your kids? Mahito laughed merrily. Isn't she adorable? Is this really a matter of being adorable? Toji experienced a sudden, bizarre hallucination that this father was incredibly unreliable. Wait, wasn't I exactly like this back in the day? He had always assumed he was the absolute pinnacle of human garbage, but it seemed the king of curses wasn't too far behind. Mahito said plainly, as long as it doesn't violate core ethical or moral boundaries, the more avenues one has to increase their strength, the better. You are an exceptional whetstone. I am incredibly fortunate that Sho can simply pay you to act as her sparring partner. Unless, of course, you don't care about money. Toji let out a helpless sigh. Oh, I care immensely. I literally just resurrected, my pockets are completely empty. You're right. A man of my caliber acting as a sparring partner is an absolute steal. I never imagined the day would come where I'd be reduced to a training dummy. Hey, little girl. I don't come cheap, you know. Sho nodded heavily, stating with absolute solemnity, I will have the funds prepared. 50 million yen per challenge. Who? Ha 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 ha. Toji couldn't hold back his laughter. You're right. She's hilarious. Mahito stopped in front of a door. A wind chime hung above it. As he approached, the chime let out a crisp, melodic ring. The door was open from the inside, and the head of a little girl peeked out timidly through the crack. Upon seeing Mahito, a massive, radiant smile bloomed on the little girl's face. "Master Papa?" Toji's mouth twitched violently. "Master Papa? What kind of twisted fetish is that?" "I salvaged them from the ignorant, mindless state of imaginary vengeful spirits. They view me as both their master and their father." Mahito gently patted the little girl's head. "Cursed spirits with high self-esteem address me as master. Those who have yet to fully develop a distinct ego address me as father. I accept both with equanimity." Mahito turned to Sho, smiling teasingly. "Sho is more than welcome to call me Papa too, you know. I really wouldn't mind." "I would mind immensely." Sho's face flushed bright red. Toji watched the blushing cursed spirit girl, then shifted his gaze back to the little girl holding the door. The moment the little girl noticed Toji looking at her, she froze, her face instantly contorting in sheer terror. He thought back to the black-winged beauty, Heinkeed, and the twin girls he had seen swinging swords with agonizing expressions in the courtyard. Every single one of these so-called second-generation intelligent cursed spirits were exquisitely beautiful females, ranging from mature women to teenagers to little girls. He had seen the entire spectrum. This absolutely wasn't a coincidence. The Lord of Cursed Spirits had done this deliberately. He couldn't help but chuckle. "I see. You're weaponizing humanity's innate instinct to harbor compassion for beautiful women. You've really put a terrifying amount of thought into seamlessly integrating intelligent cursed spirits into human society." "Ah? What did you say?" "I'm talking about your deliberate strategy of exclusively remodeling imaginary vengeful spirits into attractive females," Toji clarified, looking confused. "You didn't do that on purpose." "Of course I did it on purpose," Mahito stated as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Compared to a sweaty, muscle-bound middle-aged man, a delicate, beautiful young girl is obviously far more pleasing to the eye. "You did it just for eye candy. Isn't that obvious?" Mahito retorted with righteous indignation. "Who gives a damn about seamlessly integrating into human society? I'm already the most invincible entity in the world. Can't I at least indulge my personal hobbies and enjoy the view? If I can't even do that, being invincible would be incredibly depressing." Toji stared at him, utterly numb. The little girl pushed the door fully open, and Mahito stepped through. Toji followed right behind him. Sho watched them enter, then took up a guard position beside the door. Toji's steps faltered slightly, and he glanced back over his shoulder. The door was standing completely isolated in the middle of a sandy beach. Just a second ago, when he looked through the doorway, he had clearly seen the interior of a room. Yet the moment he stepped across the threshold, he was instantly transported to a beach. The door frame was literally freestanding on the sand, and looking back through it, he only saw more beach. The little girl carefully pulled the door shut, and it vanished into thin air. Toji murmured, "What a terrifying spatial transferability. If my guess is correct, as long as a cursed energy residual is left behind, she can use the door as a medium to teleport across any distance, right? I see. This is exactly how you managed to operate right under Satoru Gojo's nose." "Her name is Yaoi Suzu," Mahito said, his tone laced with pride. "She was remodeled from the imaginary vengeful spirit of Azashiki Warashi. Originally, as a mindless cursed spirit, she could only harm people by softly knocking on their doors. But after I granted her a new life, she gained the ability to freely travel between any door she marks with her cursed energy using her wind chime. She personally controls the opening and closing of every portal. She must be a massive strategic asset for your forces, right? Is it really wise to just casually flaunt her existence to everyone?" Toji asked. "Did you forget how you were just resurrected?" Mahito smiled. "As long as I draw breath, my subordinates can be resurrected an infinite number of times. They are eternally immortal." Toji let out a heavy sigh. That is genuinely terrifying. Now, Toji genuinely believed Mahito was capable of overturning the entire Jujutsu world. Before this, although he had accepted the commission to assassinate Gojo, he had merely treated it as a test run. He didn't harbor any desperate attachment to his new life, living was fine, but marching to his death didn't bother him either. But now, he felt it viscerally. This was a completely different breed of terror compared to the raw, visceral power Satoru Gojo projected. Mahito possessed true immortality, and he could extend that immortality to his entire army. This meant that any operation he commanded operated with a virtually infinite margin for error. Because true death was completely off the table, they naturally operated with absolute, unshakable fearlessness. Satoru Gojo could theoretically be killed. But they could not. Even if Gojo held an overwhelming tactical advantage right now, at the end of the day, he was fighting an army of unkillable monsters. Who was going to win that war of attrition? Toji would put his money on Mahito. Toji suddenly remembered. If I fail to assassinate Satoru Gojo and get myself killed again, will you still resurrect me? Of course I will, Mahito replied with profound, heavy meaning. As long as you stand behind me, no matter how many times you fall, I will reach into the river of souls and fish you back out. You will be eternally immortal. Conversely, if I betray you halfway through, no matter how great of a life I live, even if I die peacefully of old age, my soul will inevitably fall right back into your hands to suffer for billions of years. Right, Toji flawlessly deciphered the terrifying subtext hidden beneath the promise. That is, genuinely terrifying, Toji repeated for the second time. Following the shoreline for a short distance, a table abruptly appeared on the sand. A large patio umbrella shaded it, and 4 figures were seated around it. As Toji followed Mahito closer, he realized it was a mahjong table. They were literally playing mahjong on the beach. Oh, Mahito, you're here. Kenjaku glanced up, a pleasant smile on his face. And you brought a friend. How did the reincarnation experiment go? It hasn't started yet. Granny Ogami needs time to make preparations, Mahito replied. Which means she doesn't trust you, Kenjaku noted. Makes sense. She's a veteran curse user, doubting everything is practically in her DNA. Even though your reputation in the underworld is spotless, she still has to prepare for a double cross. Toji stared intensely at Kenjaku, asking hesitantly, don't tell me you're Suguru Geto. Kenjaku raised a hand in a casual wave. It's been a long time, Mr. Fushiguro. You actually betrayed Satoru Gojo? I have my own ideals to pursue, you know, Kenjaku smiled brightly. I deeply respect Satoru, but I cannot abandon my ideals for his sake. Toji suddenly burst out laughing. I see. The real you is the monster currently squatting inside Suguru Geto's skull. A cursed technique that lets you swap bodies by swapping brains? Now I've really seen everything. Kenjaku clicked his tongue violently in annoyance. This is exactly why I absolutely loathe people with exceptional perception. Once Kenjaku's brain-hopping technique was complete, it perfectly replicated the host's cursed energy residuals. Naturally, he gained full access to the host's innate technique. Furthermore, depending on the host's innate capacity, he could even perform surgical modifications on the brain, allowing him to carry 3 to 4 additional techniques simultaneously. Not even the 6 eyes could pierce the veil of Kenjaku's brain-swapping technique. But that flawless disguise only applied to the realm of cursed energy. Toji Fushiguro didn't rely on cursed energy to perceive the world. To him, that flawless disguise of a Jujutsu sorcerer was riddled with glaring physical inconsistencies. Foremost among them was the binding vow that mandated Kenjaku leave the surgical stitches on his forehead visible. Other sorcerers might dismiss it as a mere cosmetic quirk, but to Toji's eyes, it was an incredibly glaring anomaly. With Toji's monstrous visual acuity, he could practically see straight through the stitches and observe the brain beneath. I am Kenjaku. Kenjaku introduced himself with a smile. A curse user who has lived for 1,000 years. I am currently collaborating with Mahito to completely overturn the Jujutsu world. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Fushiguro. You're kidding, right? Not at all, Kenjaku said proudly. Tengen and I are actually very close friends. Have been for a millennium. A curse user. Who has lived for 1,000 years? Toji muttered the phrase, digesting the sheer weight of its implications. You've recruited another incredible comrade, Mahito. The female sorcerer sitting next to Kenjaku spoke softly. She casually discarded a tile, then turned to look at Toji, a serene smile on her face. It's been a long time. Father. Toji's pupils shrank to pinpricks. I thought I had completely forgotten you, Tsumiki. But I have never forgotten you, father, Tsumiki Fushiguro said flatly. You abandoned Megumi and me and ran away. In my memories, your silhouette is always hazy and indistinct. Yet, that hazy silhouette has always haunted my heart. A voice inside me constantly reminds me that you are my father, my ultimate anchor to this world. Toji stood completely frozen, overwhelmed by an agonizing awkwardness, completely at a loss for words. Your daughter happens to be the reincarnated vessel for the soul of the ancient sorcerer, Yorozu. I awakened her, Mahito introduced smoothly. Personally authenticated by the 1,000-year-old curse user, Kenjaku, she is unequivocally the most powerful construction sorcerer in the entire world. She operates on a completely different dimensional tier than anyone else. Whatever cursed tool you require, she can forge it for you, including, of course, the inverted spear of heaven capable of bypassing Satoru Gojo's limitless. Resurrecting an ancient soul. Toji couldn't help but ask, is that even possible? If I can orchestrate literal reincarnation, why wouldn't I be able to awaken past life memories? Mahito smiled. Naturally, her personality will shift to closely mirror her past life due to the influx of memories, but I guarantee you, the Ms. Tsumiki Fushiguro standing before you is still her. She is still your daughter. Stepdaughter, Tsumiki corrected coldly. He and I share absolutely no direct blood relation. Toji clicked his tongue. Mahito continued the introductions, and these two are. Like me, they weren't remodeled by you. They are genuine, naturally born intelligent cursed spirits, right? Toji observed. The moment I looked at them, my instinct screamed at me. Compared to the beautiful female cursed spirits you specifically redesigned, they perfectly fit my understanding of what an intelligent cursed spirit should look like, grotesque, terrifying, and radiating an utterly boundless aura of malice. Watch your tone, brat, Jogo snarled arrogantly. I am an exalted first generation. I am the physical manifestation of humanity's curse upon the earth. Do you want to be burned to ash? The volcano on Jogo's head erupted with a wave of blistering heat. Please pay no mind to Jogo's tone. The final player at the table was, naturally, Hanami. She rubbed her forehead, letting out a heavy sigh. He has not yet accustomed himself to conversing with others, so he tends to be exceedingly brash. Hanami gave Toji a polite nod. I am Hanami, the manifestation of humanity's curse upon the forests. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Fushiguro. Toji stared at Hanami in sheer amazement. I clearly can't understand a single word you're saying, yet the exact meaning of your words is perfectly projecting directly into my brain. Is this your cursed technique? What a bizarre ability. Hanami's abilities are incredibly formidable, you know, Mahito added casually. He took 2 steps forward, standing right at the edge of the mahjong table, and threw his arms wide as if to embrace the world. There are 3 others. One is currently swimming in the ocean, the manifestation of humanity's curse upon the sea, Dagon. The old man you saw in the courtyard is the second. His name is Ashiasa Datsuna, the founder of the new shadow style. I assume you've heard his name. He permanently resides in the training grounds to help instruct the second-generation cursed spirits. And finally, there's Kinji Hikari, who is currently out and hasn't returned yet. These are my partners. My inner circle. Who the hell is Kinji Hikari? Toji asked. Infinite cursed energy, Mahito smiled. A human possessing an infinite reservoir of cursed energy. Tengen's eternal nemesis, the 1,000-year-old curse user, Kenjaku. The awakened ancient soul, the world's absolute strongest construction sorcerer, Tsumiki Fushiguro, Yorozu. The manifestation of humanity's curse upon the earth, Jogo. The manifestation of humanity's curse upon the forests, Hanami. The manifestation of humanity's curse upon the sea, Dagon. The founder of the new shadow style, the legendary swordmaster, Ashiya Sadatsuna. The human possessing infinite cursed energy, Kinji Hikari. Toji Fushiguro subconsciously lifted his foot and scratched his calf, a profound, bone-deep chill violently racing up from his tailbone straight into his skull within his newly resurrected body. A wild grin split his face. This is genuinely terrifying. It was the third time he had repeated the phrase, but only this third time did his voice ring with absolute, unadulterated sincerity. And now, we must add you to the roster, Mahito said slowly. Welcome to my inner circle. The heavenly tyrant returned from the abyss of the underworld, Mr. Toji Fushiguro. Well then, it's a profound honor, Toji murmured. Kenjaku clapped his hands together. Alright, let us finalize our next course of action. Jumping straight into the deep end, are we? Toji let out a low, predatory chuckle. Kenjaku raised a single finger. Objective 1, we must test the upper limits of Satoru Gojo's current power. This task naturally falls to Mr. Fushiguro. We will provide you with maximum logistical support. Simultaneously, Mahito will personally lead all the first-generation cursed spirits to accompany you. Your only job is to remain absolutely concealed and wait for the battle between Mahito and Gojo to escalate. Wait for the perfect opening to launch an ambush. Mahito smiled. Do not worry about my safety. Even if I am killed during the engagement, it does not matter, I will simply return from the underworld. Therefore, prioritize seizing the absolute best tactical opportunity without hesitation. Of course, if you assess that the entire battle, including the moment of my death, fails to present a viable opening, I authorize you to retreat silently. As the name implies, this is purely an exploratory probing attack. It is not an all-out final assault. Toji nodded. Kenjaku raised a second finger, continuing. Team 2 will be led by me. Mahito will deploy a clone to accompany us. I will lead Ms. Fushiguro and Mr. Ashiya to infiltrate Tengen Sanctuary, the Tombs of the Star, and attempt a direct decapitation strike against Tengen. Naturally, I harbor no delusions about actually successfully killing Tengen on the first try, but if we can plunder 1 or 2 special-grade cursed objects from the tombs, the operation will be a resounding success. Mr. Hikari is currently embedded within Tokyo Jujutsu High and hasn't left yet. We might be able to secure his assistance. However, considering his deep emotional attachment to Tokyo High, it is highly likely he will choose to remain strictly neutral. Therefore, I have completely excluded him from my tactical calculations. Tsumiki Fushiguro spoke with absolute calm. I am only going to see Megumi. Leave him entirely to me. If he happens to not be there, I will not engage in combat. So Megumi was taken to Tokyo High by Satoru Gojo after all, huh? Toji mused. Well then. Is this going to be a family reunion? I imagine you are the only one Megumi has absolutely zero interest in seeing, Tsumiki stated as a hard, objective fact, lacking any intentional mockery. Yeah, figured as much. Heh. Toji licked his lips, asking, what's the timeline? 1 week. Mahito smiled. 1 week from now, let's go violently crash against the absolute strongest combatant and the most heavily fortified sanctuary in the Jujutsu world. Chapter 67, 29. Fusion Soul Night, Roaring Ley Line, Calamity of the Blazing Earth. 3,803 words. 1 week later. Satoru Gojo stepped out of the car, standing on the edge of the mountain road, looking down into the valley below. It was a sprawling field of flowers. Even though it was entirely the wrong season for them to bloom, an infinite sea of vibrant blossoms was fiercely competing to unfurl their petals. As the mountain wind swept through, a torrential blizzard of flower petals was violently thrown into the sky. The kidnapped Yutahime Iori was down there. She was tied securely to a wooden chair, her mouth sealed with a heavy strip of tape. The endless storm of petals danced violently around her. In this moment, the famously fierce Ghost Shrine Maiden projected a bizarre aura of profound vulnerability and fragile beauty. Standing right beside her were two people. Gojo didn't even need to activate the analytical capabilities of the six eyes, a single glance was enough to confirm that one of them was an intelligent cursed spirit. While this curse possessed the four limbs of a humanoid, its head completely lacked human facial features. Instead, its head was shaped exactly like a volcanic crater. A single, massive, grotesque eye dominated the upper half of its face, and it stood with the severe hunch of a decrepit old man. In terms of sheer, glaring presence, this cursed spirit was overwhelming. Its terrifying visage and the suffocating, heat-wave-like cursed energy it constantly radiated were more than enough to completely eclipse the person standing next to it. Yet, Gojo's gaze merely swept past the volcano head, locking 100% of his absolute focus onto the person standing right beside it. It was a man exuding a profound aura of elegant refinement. His attire perfectly mirrored Gojo's idealized image of an ancient swordmaster. He wore a traditional *hari* draped over a kimono and *hakama*, his feet clad in white *tabi* socks and wooden *jita* sandals. An impossibly long katana was strapped across his back. His arms hung naturally at his sides, his hands emerging from the wide sleeves, fingers slightly curled, radiating an aura of absolute, terrifying relaxation. He wore a wide-brimmed bamboo hat, the rim decorated with dangling sun and moon ornaments. The hat completely shrouded the upper half of his face in shadow, but from within that darkness, the faint, piercing glow of heterochromatic eyes pulsed rhythmically. Unlike the volcano head beside him, this man radiated almost zero external cursed energy. Every single drop of his cursed energy was flowing silently, flawlessly within his own body. Gojo's six eyes could clearly trace this perfectly smooth, sluggish current. The cursed energy cascaded from his abdomen, flowing out to every extreme extremity of his limbs and bones, before cycling seamlessly right back into his core. This uninterrupted, infinite loop of cursed energy operated like a flawless, natural ecosystem. Merely witnessing that terrifyingly perfect, frictionless cursed energy circulation was enough for Gojo to instantly deduce that this man was unfathomably strong. The Lord of Cursed Spirits, Mahito, Gojo murmured softly. I finally get to meet you. As soon as the words left his lips, the Lord of Cursed Spirits suddenly tilted his head up. Those heterochromatic eyes, previously hidden beneath the bamboo hat, were finally completely exposed to Gojo's gaze. The King of Curses smiled and gave Gojo a polite, shallow nod. Right now, the King of Curses was dressed in the garb of a legendary swordmaster, standing with supreme relaxation in the dead center of a blooming flower field. The endless mountain winds relentlessly whipped the petals against his robes. He stood there like a figure ripped straight from an ancient ink painting. He looked up, his gaze crossing an infinite distance to violently crash into Gojo's, a welcoming smile on his face, as if he were eagerly awaiting the arrival of a dear, long-lost friend. Even with Gojo's unshakable state of mind, he couldn't help but genuinely marvel, how incredibly elegant. Mr. Gojo, is this far enough? The driver's side window of the car rolled down, revealing the weather-beaten face of a middle-aged man. He wore plain, square-rimmed glasses, his expression etched with years of exhaustion. Any further will be incredibly dangerous. I understand, the man replied. I will wait for you right here. Are you sure about that? Even standing here could prove lethal, Gojo stated with absolute bluntness. Don't be fooled by the fact that he currently looks human. If that guy actually gets serious, he could vaporize this entire mountain range in a microsecond. In terms of pure, raw destructive output, is absolutely on par with the nukes dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Tsutomu Yamaguchi managed to survive both of those nukes, but if this guy goes completely insane, even Yamaguchi wouldn't walk away from it. Tsutomu Yamaguchi was the famous survivor who lived through the atomic bombings of both Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He was a completely ordinary human. The driver instantly understood Gojo's implication. While the driver wasn't technically an ordinary human, the gap in power made him practically indistinguishable from one. If he stayed here, he would essentially be volunteering to experience Yamaguchi's trauma firsthand. "You will eventually need a ride home," the man stated simply. "And I am your driver. Fall back another 5 kilometers. This current perimeter is genuinely, absolutely not safe." A wide grin broke out across Gojo's face. "Besides, Ijichi, that line just scored you major style points. The absolute most terrifying nuclear weapon in human history boasted a lethal blast radius of roughly 55 kilometers, the Tsar Bomber." Gojo assessed that even if the Lord of Cursed Spirits genuinely possessed nuclear-level destructive capabilities, the collateral damage likely wouldn't extend past 5 kilometers. Ijichi hesitated, but ultimately swallowed his words of concern, smiling instead. "Mr. Gojo, may fortune favor your blade." Gojo aggressively jammed his thumb into his own chest, flashing a grin devoid of a single ounce of fear, and shot back with absolute, unbreakable conviction, "Who the hell do you think I am?" Gojo violently expanded his cursed energy perception. In a fraction of a microsecond, his sensory net engulfed the entire mountain range, spanning a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. But this was nowhere near his absolute limit. His body hadn't experienced a genuine life-or-death workout in far too long. Even though his heart was already pounding with the intoxicating anticipation of battling the King of Curses, the internal cursed energy circulation within his body hadn't yet reached a state of flawless, combat-ready perfection. Ijichi didn't even feel the brush of displaced air. Gojo, who had just been standing with his back to him, staring down into the valley, vanished into thin air. Ijichi calmly put the car into gear, obediently driving exactly 5 kilometers away. Technique release, limitless. No, to be strictly accurate, this was not a conventional release. Generally speaking, maintaining a cursed technique imposes a severe, constant physical burden on a sorcerer. Absolutely no sorcerer is capable of keeping their technique active 24/7. Not even Kinji Hikari, with his infinite cursed energy, could pull it off. His brain still required rest. But Satoru Gojo was the absolute exception. Thanks to the 6 eyes, his cursed energy efficiency was astronomically high. He could maintain the limitless technique in a state of perpetual, uninterrupted activation. He could even keep it running flawlessly while he was asleep. This meant he was constantly, endlessly refining his mastery over the technique every single second of every day. For him, using the technique wasn't a release, it was merely the fundamental act of using it. Exactly like right now. Gojo didn't form a single hand sign, nor did he chant a single incantation. He merely tapped the tip of his toe against the pavement. The limitless autonomously engaged in perfect synchronization with his sheer willpower, operating as effortlessly and naturally as moving his own arms and legs. And then, he violently collapsed a distance of over 300 meters, arriving in a fraction of a microsecond. He lifted his foot from the asphalt of the mountain road, and brought it down dead center in the blooming flower field. Jogo flinched, violently stumbling backward in shock. How is this possible? Was that spatial teleportation? No, the sensation was entirely different. A mere distance of 300 meters was utterly trivial to everyone present, excluding Utaheim. But no matter how trivial, crossing that physical space still fundamentally required ****. No matter how blindingly far someone moved, there would always be a measurable delay between departure and arrival. But Gojo crossed that 300-meter gap without a single microsecond passing. He merely lifted his toe and set it down, teleporting from the mountain road directly to this spot. It was fundamentally faster than instantaneous teleportation. Teleportation still required locking onto coordinates and executing a technique release. Gojo required absolutely none of that. Its spatial dominance, Gojo smiled broadly. I assumed that if you had the sheer audacity to stand before me, you would have at least thoroughly dissected every scrap of intel regarding the Limitless. Jogo glared viciously at Gojo with his single, massive eye, letting out a low, aggressive growl of furious defiance. Of course Jogo understood the theoretical mechanics of the Limitless. The core concept of the Limitless was to manifest the mathematical concept of infinite convergence into physical reality. As long as a point in space fell within Gojo's cursed energy perception range, he could directly bypass the intervening space, or violently compress that space down to a singular point, warping reality itself. The most glaringly obvious application was exactly what they had just witnessed. Gojo violently compressed and warped the 300-meter spatial gap down to absolute zero. Consequently, from his perspective, he merely took a single, casual step, and that step instantly deposited him in the flower field. Simultaneously, he could infinitely expand the spatial distance between himself and any incoming threat, ensuring that absolutely no attack could ever physically touch his skin. As long as he could perpetually maintain the Limitless, Satoru Gojo was, in the most literal, uncompromising sense of the word, invincible. In canon, there were exactly 3 methods capable of bypassing Gojo's defenses and actually landing a hit. First, the guaranteed hit effect of a domain expansion. Not even the Limitless could grant immunity to a domain's absolute rules. Second, utilizing a cursed tool explicitly designed to nullify cursed techniques. Toji Fushiguro had wielded exactly such a weapon to shatter Gojo's Limitless, nearly murdering him in the process. Third, domain amplification. This technique functioned by wrapping the user in a fluid, skin-tight domain designed to violently neutralize any cursed technique it came into contact with, including the Limitless. However, the crippling drawback was that the user could not activate their own innate technique while maintaining amplification. In canon, Jogo and Hanami had utilized this exact tactic to force Gojo into pure, brutal hand-to-hand combat within a crowded subway station. Ryman Sukuna had also relentlessly deployed this tactic against Gojo during their final, apocalyptic showdown. These were the only 3 conceivable methods to shatter the absolute defense of the Limitless. But even if the defense was shattered, just as Jogo and Hanami had discovered during their brutal close-quarters brawl with Gojo in canon, even without the Limitless, Satoru Gojo remained the undisputed, absolute strongest combatant on the planet. The modern era's absolute apex predator was standing right in front of Mahito. Mahito took a proactive step forward. He stared intensely at the man universally hailed as the strongest in the world. Satoru Gojo stood with his spine perfectly straight. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he loomed over almost everyone. He was dressed in the standard, high-collared uniform of the Jujutsu High Faculty, clad entirely in pitch black. From a distance, he looked like a solitary, unyielding black pine tree. He had stark white hair and his eyes were completely bound by a jet-black blindfold that covered the entirety of his upper face. His hair was spiked straight up, defying gravity like a stiff broom. He possessed an insanely handsome, sculpted face, yet the arrogant, perpetually mocking grin plastered across it completely shattered any illusion of refined grace. Mahito extended a single hand, exactly like a gracious host welcoming a friend who had traveled a vast distance. "Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Gojo. Your reputation precedes you. The strongest man in the world. The pinnacle of the modern era, Satoru Gojo." Gojo smirked smugly. Seems my reputation genuinely precedes me. Although I already know the answer is a foregone conclusion, please allow me the formality of asking one final time, Mahito said with absolute solemnity. Mr. Gojo, it is not an absolute necessity that we stand here as enemies. Quite the opposite. The idealized world I am striving to create absolutely has a place for you. If you are willing, I can grant you true immortality. I swear this upon my soul, it is absolutely no lie. Gojo wasn't surprised in the slightest that Mahito would make the offer. He had already extracted a comprehensive psychological profile of Mahito from Kinji Hikari, and he had thoroughly synthesized Mahito's ideals and worldview from his discussions with Tengen. To be perfectly blunt, judging purely by the toxic standards of modern Jujutsu society, the Lord of Cursed Spirits' actions and philosophy practically qualified him as a hyper-benevolent, enlightened sovereign. If you dragged a completely ignorant bystander off the street and forced them to choose between the current Jujutsu headquarters or the Lord of Cursed Spirits, 9 out of 10 would unhesitatingly pick the Cursed Spirit. Hell, even fully informed participants like Kinji Hikari had actively chosen to side with the King of Curses. What was even more absurd was that Yuki Tsukumo, a woman whose absolute, defining life goal was the total eradication of cursed spirits, after trading blows with the King of Curses, had coldly and rationally concluded that handing the world over to him absolutely wouldn't be the worst-case scenario. In fact, under his hyper-pragmatic rule, the world might actually thrive. In many ways, the King of Curses' ultimate goals violently overlapped with Gojo's own ideals. The potential for a dialogue and an alliance between them was theoretically massive. But there was one, singular, insurmountable problem. "I am the type of man," Gojo drawled slowly, his tone dripping with absolute arrogance, "who is biologically incapable of tolerating the possibility of humanity being subjugated by another species." Mahito stared directly into Gojo's eyes. Even though those eyes were heavily suppressed beneath the blindfold, Mahito could physically feel a crushing, suffocating pressure radiating from them. Gojo didn't look away, directly tanking the overwhelming, godlike pressure Mahito projected in return. After a tense, deafening silence lasting 2 or 3 seconds, Mahito gave a polite, shallow nod. "Yes. I assumed as much." Mahito waved his hand casually. "Jogo. You may release Ms. Iori." Gojo let out a low whistle, laughing brightly. As expected of the King of Curses, upholding the absolute peak of ancient honor. "You're surprisingly easy to talk to. I totally thought I was going to have to violently rip her out of your hands the second I rejected your offer. This makes things infinitely easier for me." Jogo raised a hand. In a fraction of a microsecond, a localized burst of hyper-concentrated heat instantly incinerated the ropes binding Utaheim. Utaheim immediately shot up from the chair, violently ripping the heavy tape off her mouth. Without a second of hesitation, she screamed at the top of her lungs. "Watch out! Toj! Domain expansion!" Jogo's hands blurred into a complex hand sign, and he exhaled a slow, rolling breath of ash as he chanted. "Coffin of the Iron Mountain." In a blinding microsecond, an apocalyptic world of hyper-compressed, molten heat violently erupted from beneath Jogo's feet, expanding outward infinitely in all directions. Utaheim desperately tried to scream the rest of her warning, but before the sound could even leave her throat, the molten world had already violently swallowed both Mahito and Gojo. Rivers of boiling, crimson magma flowed sluggishly beneath Gojo's feet. The entire localized reality was violently sealed within the suffocating, claustrophobic walls of an actively erupting volcano. The ambient temperature skyrocketed exponentially without end. Jogo maintained his hand sign, utterly motionless, as the reality warping, logic-defying temperatures radiated an aura of pure, absolute divine authority. Jogo's domain expansion possessed absolutely zero flashy, complex mechanics or intricate rule sets. Its sole, terrifying function was a pure, unadulterated amplification of heat and fire. What he unleashed was a barrage of pure, overwhelming numerical stats. To him, there was absolutely nothing in this world that could not be incinerated. No physical matter in existence could withstand temperatures this catastrophic. The melting point was so absurdly high that even reinforced steel would instantly liquefy into slag, before being violently flash vaporized into nothingness. The purer and more fundamentally simple a domain expansion was, the more catastrophically it amplified the user's innate technique. This was the absolute ultimate trump card Jogo had kept hidden, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Just as the name implied, the domain trapped its victims deep within the suffocating, inescapable core of a superheated volcanic furnace. Any biological entity unfortunate enough to be dragged inside was instantly reduced to nothing more than fuel for the magma. "Mr. Gojo, against a man of your caliber, I dare not hold back a single fraction of my power, nor will I afford you a single ounce of disrespect," Mahito declared with absolute, earth-shattering solemnity. From the very first second of this engagement, I will unleash absolutely everything I possess. Gojo slowly raised a hand and casually hooked his fingers under his blindfold, pulling it off. His gravity-defying hair instantly collapsed, the long bangs falling to almost completely cover his eyes. The flawlessly handsome face that had been sealed away was finally fully exposed, a face so staggeringly perfect it would make any woman with functioning eyesight scream. But the true focal point was his eyes. They were like two fragments of an infinitely expanding, boundless sky, radiating a faint, mesmerizing azure glow. He casually tossed the blindfold aside. The moment the fabric left his hand, it lost the protective reinforcement of his cursed energy. Suspended in mid-air, it instantly combusted, reduced to drifting ash in a microsecond, utterly annihilated by the apocalyptic heat waves. Gojo ran a hand through his hair, sweeping his bangs up and fully exposing those faintly glowing, azure six eyes. A massive, feral grin ripped across his face. "I'm looking forward to it," Gojo stated. Mahito reached out, placing his hand firmly on the shoulder of Jogo, who was still locked in the hand sign sustaining the coffin of the Iron Mountain. Gojo's feral grin froze, his pupils violently contracting in sheer, unadulterated shock. Jogo's physical body began to violently liquefy, melting down like superheated fluid. This viscous, molten fluid then surged aggressively onto Mahito's body. The color of Jogo's liquefied form was a blinding, incandescent crimson. As this crimson tide fully engulfed Mahito, a catastrophic surge of thermal energy violently detonated outward. Every single trace of ambient thermal energy trapped within the coffin of the Iron Mountain began to skyrocket exponentially, as if the very concept of heat was cheering in ecstasy. Cursed spirit manipulation? No, this sensation is fundamentally different from cursed spirit manipulation. Gojo muttered under his breath. The soul of the cursed spirit and the soul of the king of curses are aggressively, flawlessly fusing together. There are zero gaps, zero dissonance. It's exactly like asterisk. A completely new life form birthed from the absolute unification of two souls. The heatwave violently detonated, and a brand new Mahito emerged from the blinding inferno. He had entirely shed the Hari and Hakama star. He was now clad head to toe in a set of hyper-advanced, crimson Tozei Gusoku armor. A network of glowing, sun-like circuit patterns violently spread from the edges of the armor plating, converging directly on the center of his chest. Embedded directly into the breastplate was a single, massive eye, or Jogo's eye. A menacing metallic Menpo mask completely covered Mahito's face, heavily stylized with the jagged, terrifying teeth of a great white shark. Protruding from the top of the helmet, resembling aggressive, swept-back cat ears, were two miniature volcanic craters. From deep within the shadowed visor of the helmet, a pair of piercing, crimson eyes blazed to life. Mahito rolled his shoulders. A magnificent, golden crimson Hari materialized out of thin air, draping heavily over the shoulders of the Tozei Gusoku armor. The sheer mass of the fusion had triggered a massive physical expansion. By the time Mahito fully stabilized his stance, his height easily eclipsed 3 meters. But he wasn't just tall and lanky, his physical width and muscle mass had expanded proportionally. The final result was a towering, heavily armored juggernaut that looked as impossibly dense and immovable as a small mountain. He extended a massive, armored hand, and a gargantuan, straight-edged odachi materialized in his grip. He casually hoisted the massive blade, resting the flat of the steel against his shoulder as if he were holding a simple spear. The absurdly long blade furiously reflected the crimson, apocalyptic glow of the coffin of the Iron Mountain. Mahito lifted his head. The crimson glow in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by the brilliant, piercing glow of one golden and one azure heterochromatic eye. These eyes radiated an overwhelming, suffocating intensity, flashing with a highly anomalous, mesmerizing light against the backdrop of the crimson inferno. "Thank you for waiting, Mr. Gojo." Mahito's voice was no longer his own, it was a deeply resonant, perfectly synchronized dual-layered distortion, sounding exactly as if two entities were speaking the exact same words in absolute, flawless unison. A user of cursed spirit manipulation merely wields the subjugated cursed spirits as extensions of their own power. But I have physically equipped this *Tozei Gusoku armor known as a Jogo. You don't have any complaints about this arrangement, do you? Gojo licked his lips, his blood boiling. What the hell is this? A Kamen Rider transformation. Mahito's dual-layered voice boomed with earth-shattering authority. The curse of humanity upon humanity, the curse of humanity upon the earth, Mahito Jogo. Fusion Soul Knight, roaring ley line, calamity of the blazing earth. Please, Mr. Gojo, show me what you can do. Gojo stared at the heavily armored juggernaut standing before him, roaring with intoxicating excitement. Excellent. I actually get to throw down with a real-life Kamen Rider. What an absolute honor. He threw his arms wide open, as if trying to physically embrace the entire world. He could feel his core temperature rapidly rising. This meant his body was finally, desperately warming up, instinctively reacting to a genuine, lethal threat. He was currently trapped inside an apocalyptic furnace, but the blood roaring through his veins burned infinitely hotter. He unleashed a deafening battle cry. Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. Special Grade Jujutsu Sorcerer, Satoru Gojo. Let's dance. Chapter 68, 30. The Crimson Lotus Demon God, Boundless Ferocity. 4,888 words. Multiple Soul Fusion. This was one of the canon Mahito's ultimate techniques. In canon, Mahito would fuse the souls of multiple humans together into a singular entity, utilizing forced binding vows that traded their very lifespans to explosively maximize their latent potential. This allowed these hastily assembled abominations to momentarily reach the combat tier of special grade cursed spirits. During his initial debut, merely a handful of these fusions were enough to temporarily stall Aoi Todo. That battle had also vividly demonstrated Mahito's absolute mastery over soul modification. In the entire canon storyline, he was the absolute only entity capable of flawlessly fusing souls together. Even Yuki Tsukumo's later research notes explicitly stated that the soul was a highly sacrosanct, unique existence. It was fundamentally impossible for anyone to perfectly merge with another soul. Based on this very principle, Yuji Itadori's faction deduced that even if Ryuman Sukuna completely swallowed Megumi Fushiguro's body, a remnant of Megumi's soul would absolutely survive. The facts proved Yuki Tsukumo right. Despite Sukuna's transcendent genius, he could not entirely consume Megumi Fushiguro. Buried in the absolute darkest depths of his consciousness, Megumi retained the potential to awaken. And Megumi did indeed awaken at the most critical juncture, ultimately leading to Ryuman Sukuna's death in battle. This definitively proved the inviolable sanctity of the soul. But Mahito's idol transfiguration violently shattered that sanctity. Even when the canon Yuji Itadori read the authoritative explanations recorded in those notes, he concluded that Mahito's idol transfiguration was the sole exception. Mahito possessed the ability to shatter established jujitsu authority. And he had indeed shattered it. The current Mahito had taken that concept a step further than his canon counterpart. A far more insane step. He chose to fuse himself. This was an astronomically dangerous gamble. During his early experiments, he quickly realized exactly why the canon Mahito had never attempted this on himself. Fusing souls was not a simple matter of one side dominating the other, it was the chaotic amalgamation of both entities. It fundamentally polluted the purity of one's own soul, irrevocably mutating the core ego until the user was no longer truly for themselves. It was essentially a highly convoluted method of suicide. Reaching this absolute dead end, the canon Mahito chose to abandon the concept for himself. But the current Mahito chose to push forward. Because the path he walked was radically different from his canon counterpart. He had mastered the purification of the 6 roots. Originally, this was merely a novel application of idol transfiguration designed to isolate the soul from the flesh, specifically trained as a countermeasure against opponents possessing innate soul defenses. As the narrative progressed and idol transfiguration became increasingly obsolete in major battles, the purification of the 6 roots naturally fell by the wayside. But that was only in direct combat. In the realm of biological experimentation, it was absurdly useful. It was so useful that it allowed Mahito to actualize his most insane ambition, a perfectly safe, zero-side-effect soul fusion. The current Mahito had indeed fused his soul with Jogo's. However, he had ingeniously utilized idle transfiguration to manifest an impenetrable soul barrier that kept them fundamentally segregated. Mahito and Jogo's souls had formed a structure perfectly mirroring an egg. Mahito's soul was the yolk. The barrier forged by idle transfiguration was the egg white. And Jogo had become the eggshell. This was the exact reason why Mahito, despite having the ability to remodel intelligent cursed spirits into half-cursed spirits for a long time, had never laid a finger on Jogo, Hanami, or Dagon. Cursed spirits possessed inherently more resilient souls. If they gained a physical flesh and blood body as half-cursed spirits, that physical mass would ironically become a massive liability, rendering a safe fusion impossible. Operating like this, as long as Mahito maintained the static integrity of his soul via idle transfiguration, this fused state could theoretically be sustained indefinitely. For Mahito, this soul fusion carried absolutely zero side effects. For Jogo, however, the reality was the exact opposite. Jogo had to completely surrender his body and mind to Mahito, sacrificing his very ego to form the eggshell. In practical terms, this was the absolute equivalent of handing over total control of his existence to Mahito. It was obvious, Jogo had become nothing more than a shell. His consciousness had vanished, entirely subjugated to the will of the Yoke-I Mahito. The moment Mahito harbored even a sliver of malicious intent toward him, Jogo would instantly be erased from existence. This was an extreme, monstrous entity birthed from absolute, fanatical trust. This was Fusion Soul Night, Roaring Ley Line, Calamity of the Blazing Earth. Thud. The Crimson Lotus Demon God took a single step forward. He coiled his massive body like a violently drawn bowstring. Despite wearing thick, impossibly heavy Tozei Gusoku armor, the sheer kinetic fluidity of his stance was staggering. As his foot slammed down, he swung the absurdly long blade of the Kirigiri resting on his shoulder in a massive, devastating arc. He didn't hold back a single fraction of his strength. The blistering, incandescent slash of the blade practically painted the entirety of the domain expansion. A catastrophic wave of heat, rivaling the sheer thermal output of an erupting volcano, violently exploded outward. At this temperature, even solid steel would instantly melt into slag within the magma, only to be flash vaporized into nothingness a microsecond later. Gojo raised one hand forward, blading his stance, his other hand resting casually near his waist. The very microsecond he locked into his stance, the apocalyptic wave of heat slammed into his face. Because they were inside a domain expansion, every single attack carried a guaranteed hit effect. Even his limitless was fundamentally useless here. He should have been instantly vaporized by the superheated slash. But a fraction of a second before impact, the cursed technique Gojo had primed violently activated. The secret art of the big three families, Falling Blossom Emotion. Falling Blossom Emotion was a secret anti-domain technique that automatically reacted to any incoming cursed energy attack. It demanded a horrifyingly precise, hyper-delicate manipulation of cursed energy. Unlike simple domain, which functioned by deploying a localized barrier to neutralize a domain's guaranteed hit effect, Falling Blossom Emotion relied on pure, raw cursed energy manipulation. Its absolute advantage was that, since it wasn't a barrier technique, it couldn't be violently stripped away or overwritten by a true domain expansion. The crippling drawback was that it required an astronomically high level of cursed energy control. In canon, Neobito Zenin had utilized this exact technique to survive Dagon's domain expansion. Yet, even as the head of the Zenin clan, he couldn't maintain the Falling Blossom Emotion indefinitely. If a series of unexpected miracles hadn't occurred, he would have been inevitably overwhelmed and slaughtered by Dagon's endless swarm of Shikigami. But for Satoru Gojo, that limitation simply did not exist. Thanks to the 6 eyes, there was absolutely zero ceiling on his cursed energy manipulation. His operational limits were infinitely higher, and theoretically boundless. The tidal wave of fire unleashed by the blazing slash completely engulfed Gojo's body. Yet Gojo stood rooted to the spot, completely unfazed. A fraction of a microsecond before the flames could singe him, the cursed energy cloaking his body violently swatted the fire away. Even though the attack was composed of ethereal flames, Gojo's cursed energy acted as a physical, tangible force, violently shattering the fire into harmless sparks. The limitless technique allowed Gojo to infinitely divide the space between himself and any incoming attack, creating an absolute spatial defense. But even a full-body cloak of the limitless couldn't negate the fundamental laws of a domain expansion's guaranteed hit effect. That was the absolute best, most definitive method to bypass the limitless. But Gojo had fundamentally rewritten those rules by seamlessly fusing falling blossom emotion with the limitless. Ogi Zenin had accomplished something similar in canon, fusing falling blossom emotion with his blazing fire technique to create a localized, auto-countering Jujutsu sword domain. Now, right in front of Mahito's eyes, Gojo had perfectly replicated that concept with his own abilities. This was an unprecedented combination of falling blossom emotion and the limitless, a technique Gojo had never once displayed in the canon storyline. Gojo had once mentioned that after learning falling blossom emotion as a child, he rarely ever used it, primarily because once he mastered domain expansion, the anti-domain technique became largely redundant. Integrating it with the limitless was something he practically never had the opportunity or need to do. But in this exact moment, he executed the flawless fusion without a single microsecond of hesitation or lag. He had grown substantially stronger than his canon counterpart. To combat the Lord of Cursed Spirits, to completely eliminate the terrifying possibility of humanity being subjugated by intelligent cursed spirits, Gojo had spent the past week violently pushing his limits. Under the guidance and thousand-year insight of Tengen, he had systematically evolved his combat prowess. And now, that grueling training was finally bearing fruit. Suddenly, the sea of fire violently parted, carving a burning tunnel straight toward Gojo. The Crimson Lotus demon god tore through his own wave of fire, materializing directly in front of Gojo. His armored body was wreathed in roaring flames, the ambient temperature so absurdly high that the very air around him warped and distorted violently. In Gojo's 6 eyes, Mahito appeared as a literal construct of fire, burning furiously from the inside out. And this towering, blazing humanoid was currently raising an odachi exceeding 2 meters in length directly over his head, adopting a flawless overhead stance. Then, he violently brought it down. Gojo was incredibly tall, standing at nearly 2 meters, but the Crimson Lotus demon god clad in crimson armor loomed over 3 meters tall. The sheer, suffocating pressure of that massive blade violently cleaving down from that height was enough to shatter the fighting spirit of any lesser man. Another blazing slash, This wasn't a ranged wave of fire, this was a point-blank detonation, and it wasn't just ethereal flames, it carried the crushing, physical weight of the steel blade itself. Gojo shot both hands up, violently slamming his palms together to catch the descending blade. He executed a flawless, textbook barehanded blade catch. This was a legendary technique heavily romanticized in mundane swordsmanship folklore, the ultimate esoteric art of the Yaju Shinkage-ryu's life-giving sword, *Mutadori*, no sword catch. The flames wreathed around the kirigiri violently exploded outward upon impact. A catastrophic torrent of fire raged wildly within the barrier. The massive surge of flames rapidly filled the entire spatial volume of the domain, manifesting a boundless, apocalyptic sea of hellfire. The superheated temperature instantly choked out all oxygen, incinerating absolutely everything caught in the thermal updraft. The kirigiri continued its agonizingly slow descent. Gojo maintained his *Mutadori* stance, his arms visibly shaking as he was slowly, inexorably forced downward. His monstrous physical stats were actually failing to keep pace with the sheer, overwhelming brute strength pressing down on him. The razor-thin edge of the blade was millimeters away from splitting his forehead. Locked in this agonizing stalemate, Gojo suffered a bizarre hallucination. It felt as though he wasn't crossing blades with a jujutsu sorcerer, but rather violently clashing against the absolute apex of human physical potential, a heavenly tyrant. Gojo's cursed energy reinforcement was astronomically high. Ever since Toji Fushiguro had nearly murdered him in high school, he had refined his physical reinforcement to the point where he could comfortably match a heavenly tyrant blow for blow. No, not just match, he could completely dominate a heavenly tyrant in a brutal, head-on clash, crushing Toji Fushiguro with overwhelming superiority. Yet, even with that unparalleled level of cursed energy reinforcement, his physical strength was actually losing to the Crimson Lotus demon god. Asterisk, just what the hell kind of physical specs is the Lord of Cursed Spirits packing in that body? Asterisk. The Crimson Lotus demon god looked down at Gojo, his dual-layered voice booming like thunder. What is Mr. Gojo pondering so intently? Why haven't you deployed your domain expansion? Have you lost confidence in your own domain? Gojo shot back a feral, provocative grin. That completely depends on what exactly Mahito-chan brings to the table. Gojo violently twisted his wrists. Visually, the Kirigiri looked incredibly fragile. While the overall length of the weapon was massive, the blade itself was absurdly thin. Generally, Odachi designed for actual battlefield combat boasted thick, heavy spines. But the Kirigiri wasn't a standard Odachi. It was an ancient blade forged in an era so old the very concept of a Japanese katana didn't even exist. The steel was utterly transparent, looking exactly like a pool of crystal-clear water. In Gojo's tactical assessment, a cursed tool like this might be sharp enough to sever the fabric of reality, but the moment it was physically grappled, it should be as brittle as a willow branch. And right now, that blade was locked in Gojo's grip. Suddenly, a blinding flash of silver violently pierced the inferno, reflecting directly into Gojo's 6 eyes. For the absolute first time in the battle, Gojo's expression violently shifted. He instantly engaged the Limitless to execute a spatial displacement, tapping his foot against the magma and vanishing from the Crimson Lotus demon god's presence in a microsecond. In the next instant, he materialized 5 meters away, putting massive distance between himself and the Crimson Lotus demon god, practically pressing his back against the fiery walls of the coffin of the Iron Mountain. Gojo raised his hand. A hairline fracture had appeared on his finger. Initially, it looked like a faint, white indentation, but in less than a second, the white line flushed crimson. A single drop of blood welled up from the cut, slipping past his cursed energy defense before being instantly vaporized by the blistering ambient heat. Realization dawned on Gojo. That weapon in your hand isn't a cursed tool, it's a Tsukumagami. You know tool manipulation. You used your ability to force the evolution to acquire an infinite number of cursed techniques. Asterisk I see. This is exactly what you kept hidden from Yuki Tsukumo. A fraction of a second slower, and my head would have been completely severed. Asterisk. Gojo wasn't exaggerating. If his tactical judgment had been off by a single microsecond, the Kirigiri's slash would have violently carved directly into his forehead. That was the direct pathway to the brain, the physiological epicenter of an innate technique. If that spot was critically damaged, even Satoru Gojo faced the very real possibility of permanent death. No, to be strictly accurate, the absolute microsecond that blade made contact, the Limitless and Falling Blossom emotion, would have been violently disrupted. Inside this domain expansion, the moment those defenses fell, Gojo would have been instantly incinerated into ash, leaving absolutely nothing behind. That meant absolute, unrecoverable death. Gojo hadn't actually consciously reacted. He had been passively maintaining Falling Blossom emotion. In his mind, as long as Falling Blossom emotion was active, any incoming technique would be automatically countered. But the Kirigiri's edge possessed the terrifying property to slice cleanly through even the automated, defensive cursed energy bursts of Falling Blossom emotion. Or rather, that was precisely the explicit reason Mirakuji Kirigiri was forged in the first place. The only reason Gojo managed to survive was purely because he had mentally pre-programmed a failsafe for this exact scenario. The absolute microsecond his finger registered damage, his Limitless reflexively triggered a spatial displacement to violently distance him from the Crimson Lotus demon god. It didn't matter if the Kirigiri could actually cut him or not, any attack capable of bypassing the Limitless triggered this absolute, hardwired evasion protocol. The Crimson Lotus Demon God sighed in genuine admiration. As expected of Mr. Gojo. What terrifyingly fast reflexes, and what absolute, unwavering caution. Mahito wasn't using condescending sarcasm, he meant every word of it with absolute sincerity. He had survived several major death matches by this point, and he understood exactly how a normal Jujutsu sorcerer reacted to the unknown. During the massacre of the Zenin clan, the Kukuru unit had lost half their numbers before they finally realized the Kirigiri in his hand was a Tsukumagami. During his duel with Yuki Tsukumo, she had completely failed to realize the Kirigiri was a Tsukumagami until they were locked in a domain clash. And even when they did realize it, the sorcerers during the Zenin massacre were agonizingly slow to deduce that Mahito possessed an infinite arsenal of cursed techniques. They simply reacted blindly to whatever he threw at them, paying for that ignorance with their lives to test exactly how many techniques he held. Yuki Tsukumo had realized it quickly, but her immediate response upon realizing it was to forcefully drag the fight into a domain clash. It was safe to say that in every battle he had fought thus far, only Yuki Tsukumo possessed a tactical mind capable of even remotely keeping pace with Satoru Gojo, and even she was visibly a step slower. But Gojo was fundamentally different. His reaction time was completely absurd, and his tactical precision was flawless. After exchanging a single, brief clash, he had flawlessly deduced the absolute upper limits of Mahito's capabilities and instantly formulated a comprehensive counter-strategy in his head. Even if you violently stripped away the world-breaking cheats of the Six Eyes and the Limitless, this man, Satoru Gojo, would still stand at the absolute pinnacle of Jujutsu combat. Mahito viscerally understood that fact after a single, lethal exchange. Gojo couldn't help but let out a feral grin. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. Lord of Cursed Spirits, you really, genuinely almost killed me just now. It is a profound honor, the Crimson Lotus Demon God boomed, taking a massive stride forward. The suffocating premonition of death violently coiled around Gojo. His body was burning up, an instinctual physiological reaction to a genuine, lethal crisis. He could viscerally feel the crushing, apocalyptic pressure radiating from the Crimson Lotus Demon God. It violently ripped a memory to the forefront of his mind, his teenage deathmatch against Toji Fushiguro. In the middle of that fight, a cold sweat had broken out across his body, and sheer, unadulterated terror had seized his heart for a fleeting second. His muscle memory was violently rebooting, perfectly recalling the agonizing tremor of fear he had felt that day. The Lord of Cursed Spirits, Mahito, this man possesses the genuine capacity to murder me. Gojo felt it in the absolute marrow of his bones. This man wielded a Tsukumagami capable of slicing cleanly through the Limitless. He wore Tozei Gusoku armor that elevated his kinetic speed to match Gojo's, while his physical strength completely eclipsed him. And to top it all off, they were trapped in a 10-meter domain expansion designed to completely neutralize Gojo's spatial mobility. It felt exactly as if this entire monstrous entity had been custom-built exclusively to assassinate him. As if Mahito had meticulously dissected his entire existence, utterly devoured every single scrap of intel regarding him, and manifested a form entirely dedicated to exploiting his microscopic weaknesses. Because his abilities were public knowledge, Gojo had faced countless hyper-specialized assassination attempts in the past. Hell, wasn't that exactly how Toji Fushiguro had nearly killed him? But even in the face of absolute, tailored counters, Gojo remained the undisputed, invincible god of the world. Because his raw power was so absurdly overwhelming that no amount of targeted strategy could bridge the gap. But now, for the second time in his life since Toji Fushiguro, a hyper-specialized countermeasure that genuinely threatened his existence had manifested. The Crimson Lotus Demon God was marching steadily toward him. The magma beneath his feet pulsed like flowing arteries. A gargantuan, apocalyptic monster was standing right here, fully prepared to devour him whole. Gojo completely processed the absolute lethality of the situation. He raised a single hand toward the advancing Crimson Lotus Demon God, forming a hand sign. Do you remember asking me why I haven't deployed my domain expansion? Gojo asked, a feral grin splitting his face. Please, Mr. Gojo, enlighten me. the Crimson Lotus Demon God roared, bringing the massive blade down in a catastrophic, horizontal cleave. The blinding arc of the blade practically consumed everything in Gojo's immediate vicinity. An apocalyptic tide of hellfire completely engulfed him, yet in that exact microsecond, Gojo silently phased through the inferno. The Crimson Lotus Demon God slowly turned his head. Gojo had utilized the spatial displacement of the Limitless to evade the lethal strike once again. But in the very next microsecond, the razor-thin tip of the Kirigiri lunged directly for his 6 eyes. This domain expansion was simply too small. No, that wasn't accurate. A 10-meter diameter wasn't inherently small, it was plenty of room for 2 combatants to maneuver. The absolute, fatal problem was the Crimson Lotus Demon God's absurd reach and the length of that gargantuan odachi. The Crimson Lotus Demon God currently stood over 3 meters tall. When he swung the Kirigiri, his lethal strike zone extended to a terrifying 5 meters. In extreme scenarios, simply by shifting his grip on the hilt, he could extend that reach even further. When he stood dead center in the domain expansion, his strike zone covered literally every single cubic inch of the barrier. Even if Gojo utilized the Limitless for extreme spatial kiting, he would inevitably slam into the unyielding walls of the domain. His mobility was completely, utterly neutralized. A blade capable of bypassing the Limitless. Physical speed capable of keeping pace with him. A domain expansion perfectly sized to completely neutralize his spatial mobility. This was the hyper-specialized anti-Gojo tactical matrix the Crimson Lotus Demon God had prepared. Before engaging Yuki Tsukumo, Kenjaku had vehemently advised Mahito against revealing his Soul Fusion, Volume 3, Chapter 2. This was the exact reason why. Fusion Soul Knight was the ultimate trump card, meticulously forged and preserved exclusively to assassinate Satoru Gojo. Gojo maintained his hand sign, stating calmly, "Because I look down on you. I don't care how highly everyone else praises you, I felt absolutely nothing. The only reason I trained so seriously this past week was purely out of obligation to the expectations placed upon me. Tengen put me through a brutal training regimen, and I can definitively feel that I am significantly stronger than I was before. I wanted to see if I could slaughter you without even needing to deploy my domain." Has Mr. Gojo changed his mind? Yeah. I freely admit that my intel on you was severely lacking, and I was overly arrogant, Gojo said frankly. I rarely ever admit something like this, because historically, no amount of hyper-specialized targeting has ever mattered against me. I've been completely invincible for so long I genuinely forgot what a lethal threat felt like. Until I laid eyes on you. Your blade. Your armor. Your techniques. Your domain expansion. Every single aspect of your existence feels like it was meticulously designed to counter me personally. I'm honestly starting to suspect that even if I deploy my domain expansion right now, it will be completely useless against you. And yet, you are still going to use it. The Crimson Lotus Demon God lowered the Kirigiri to his waist, slowly sinking into a low, predatory stance. The blinding glow of his heterochromatic eyes slowly faded as he locked into the absolute, flawless starting posture of Jujutsu. A massive, ecstatic grin ripped across Gojo's face. His 6 eyes, resembling the infinite expanse of the sky, flared with the blinding, terrible light of divine authority. Isn't that obvious? Gojo roared. Why the hell would I be afraid? Jujutsu combat is fundamentally a war of information. Yet Gojo had never once attempted to conceal his capabilities. He blatantly showcased every single aspect of his power to the entire world, and despite that, he had survived and thrived flawlessly up to this exact second. He possessed the absolute, unshakable confidence that he would continue to thrive in the future. Given that absolute conviction, why the hell would he ever flinch at the mere possibility of losing a domain clash? He couldn't even conceptualize the scenario where he lost a domain battle. Just like right now, he had thoroughly tested the kinetic capabilities of the Fusion Knight, and he had confirmed the weapon in his hand was a Tsukumagami capable of bypassing the Limitless. So, what terrifying unknown awaited him in a domain clash? Gojo felt absolutely zero fear. Instead, he was vibrating with intoxicating anticipation. Because no matter what insane, logic-defying bullshit was thrown at him, he possessed the absolute certainty that he could violently flip the table and crush his opponent at the critical moment. This overwhelming confidence wasn't born from blind, empty arrogance, it was forged in the fires of repeatedly achieving the impossible. This was the absolute confidence of a man who was invincible under the heavens. Domain expansion. Gojo declared with a low, rumbling voice that vibrated the very air. Infinite void. In a blinding microsecond, the fiery hellscape was violently overwritten, plunging the entire world into the deepest, darkest abyss of the cosmos. This was a realm of absolute nothingness and suffocating white voids. The manifestation of infinite void acted as a divine decree, declaring that absolutely nothing in this world possessed any meaning, as the void systematically devoured all reality and truth. The absolute core principle of a domain clash is the violent, mutual cancellation and suppression of opposing techniques. This demands a terrifyingly profound mastery over domain mechanics. Because both domains possess a guaranteed hit effect, the caster must simultaneously weaponize their domain's rule set to obliterate their opponent while desperately utilizing their own technique to neutralize the opponent's incoming guaranteed hit. Standing inside a clash of domains, both combatants are locked in a frenetic, microsecond-to-microsecond war of attrition. A single, microscopic flaw in defense means the opponent's technique instantly lands. It is exactly like two men standing entirely exposed in the middle of an apocalyptic hurricane. The only one walking out alive is the one who brought the sturdier umbrella. And now, right in this exact microsecond, the true domain clash had finally begun, right? The kirigiri sliced through the air with absolute, terrifying silence. The razor-thin tip of the blade violently carved across Gojo's forehead. The kirigiri's target remained fixed on Gojo's brain, the physiological epicenter of his innate technique. Gojo executed a gravity-defying backbend, twisting his body violently to evade, but no matter how absurdly fast his reflexes were, he couldn't entirely dodge the blade while simultaneously deploying his domain. Because the Crimson Lotus demon god had made absolutely zero attempt to defend against the infinite void. A horizontal, gaping laceration exploded across Gojo's forehead, deep enough to expose the bone. How is that possible? Gojo yelled out instinctively. But he had no time to process it, as he was instantly forced to weather a catastrophic, hurricane-like barrage of lethal slashes. Infinite void, operated by forcing the victim's brain to endlessly, repeatedly process the fundamental sensory act of a living while trapped inside the limitless. This manifested as an apocalyptic psychic bombardment, violently forcing an infinite stream of raw data directly into the victim's brain. It plunged the victim into a state where information continuously floods in without end. It created the agonizing paradox where the victim felt they could see and perceive absolutely everything, yet they were physically paralyzed, completely incapable of performing a single action, left with nothing to do but slowly await death. This was the ultimate, inescapable domain expansion against any intelligent life form. Because as long as a life form possessed the capacity for thought, they inherently possessed computational redundancy in their brain. Infinite void violently targeted and magnified that redundancy to infinity. The absolute, inevitable result was that their cognitive functions were completely, fatally jammed. They would eventually die, trapped in an endless void of paralyzed thought. Infinite void had unequivocally, cleanly struck the Crimson Lotus demon god. Yet, the Crimson Lotus demon god didn't slow down for a single fraction of a microsecond. He marched relentlessly forward, swinging the kirigiri in a terrifying flurry of slashes. The gargantuan, 2-meter straight blade finally brought its absolute advantage in close-quarters combat to bear. Gojo was pushed so hard on the defensive he couldn't even launch a counterattack. Gojo was weathering the catastrophic, guaranteed hit barrage of the Molten Inferno every single microsecond. But conversely, the Crimson Lotus demon god was completely, utterly ignoring the guaranteed hit effect of the infinite void. An infinite torrent of sensory data was violently flooding into the Crimson Lotus demon god's brain. By all established laws of Jujutsu logic, he should have suffered total brain death and collapsed into a vegetative state instantly. But he didn't. The Crimson Lotus Demon God's dual-layered voice finally boomed once more. "Mr. Gojo, I am honored you didn't disappoint me." His twin-layered voice violently echoed through the overlapping realities of the infinite void and the coffin of the Iron Mountain. The ambient temperature of the domain was so absurdly high it violently warped the atmosphere and incinerated almost all the oxygen, yet his voice felt infinitely hotter than the apocalyptic furnace surrounding them. His voice roared like a blazing inferno, like a burning sun. "Infinite void. I have been waiting for this for a very long time." Chapter 69:31. Illustrious Reputation, Jupiter's Strike. 5,163 words. When facing Satoru Gojo, one must invariably account for his domain expansion. Even throughout the bloody history of Jujutsu, Gojo's infinite void stands as the ultimate countermeasure against intelligent life. Its overwhelming efficacy far surpasses anything others could even begin to imagine. So, how do you defend against it? The answer was actually absurdly simple. Since infinite void was an ultimate psychic attack targeting thinking, intelligent beings, wouldn't it be solved by simply becoming an unthinking, inorganic object? Remember the soul structure of the Fusion Soul Knight? Mahito was the yolk, idle transfiguration was maintained on the outside as the egg white, and Jogo acted as the shell. Every ounce of infinite void's mental overload was poured directly into Jogo's mental domain, a shell that had entirely ceased to think, having surrendered its mind and body to the yolk, Mahito. Even though their souls had truly fused, they still unequivocally remained two distinct souls. In the manga's extra pages, Gij once explained a certain mechanic. Hanami's plant manipulation didn't require seeds, the curse could generate flora out of thin air. So why didn't Hanami just spawn plants directly inside an opponent's body to tear them apart from the inside? The author's official response was, because the human body is also a type of domain. Therefore, the only way to invade this natural domain was to directly inject it through physical contact with cursed energy. This was exactly why Hanami's seed projectiles only sprouted after physically hitting and embedding into the target's flesh. The domain of the human body possesses an innate defensive mechanism. It is an incredibly complex domain structure, and draped over Mahito was exactly this kind of complex, natural barrier, a human body domain synthesized from Jogo's unified mind, body, and soul. Physical trauma could certainly harm Mahito, as his flesh had perfectly merged with Jogo's in a literal sense. However, their soul's unorthodox structure naturally generated a defense against infinite void. Infinite void was completely ineffective against the Fusion Soul Knight. The other capabilities of the Fusion Soul Knight were merely secondary benefits. This specific defense was its primary, tailor-made purpose. Satoru Gojo's deduction had been spot on. This was a technique engineered specifically to counter his domain expansion. And now, that countermeasure was working flawlessly. Just as the Crimson Lotus Demon God declared. He had been waiting a long time to experience infinite void. Searing heat scattered across the expanse, incinerating all creation. The Crimson Lotus Demon God felt as though the entire world had transformed into a festival of flames. Never before had his heart burned so fiercely, hotter than the magma of coffin of the Iron Mountain, far more intense than its fires. He felt it with absolute certainty. In this clash against Satoru Gojo, the one holding the overwhelming advantage was him. The strongest man in the world was currently forced into a disadvantageous posture, dodging and weaving frantically. And rightfully so. The kirigiri in Mahito's grasp was the world's sharpest blade, capable of cleaving through the limitless technique. The bio-armor he wore elevated his physical specs into an entirely different dimension. His specially calibrated domain expansion was maximizing the restriction on Gojo's mobility. Furthermore, in this domain battle, Mahito only needed to attack, he didn't need to defend. Gojo, on the other hand, was forced to continuously weather a torrential downpour of relentless fire techniques. Of course Mahito had the advantage. Everything he had built was meant for fighting Satoru Gojo. Every technique in his arsenal existed solely for this exact moment. His advantage was perfectly logical, entirely justified, and absolute. Yet, he couldn't suppress the rising tide of sheer exhilaration. His extreme excitement caused his cursed energy core to ignite in tandem, sending currents of liquid fire rushing through his limbs and bones. The single cyclopean eye on his chest plate erupted with a massive flare of light. Because his opponent was Satoru Gojo, the strongest of the modern era. The strongest man in the world. To cross blows with such a man and actually seize a massive advantage, how could he not be thrilled? He finally understood why, in the original story, when Jogo died by Sukuna's hand and entered his dying vision to meet the King of Curses, Jogo had wept uncontrollably just from Sukuna telling him, "You're quite strong." Mahito felt that exact same sensation now. Standing above the strongest in the world, holding the absolute high ground, how could he not be moved? He was genuinely touched, so moved that his murderous intent began to boil over at an unprecedented speed, burning brighter than ever before. He felt like a competitive gamer who had finally encountered the ultimate final boss of the pro circuit. His respect was genuine, straight from the heart, and his killing intent was equally real. His absolute resolve was unparalleled. Kill Satoru Gojo. Right here, right now. I have the power to do it, Any thoughts of probing attacks, any prepared escape routes, any rationalization that failure is acceptable, he violently discarded all of it. He felt an overwhelming certainty that entertaining such fallback plans now would only taint his absolute purity in this fight. In that single fraction of a second, he made his choice, go all out, with no thought of retreat. He had never felt so utterly liberated. His limbs were literally ablaze, yet his core felt as if it were submerged in a soothing winter hot spring. Finding utter tranquility amidst the raging inferno, he felt a premonition that he could strike a black flash at any given moment. The Crimson Lotus demon god roared with a dual-layered, reverberating voice, "Satoru Gojo. At this moment, I can finally shout these words with my chest-high, modern strongest, I have come to kill you." What utter arrogance, Lord of Cursed Spirits, Gojo Satoru opened his mouth to roar back. Then what are you waiting for? Mahito, bring it on. Wait, did I just stumble over my words? Gojo thought to himself. Unknowingly, the corners of his mouth had curled upward. His heart was racing. His body had been sluggish for far too long, but right here, right now, it had been violently awakened. He could feel the cursed energy from his core being endlessly refined, its circulation churning at terrifying speeds, coating his body with cursed energy reinforcement almost on pure instinct. The immense sense of crisis didn't instill an ounce of fear in Gojo. Quite the opposite, his heart felt like it was soaring, seeking the truest form of battle within the jaws of death. The Crimson Lotus demon god and Satoru Gojo unleashed deafening roars simultaneously, violently crashing into one another. Without a second thought, the Crimson Lotus demon god swung Kirigiri in a devastating arc. As the blade sliced through the air, it briefly flashed a brilliant crimson gold. Mirakuji Kirigiri's cursed energy and the demon god's cursed energy naturally leaned into one another, fusing so perfectly that Mahito could harmonize with the blade's will without even needing tool manipulation. He felt it viscerally. Mirakuji Kirigiri was burning in sync with him. She, too, was deeply moved by this clash against the world's strongest, her bloodlust blazing. In this exact moment, wielder and weapon were perfectly linked, sharing a single heart. Without a single application of tool manipulation, the Crimson Lotus demon god instantly understood Kirigiri's intent, and Kirigiri mirrored his soul. He wasn't using the technique, yet it felt as if the ultimate mastery of tool manipulation had descended upon him. Gojo only saw a golden red sun descending upon him. The massive, scorching sphere seemed to fall slowly, but before it even descended, its blinding light washed over his entire body. That light was the lethal gleam of Kirigiri's edge. Boom! Massive explosions of fire mirrored each other. The Crimson Lotus demon god stalled for a fraction of a second, because Kirigiri had been intercepted. Gojo Satoru's clenched fist viciously smashed into the flat of Kirigiri's blade, violently deflecting its trajectory. Driven into a dead angle, the warp trajectory of the slash slammed into the mountain wall behind Gojo, triggering a deafening explosion. Amidst the waves of fire, Gojo grinned wickedly. "I see it! Yutsuku Magami, you can only cut through all creation with your *edge*, right?" This was the exact method Ogi Zenin and Naobito Zenin had used to counter Kirigiri. But there was a massive difference. Ogi Zenin had sacrificed the lives of others to discern the sword's flaw, and Naobito had gambled his own life to knock it away. Satoru Gojo only needed to see it once to completely see through Kirigiri's weakness. The Crimson Lotus Demon God couldn't help but laugh. Mirakuji Kirigiri is the strongest blade under the heavens. She severs all matter, cutting down gods and Buddhas alike. Gojo, do you dare face her edge head-on? Gojo didn't show a hint of embarrassment, laughing candidly. Hell no. They were locked in a desperate struggle for survival, yet they were bantering and laughing mid-combat. Never before had their mindsets felt so synchronized. Amidst the violent clashes of cursed energy, they greeted each other with boiling killing intent. In the next millisecond, a denser, more ferocious storm arrived, a torrential downpour composed entirely of sword strikes. Streams of fire flowed across Kirigiri's blade as Gojo's palms repeatedly clashed against it, each strike landing flawlessly on the flat of the steel. The Crimson Lotus Demon God mercilessly compressed Gojo's space to dodge, but in the next blink, Gojo vanished from his line of sight, reappearing directly behind him with a fist raised to deliver a crushing blow. But before the fist could fall, the Crimson Lotus Demon God had already spun around. Simultaneous with his pivot, the blade reached Gojo's fingertips first. Under the crimson gold flash, a faint mark kissed Gojo's wrist. In an instant, the blade sheared cleanly through the limitless. Gojo spun in the direction of the blade's cut, matching its momentum. His speed was utterly terrifying. Even the Crimson Lotus Demon God's swinging speed couldn't keep up. Naobito Zenin once claimed to be the second fastest man in the world, solely because Satoru Gojo stood above him. Right now, the Crimson Lotus Demon God understood exactly why that was an undeniable fact. Naobito had to continuously stack projection sorcery to achieve logic-defying speeds. Gojo didn't even need that. With a mere tap of his foot, his limitless allowed him to freely warp to any location. It was an absolute agility that no speed-based cursed technique could ever hope to rival. Within a scant few seconds, Gojo's afterimages blanketed the entirety of Coffin of the Iron Mountain. The Crimson Lotus Demon God chased him like a rabid dragon, swinging Kirigiri with feral ferocity. Every swing left behind a colossal explosion of fire, setting the very air ablaze. The temperature spiked once again. The extreme heat had completely distorted the atmosphere. During an exchange of blows, Gojo glanced at the hem of his jacket. Even with his cursed energy reinforcement acting as a shield, his clothes were beginning to spontaneously combust. Just how hot is it inside this barrier now? 3,000 degrees Celsius? 5,000 degrees C, At 600 degrees Celsius, steel melts. At 1,000 degrees Celsius, it flows like water. At 3,000 degrees Celsius, steel vaporizes. There was no material on Earth capable of withstanding the outer corona of the sun, which burned at a staggering 6,000 degrees Celsius. The temperature within the barrier was rapidly approaching that apocalyptic threshold. As time ticked on, the temperature would only climb higher and higher. This was originally a phenomenon triggered by cursed energy, but the heat had reached such an extreme degree that even if the cursed energy were deactivated, the physical reality of the thermal radiation wouldn't just vanish. What would happen if it kept rising? There was an absolute pinnacle of natural combustion in this universe, found outside the atmosphere, at the dead center of stars. The deepest core of the star known as the Sun burned perpetually at over 150 million degrees. Without even needing to think deeply about it, Gojo deduced it immediately, the phenomenon at the Sun's core, a nuclear fusion star. Under normal circumstances, Gojo was confident he could go for a swim in the center of the Sun without an oxygen tank. because he could continuously deploy the limitless while simultaneously running reverse cursed technique. Oxygen wasn't even a prerequisite for his survival. But right now, they were in a domain clash. Both techniques were guaranteed to hit, and he was unilaterally subjected to a relentless barrage of fire techniques while simultaneously dodging Kirigiri's edge, forced to constantly deflect the blade by punching its flat side. Just one tiny slip-up, and the heat of nuclear fusion would instantly vaporize him, erasing his body entirely. That was the absolute limit of raw stats. Asterisk if this drags on, I'll die. Asterisk Gojo processed this terrifying reality. He threw his head back and laughed out loud. Is that so? You even factored in a war of attrition. Amazing, you've genuinely backed me into a corner. Mahito, you never cease to surprise me. Facing you, Gojo, I don't dare hold a single thing back. The Crimson Lotus Demon God surged forward, blade raised. Since when did you stop calling me Gojo-san? Gojo precisely knocked Kirigiri's flat edge aside with a pinpoint strike. Because I don't need to anymore. Mahito laughed uproariously. Asterisk that's right, because he doesn't need to anymore. Asterisk Gojo found himself miraculously accepting this rationale. Through the violent clash of their cursed energy, he could strongly perceive the King of Cursed Spirits' true heart. He now fully understood why Kinji Hikari and Yuki Tsukumo had instantly changed their tune about Mahito after crossing blows with him just once, despite firmly opposing him before. Gojo felt it intimately. Mahito's heart was pure and untainted, a state of ultimate benevolence that wholly transcended the base instincts of a curse. Asterisk I see. Asterisk in a single instant, Gojo understood, asterisk this is a noble soul. Asterisk. Listen well. Master Tengen is me, and I am Master Tengen. Riko Amanai's words from years ago echoed in Gojo's mind. When he first met her, her soul was just as exceptionally pure, her emotions burned fiercely, yet lacked even a sliver of hesitation. Her eyes held nothing but absolute resolve. Exactly like the Crimson Lotus Demon God before him. Gojo took a deep breath and mid-dodge, began an incantation, 9 ropes. The Crimson Lotus Demon God's pupil contracted, instantly recognizing what Gojo was attempting. The absolute pinnacle of Jujutsu is the mastery of subtraction, omitting incantations, hand signs, mental preparations, environmental factors, and so on. The ability to skip these numerous steps to instantly manifest a technique dictates a sorcerer's true skill. But Satoru Gojo, right now, was chanting an incantation without skipping a single step, all while continuing his high-speed melee against the demon god. A ring of simple domain silently expanded, centering on the Crimson Lotus Demon God. Polarized light. Gojo remained unfazed. The Crimson Lotus Demon God suddenly leapt backward. He leveled Kirigiri before his eyes, his hand gently sweeping across the blade. A crimson scabbard slowly materialized over the steel, adorned with intricate, lifelike flame patterns. Crow and declaration. Gojo immediately perceived Mahito's intent. His smile widened into that of a bloodthirsty demon. Masking his intentions no longer, his hands formed a sign. Despite the demonic grin plastered across his face, his posture was as solemn and dignified as a Buddha. The Crimson Lotus Demon God lowered the sheathed Kirigiri to his hip, sinking low into his stance. He stared down at the hilt. The simple domain suddenly surged outward, completely overriding the domain expansion. Gojo could distinctly feel the bone-chilling hostility radiating from the simple domain. Between front and back. Gojo shifted his hand signs, bringing his hand before his face in the Buddha's flower-holding mudra. Suddenly, the light in the Crimson Lotus Demon God's eyes extinguished. He froze perfectly still. A tiny sphere of absolute void materialized before Gojo's mudra. Hollow technique. With the detached serenity of a meditating Buddha, he softly spoke, purple. In that exact same microsecond, the Crimson Lotus Demon God drew his blade. This was new shadow style, Shinmyokan, Mukuku Shiki. Satoru Gojo and the Crimson Lotus Demon God had simultaneously chosen to unleash every last drop of cursed energy in their bodies. A lunar arc of blinding light drew from the Crimson Lotus demon god's waist. As he swung, Mahito's consciousness was as still as a mirrored lake. The strike of absolute nothingness transcended time itself, delicately kissing Gojo's waist, the exact location of his cursed energy core. When both fighters exhausted all their energy in a single breath, destroying the core was far more lethal than destroying the brain where the innate technique resided. Even for Satoru Gojo, if his internal reserves were thoroughly depleted, reverse cursed technique wouldn't activate. Purple had not yet fired. Kirigiri's tip had already passed entirely through Gojo's abdomen. Naturally, the Limitless had failed to block it. Because the blade was incomprehensibly sharp, passing right through Gojo's flesh didn't even register a physical phenomenon in the first millisecond. Infinite void silently and naturally dispersed. Coffin of the Iron Mountain reclaimed the world. Gojo shifted his 6 eyes downward, looking at his own bisected waist in genuine awe. Ah, to think you had a move like that hidden away. No wonder you didn't try to interrupt my chance, choosing instead to clash head-on with an Jutsu. Just like when you questioned why I didn't use a domain after you transformed, you deliberately baited me into firing a full-power hollow technique, didn't you? The Crimson Lotus demon god elegantly flicked Kirigiri as he exhaled. It was the ceremonial *Chiburi*, a blade-shaking motion performed only when a swordsman is absolutely certain their opponent is dead. My Shinmyokan can reach the gods, the Crimson Lotus demon god said evenly. New shadow styles is Shinmyokan, huh? I always thought it was more esoteric mumbo-jumbo than actual jujutsu, an impractical fantasy. I never imagined someone could actually pull it off. Gojo stared at him intently, a smirk lifting his lips. Well done. That was a truly enjoyable. As if. Gojo stuck his tongue out. In the next instant, the void sphere before his mudra violently expanded. Impossible, the Crimson Lotus demon god roared. The bloodline finally manifested. Using his waist as the dividing line, Gojo's upper and lower body were cleanly severed. It was an undeniable bisection, with zero room for debate. Even during the final battle in Shinjuku, Gojo had died to a bisection. Reverse cursed technique wasn't supposed to be able to heal a severed waist. Not to mention, he had clearly just exhausted his cursed energy reserves. He shouldn't have possessed the required energy to run RCT. Yuki Tsukumo had died when her cursed energy core was severed. Common sense dictated that Gojo should be closing his eyes and awaiting death exactly like she did. Even the infinite void barrier had shattered. Gojo had objectively sustained critical damage severe enough to collapse a domain. If the pinnacle of Jujutsu is the mastery of subtraction, where the most skilled sorcerers simplify their techniques, then conversely, what happens when a sorcerer who has already reached the pinnacle reverts to the basics, perfectly executing the most primitive, unaltered form of their technique? The hollow technique Gojo executed just now lacked absolutely nothing: incantations, hand signs, a calm mind, absolute focus. This hollow technique was operating at 150% output. The purple was finally unleashed. Though shocked, the Crimson Lotus demon god had maintained his *Zanshin*, state of lingering awareness. His body reacted faster than his thoughts, diving to the side as a colossal silhouette of annihilation swept past him. Hollow technique, purple. A hyper-precision technique unique to Satoru Gojo. He was the only one in existence capable of simultaneously blending cursed technique lapse and cursed technique reversal. The result was an imaginary mass where spatial convergence and spatial divergence existed simultaneously. Acting as both a black hole and a white hole, it violently crushed everything in its path to dust. Just as it did now. Bolstered by its complete incantation, the roaring purple slammed into the mountain walls of Jogo's coffin of the Iron Mountain. Without a microsecond of resistance, the entire mountain wall was annihilated. Mahito could distinctly feel Jogo's soul violently shudder from the feedback. But it didn't stop there. After shattering the domain, the purple's residual momentum didn't falter in the slightest. It continued hurtling toward the horizon, a horizontal tornado swallowing absolutely everything in its path. The Crimson Lotus demon god looked back. Escaping the shattered domain, the purple had erased half of the flower field outside. Only half, because the attack had originated from the center. Had it been fired from the edge, the entire field would have become history. Relentless, it then slammed into the rock walls of the valley surrounding the field, grinding them to powder. It reminded Mahito of the legendary sandworms, whose jaws acted like rotary drills capable of chewing up and swallowing any substance. But unlike a sandworm, purple didn't eat, it eroded. Gojo's spatial manipulation was precise down to the atomic level, grinding all matter it touched into subatomic fragments. Its penetrating power was unparalleled in the entire world. The flames adorning the Crimson Lotus demon god slowly flickered out. Mahito had entered cursed technique burnout. He turned his head back, locking eyes with Satoru Gojo once more. Honestly, I genuinely wanted to test your eye jutsu against my hollow technique. Just thinking about the sparks that clash would make got me so hyped. But I didn't expect your draw to be asterisk that asterisk fast. I got hit before purple even fired. That was way too close. Gojo cheered, his spirits entirely undamped. Gojo had already reattached his upper and lower halves. His reverse cursed technique had flawlessly healed the bisection. He casually tossed aside his ruined black jacket, revealing his black-fitted shirt underneath. The shirt bore a clear, horizontal slice, proof of his bisection. A short-sleeved black shirt, dark pants, and dress shoes. His current appearance perfectly mirrored his aesthetic from the final Shinjuku showdown. Even that cocky, unhinged smile was identical. Just looking at him, one could tell he was firmly in the zone. He was like a basketball player shooting threes, taking 10 shots and sinking all 10. The Crimson Lotus demon god couldn't help but interject. Reverse cursed technique shouldn't be able to heal a bisection. That surpasses the absolute upper limits of RCT. Furthermore, you had exhausted your cursed energy. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. Even if you could use RCT, you shouldn't have had the fuel to cast it. I cut you in half, why are you alive? Ah, what are you talking about? The upper limits of RCT? Exhausted cursed energy? Didn't you see clearly? My hollow technique hadn't fired yet. Siphoning off a tiny fraction right before getting cut in half is child's play for me. As for the limits of RCT. Gojo smiled softly. Don't say such depressing things, I am Satoru Gojo. The Crimson Lotus demon god froze, suddenly recalling a specific author's note Gij made after the manga ended. If Satoru Gojo had maintained a state of vigilance, Sukuna's final spatial slash could never have worked on him. During his fight with Ryam and Sukuna, Gojo had definitively lowered his guard after killing Mahoraga. He had mistakenly believed that once he destroyed the only entity capable of adapting to his limitless, Sukuna had no other lethal cards left to play. So, facing the Crimson Lotus demon god, would Gojo drop his guard? Gojo had let his guard down against Sukuna because Mahoraga was dead. But right now, the Crimson Lotus demon god was still gripping Mirakuji Kirigiri tightly in his hands. Intercepting and siphoning cursed energy from an attack that was basically already fired was impossible in the eyes of normal sorcerers. But for the 6 eyes of Satoru Gojo, who possessed the ultimate mastery over cursed energy manipulation, it was elementary. And as long as he siphoned even a single drop, for the 6 eyes, which could perform the equivalent of 10,000 units of CE output using only 1 unit, that single drop was more than enough to heal a bisection. Let alone Gojo himself, didn't Utarokotsu, using Kenjaku's brain-swapping technique to hijack Gojo's body, immediately use RCT to heal the stitched-up bisection wound? The Crimson Lotus demon god glanced at the Kirigiri in his hand, chuckling wryly. I see. I fell victim to empirical bias. You had already prepared yourself for the possibility of me destroying your cursed energy core. No, it goes further than that. You even prepared for me destroying your innate technique in your brain. Gojo tapped his forehead, the seat of his innate technique. He laughed out loud. Excellent, Mahito. I'm starting to feel more and more like we're kindred spirits. Spot on. Whether your Jutsu severed my cursed energy core, my innate technique, or even both simultaneously, I was fully prepared to resurrect myself. Mahito recalled a specific scene from the original manga. When Gojo was a high schooler, before he had even learned RCT, Toji Fushiguro had ambushed him, utterly destroying his throat, chest, and leg. His innate technique and cursed energy core had been completely ravaged. Toji Fushiguro assumed Gojo was a corpse. But he wasn't. Gojo grasped the core of cursed energy right there on the verge of death. He had unconsciously set up an RCT healing loop. Even with a ruined brain and core, he continuously healed himself after Toji left, eventually achieving a perfect resurrection. Why? The teenage Gojo had smiled and answered, "You lost because you didn't sever my head. And you didn't use that cursed tool when you stabbed me." Conversely, unless his head was completely severed, or his innate technique was stabbed directly by a cursed tool with a technique extinguishing effect, even the teenage Gojo couldn't be killed. A simple bisection absolutely could not kill this man. Let alone a bisection, he could resurrect from simultaneous brain and abdominal destruction back in high school. By the end of the series, Gojo was using RCT while under technique burnout, forcibly healing his burnt-out technique. The spectator sorcerers called it impossible, because RCT inherently relied on the innate technique to function. Theoretically, using RCT during burnout was a paradox. And that logic was true. During the bloodbath between Choso and Kenjaku, Kenjaku crushed Choso's neck to prevent him from using RCT, stopping the healing energy from flowing downward. Kenjaku directly stated, "Now you can't use RCT to heal your body." RCT had to circulate through the innate technique. That was the established common sense of the Jujutsu world. But Satoru Gojo was a man who transcended all common sense. This was exactly why readers had such a massive backlash when Gojo was bisected by a spatial slash and died in the manga, calling him a clown. Because logically, if his teenage self could heal a shattered abdomen, his adult self should be vastly superior. How could he regress? So why did he die to a bisection in the original work? After surviving this exact scenario, Mahito had the definitive answer, he wasn't prepared, This was a crucial distinction. A prepared sorcerer and an unprepared sorcerer were two completely different species. Just like in high school, when prepared, he could survive his brain and core being destroyed simultaneously. But when caught off guard by a sudden spatial bisection, he could only die helplessly. At that moment in Shinjuku, Gojo must have expended every last ounce of his cursed energy just like he did now. Before his core could refine new energy, Sukuna's spatial slash severed it. The difference was, right now, he was fully prepared. Back then, in the blank fraction of a second after killing Mahoraga, he was completely unprepared. No wonder Gojo said in the Afterlife airport that he felt bad for not letting Sukuna give it his all, a line that ruined his character for many. He said it because he genuinely believed his death was his own fault. He was apologizing to Sukuna because his failure to detect the spatial slash felt like a disservice to such a magnificent technique. In other words, that apology was actually born from supreme arrogance. The arrogance to believe that he could have dodged or healed, but lost the opportunity purely due to his own carelessness. Gojo was so arrogant that he believed he should have effortlessly dodged Sukuna's painstakingly prepared ambush. By failing to dodge, he felt he had slighted an opponent who was giving it their all. Mahito suspected this had nothing to do with Sukuna at all. If anyone managed to kill Gojo with a sneak attack, Gojo would likely lament in the afterlife that he hadn't let them have enough fun. In Gojo's mind, dying to a sneak attack instead of a frontal assault was an embarrassing failure on his part, and a discourtesy to his killer. If I die because I failed to see through your ambush, then I'm sorry for ruining the fight, what unfathomable arrogance. Yet, this man, who was arrogant enough to look down on even Ryomen Sukuna's ultimate ambush, was currently facing Mahito with an absolutely perfect, flawless mindset. Mahito realized it. The Satoru Gojo standing before him right now was a more terrifying entity than the Gojo from the end of the manga. because Gojo hadn't dropped his guard against Mahito for a single second. He was meeting every one of Mahito's assaults in peak condition, dismantling them one by one. Mahito finally understood the true weight of the title's world's strongest. The Crimson Lotus Demon God gripped his blade anew. He leveled Kirigiri to his shoulder line, the tip pointed directly at his opponent. It was the standard Seigen no Kami*, the absolute most powerful stance for executing a forward thrust. Gojo casually did a few torso twists right in front of Mahito. His movements were fluid, devoid of any stiffness. Mahito could clearly see the cursed energy flowing around Gojo. It was smooth, beautiful, flowing like a natural cycle. The man had just been cut in half, yet within a few breaths, he had completely returned to his peak state. It's truly incredible. We just met, we've been fighting for less than 15 minutes, yet I can vividly feel your heart, and you can instantly read my thoughts. Mahito spoke softly, perhaps. This is what it means to be fated rivals. Heh. Fated rivals, huh? I love it. Gojo's face erupted into a grin, radiating an overwhelming, palpable bloodlust as he issued his challenge. Then let's see if you're actually worthy of the title. Here I come, Satoru, the Crimson Lotus Demon God roared. Reverse Cursed Technique, Soul Creation, Yuki Tsukumo. Technique Release, Star. Rage. Gojo's 6 eyes widened as they perceived the sudden, astronomical addition of imaginary mass. For the first time, his pupils violently trembled in pure shock. Shattering his arrogant facade, he yelled out, "Impossible! You're in technique burnout!" In the next instant, the *Gototsu* thrust was unleashed. Chapter 70, 32. Stepping into the unknown, giving it everything. 4064 words. Cursed technique burnout is an absolute. Every sorcerer who has ever deployed a domain expansion will inevitably experience it, because at its core, it is a biological protection mechanism. Anyone utilizing domain expansion pushes their innate technique beyond its absolute limit. Since the physiological center of an innate technique is located in the brain, overusing it is exactly like an overheated engine requiring time to cool down. In Gojo Satoru's mind, absolutely no one could ignore cursed technique burnout. Not himself, not anyone he had ever met, and certainly not any cursed spirit capable of domain expansion. There were 0 exceptions. And yet, right now, a true exception stood before him. Why? Because Mahito was the singular entity in this entire world capable of bypassing cursed technique burnout. Of course, this wasn't a true bypass. The efficiency of idle transfiguration had indeed plummeted. It was just like in the original timeline when Mahito used his domain for the first time. He had specifically conserved some energy, but all he could manage was using idle transfiguration to engorge his own body and violently explode to escape. He couldn't use the technique to its maximum limit immediately afterward either. Later on, during his fight with Kokichi Muta, Mahito had deployed his domain and immediately followed it up by using idle transfiguration to morph into a grotesque, slug-like lower body with a humanoid torso to deal the killing blow. But the moment the original Mahito truly ignored cursed technique burnout was during his final showdown with Yuji Itadori. He unleashed a 0.2-second domain expansion, instantly nailed Aoi Todo with a black flash, an * then * instantly recovered from his burnout. How the hell did he do it? Because idle transfiguration's capacity for physical restoration vastly outclassed reverse cursed technique. If the original, misguided Mahito could pull it off, the current Mahito was on a completely different level. The underlying principle behind his lack of burnout was brutally simple. Just moments ago, he had used idle transfiguration to lock the shape of his brain soul in place, and then * physically crushed his own brain from the inside star. It only took a few seconds, the exact window of time he spent talking to Gojo, to completely recover from cursed technique burnout. This was the exact method Gojo Satoru used during his decisive battle with Ryuman Sukuna. But where Gojo had to carefully heal himself to prevent permanent brain damage, Mahito could just use idle transfiguration to map his own soul and achieve a 100% perfect restoration. For the current Mojito, cursed technique burnout simply did not exist. Gojo hadn't even considered this possibility. After all, this was something even he couldn't do. He assumed they were entering a phase where both sides lacked their cursed techniques, reducing the fight to a pure martial arts brawl augmented by cursed energy reinforcement. He thought he only needed to watch out for the blade of Kirigiri. Who would have guessed he'd be forced to fight the limitless bare-handed? The Gototsu thrust, carrying the overwhelming mass of Star Rage, closed the distance to Gojo Satoru in a fraction of a heartbeat. Gojo could have easily sidestepped with effortless grace and countered the Crimson Lotus demon god with a brutal hook, but his instinct screamed at him to violently hurl himself out of the way instead. A microsecond later, the Gototsu slammed into the empty air where Gojo had just been hovering. A deafening, explosive sonic boom erupted out of nowhere, dragging a localized hurricane behind it. The atmospheric shockwaves, propelled by the sheer virtual mass of Star Rage, blasted outward in an apocalyptic radial burst. The sheer kinetic violence forced Kirigiri's tip, without even touching the ground, to carve a massive, 100-meter-long canyon into the earth below. Yuki Tsukumo's Star Rage had no upper limit. Before her death, the narrator themselves had stated, I am unaffected by the virtual mass added by Star Rage, as long as it remains within a certain degree of density. The virtual mass granted by Star Rage could actually affect her true physical density. It was the exact same principle as Jogo's fire techniques. If the temperature climbed high enough, the physical thermal radiation would persist even if the cursed energy was dispersed. Yuki Tsukumo couldn't push it further because she was fundamentally human. Her body was impeccably trained, but still bound by the laws of biology. Take away her cursed energy reinforcement and reverse cursed technique, and a single bullet could end her life. But Mojito was different. By this point, he had thoroughly and completely dissected the absolute physical pinnacles of this world. Kinji Hikari's infinite cursed energy gave him a body capable of perpetually generating cursed energy, evolving endlessly alongside it. This meant that even if Mojito drained his reserves identically to Gojo, he could extract a bottomless torrent of fresh cursed energy in an instant. The sorcerer killer, Toji Fushiguro, gave him a physical vessel that mocked the very zenith of human performance. Even more terrifying was that Toji had to sacrifice all his cursed energy to the heavens to attain it, but Mojito completely bypassed that toll. Just as Ryuman Sukuna possessed an absurd amount of cursed energy while retaining physical specs that eclipsed heavenly tyrants like Moki Zenin, the current Mojito was the exact same. It was safe to say that, excluding Sukuna, he had completely deciphered the strongest physical vessels in the world. His body surpassed the absolute limits of this reality. What Yuki Tsukumo couldn't do, he could. The Star Rage in his hands was the true Star Rage. Ever been hit by a planet, Satoru? The Crimson Lotus demon god casually flicked the blade. Boom, a colossal shockwave nearly drowned out the demon god's dual-layered, static-laced voice. The deafening roar was accompanied by a catastrophic fissure tearing through everything the blade's path crossed. Through the billowing dust, Gojo's six eyes tracked the result of that casual swing. A fan-shaped chasm originating from Kirigiri's tip stretched for hundreds of meters before violently colliding with the valley walls. The entire rock face shuddered violently as countless boulders and plumes of debris rained down. Gojo's decision to dodge had been flawlessly correct. In his current burnt-out state, even being grazed by the shockwave, let alone taking a direct hit, would have ground him into red paste, like space debris casually pulverized by a falling comet. Gojo licked his lips. Yuki's Star Rage. Seeing it in your hands finally makes me understand why she named it that. This is just a fucking human comet. Yuki Tsukumo herself never dared to use it like this. If she had, the density would have crushed her first. Just how ridiculously durable was this bastard's body? The Crimson Lotus demon god stepped forward. Gojo braced to evade, but a split second later, his expression drastically warped. His sixth eye saw it, while maintaining the output for Star Rage, an immense concentration of cursed energy gathered in the demon god's eyes. A second technique was activating. Reverse Cursed Technique, Soul Creation, Ronta Zenin. Technique Release. Divine Authority. Right now, Mahito was piloting a perfect vessel of his own design. Previously, using soul creation required him to swap between them one at a time. But ever since crafting this body, he possessed the capacity to run them simultaneously, he just hadn't found the right opening. Yuki Tsukumo never gave him the chance. The second she realized he had the limitless, she dragged him straight into a domain expansion. Inside the domain, he was locked out of limitless and forced to burn output on a simple domain just to survive. But now, the true horror of limitless versatility was bearing its fangs. Clang, Gojo's cursed energy instantly flatlined. Divine Authority, a technique triggered purely by Ronta Zenin's line of sight. Any target locked in its gaze would be completely paralyzed, rendered a sitting duck. The duration depended entirely on the gap in cursed energy and physical specs between the user and the target. Even with a massive gap, it guaranteed at least a fraction of a second of absolute immobility. Which was exactly what happened to Gojo Satoru. The falling blossom emotion that Gojo had been keeping active finally triggered. The moment Divine Authority landed on him, falling blossom emotion violently shattered the technique. Until this exact moment, even Gojo hadn't realized that a mere stare qualified as a cursed energy attack. It was his first time feeling the literal weight of a gaze. Ronta Zenin had never used Divine Authority on him before. If not for falling blossom emotion, Gojo might not have even registered the attack. It was simply too stealthy, too overbearing. Anyone hit by it for the first time would be left completely stunned. Gojo's reaction speed was peerless, but even in that microsecond of delay, the Crimson Lotus demon god had already breached his guard. And swung the blade. Boom 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 boom, asterisk. The demon god only swung Kirigiri once, but the ensuing cacophony was relentless. It sounded like a low-flying bomber opening its payload doors, dropping a continuous barrage of high-explosive ordnance that detonated in a chain reaction of deafening roars. The entire flower field was blasted into the stratosphere. Millions of petals were instantly soiled by churning earth and mud. The sheer kinetic force triggered secondary and tertiary shockwaves that ruptured the valley, mirroring a magnitude 7.0 plus earthquake. A gaping abyss was gouged into the earth, swallowing the massive valley boulders and the remains of the flower field into its lightless depths. The geographical map of Japan was permanently rewritten. At the final possible millisecond, Gojo twisted his body to evade the direct hit. Kirigiri practically shaved off a layer of his skin, but even dodging the blade wasn't enough. The collateral shockwave, packing the yield of a catastrophic earthquake, slammed directly into him. His cursed energy reinforcement vibrated violently, and the six eyes pushed his atomic-level cursed energy manipulation to its absolute, redlining maximum. Yet the colossal impact still instantly fractured both his arms. Half his body was practically pulverized by the sheer concussive force. He was tossed around in the dust cloud like a scrap of paper caught in an F5 tornado, surrounded by swirling flower petals that were shredded into atoms a second later. Gojo spat out a mouthful of crushed organ tissue. The concussive wave had practically pured his insides. Until today, he had no idea Yuki's star rage could reach this level of absolute absurdity. Just a week ago, he had fought Yuki and basically kicked her around like a soccer ball. Yuki had stated it clearly, she had lost to the Lord of Cursed Spirits, yes. But even if she lost her memories of the fight, her instincts told her the Lord of Cursed Spirits had hit his absolute limit too. He only won by surpassing his own limits for a single, final strike. If he hadn't, Yuki Tsukumo would have won. Listen to that! She made it sound like a dead-even fight where the curse just got lucky. Right now, Gojo desperately wanted to scream at Yuki, are you completely blind? A massive, theatrical curtain suddenly manifested right in front of Gojo. The curtain was violently ripped aside, revealing the Crimson Lotus demon god, who casually tossed the fabric away. Reverse Cursed Technique, Soul Creation, UI. Technique Release. Teleportation. Fuck. Gojo finally snapped, cursing out loud. He was suspended in mid-air, launched skyward by the shockwaves. He had 0 footholds. Stuck in Cursed Technique burnout, he couldn't use the Limitless to teleport away. Meanwhile, the demon god didn't even need to aim Kirigiri accurately, just swinging in his general direction would generate a kinetic storm massive enough to kill him. Yet Gojo Satoru refused to yield. He focused every drop of his cursed energy, enforcing a binding vow to sacrifice a portion of his physical body to face tank the damage. As long as Kirigiri didn't directly cleave him in two, he would endure the comet-level atmospheric crush. Gojo locked in his resolve. But suspended in the air, the demon god did the unthinkable. He didn't swing forward. Instead, he contorted his body and swung * backward star. Gojo's mind raced, instantly deducing the reason. His face drained of color. Reverse Cursed Technique, Soul Creation, Aoi Todo. Technique Release. Boogie. Woogie. Here it comes, Satoru. The Crimson Lotus demon god roared. Before your burnout recovers, you will die on the edge of my Kirigiri. Clap. A bizarre, sharp sound echoed. But the demon god hadn't clapped his hands. The truth was, Boogie Woogie never strictly required hands. After Todo lost his hand, he substituted it with a Vibroslap, an instrument capable of striking 50 times a second, allowing him to trigger 50 spatial swaps per second. Mahito's flesh manipulation far exceeded Todo's. He had transfigured a localized piece of his own flesh into a percussive auditory organ. The moment he molded Todo's pseudosoul, the organ activated, vibrating precisely to Mahito's will. Just like right now. In a flash, the Crimson Lotus demon god and Gojo Satoru swapped coordinates. Gojo now had his back turned to Mahito, and the tip of Kirigiri was millimeters away from making contact. The cleaving line was already projected onto Gojo's flesh. This wasn't a normal slash. A blade carrying the mass of a literal comet generated atmospheric cyclones just by moving. A grazing blow would trigger a seismic event. If it hit the ground, it would wipe a section off the map. And now, that blade was kissing Gojo's skin. Missed! Suspended in zero gravity with nothing to kick off, Gojo jumped. A burst of cursed energy erupted beneath the soles of his feet. The demon god's pupils contracted violently. This was the exact signature move Ryaman Sukuna had pulled off during the final battle of the original timeline. Mid-air double jump. When the spectating sorcerers saw that move, they flat out admitted they had no idea how Sukuna did it. While double jumping was standard in video games, in the world of Jujutsu, it was a literal miracle exclusive to the King of Curses. Gojo had never used it before his death. He always relied on the Limitless to hover and maneuver mid-air. He never needed to double jump, meaning he theoretically never bothered to learn the mechanics behind it. A realization flashed through the demon god's mind, Gojo Satoru is evolving right here, right now, under the threat of absolute death. Right before my eyes, rumble, The demon god swung for the third time. The kinetic force of this strike was the sum of the previous two. The wind pressure generated by the absurd mass forcibly expelled everything in front of it. Even though Gojo dodged the direct physical slash, the sheer, crushing mass of the displaced atmosphere slammed into him, closer and infinitely more lethal than before. By all logic, Gojo's legs should have been instantly pulverized by proximity alone. His torso should have snapped under the sheer pressure, and without leverage in the air, he should have been sucked into the vortex. But none of that happened. Gojo twisted, stabilizing himself within the roaring hurricane. Reverse Cursed Technique blazed through his veins like wildfire. The colossal virtual mass couldn't shatter his posture, but the demon god immediately noticed the grim toll Gojo paid to achieve this. His left hand was entirely obliterated. He had enacted a binding vow, sacrificing his arm to force physical stabilization and mitigate lethal damage. Mahito was instantly reminded of Kinji Hikari. In the manga, Hikari survived an explosion meant to vaporize him by sacrificing an arm via a split-second vow to forcefully extend his life. The Crimson Lotus demon god didn't feel disappointed. On the contrary, pure euphoria flooded his veins. Sacrificing body parts through binding vows just to survive? What did that mean? It meant Gojo Satoru was genuinely, truly backed into a corner. Even the strongest had hit his absolute limit. He was completely out of cards to play. Victory was millimeters away. The intoxicating surge of triumph lubricated his cursed energy flow. That familiar, electrifying spark returned, the sensation that a black flash could trigger at any microsecond. He swung the blade again in mid-air. The immense mass dragged a vortex of wind into its arc. Gojo's eyes widened, locked onto the descending steel. Missing his left hand, Gojo clenched his right fist, pulling it back to his waist mid-air, falling into the stance of a traditional long punch. The next instant, both moved simultaneously. Clap. A crisp snap. Boogie woogie. They swapped coordinates again. The demon god repeated his trick, seamlessly transitioning his forward slash into a backward cleave. The tip of Kirigiri bore down on Gojo once more, but this time, Gojo was ready. Without a millisecond of hesitation, he spun around, his right fist lunging out to smash directly into the flat of Kirigiri's blade. But right before impact. Clap. The sound echoed again. Boogie woogie. Continuous spatial swaps. Satoru, can your brain even process this? Mahito roared in his mind. Of course I fucking can. Gojo mentally roared back, as if their souls were directly linked. Gojo felt his 6 eyes burning with agonizing heat. His focus reached an absolute zenith. In his cursed energy perception, he locked onto the Crimson Lotus demon god. The roaring gales and blinding dust of the world faded into a pitch-black backdrop. Only the demon god remained terrifyingly clear, as if every spotlight in the universe was focused solely on him. Bring it on. How many times are you gonna swap spaces? I'll match you to the bitter end, The demon god swung wildly. Every time the resulting kinetic storm crashed into the valley, apocalyptic tremors shook the earth. Dust blotted out the sun. The sonic booms layered endlessly. Despite wearing traditional armor with zero aerial capabilities, the Crimson Lotus demon god dominated the sky, chaining techniques together for a relentless, floating assault. Gojo defended flawlessly, but every successful block cost him flesh. First his left hand, then his left forearm. Then he sacrificed his foot, then his calf. Yet there wasn't a shred of fear in his eyes. Instead, he felt his blood boiling hotter than ever before. Trapped in a massive disadvantage, dancing on the razor's edge of death, his body felt impossibly alive. He felt absolute, transcendental bliss. Pushing Mahito to this extreme, fighting as if heaven and earth were their personal sandbox, bringing natural disasters with every passing second. Destroying the world wasn't hyperbole right now, it was literally in the palms of their hands. They didn't even need to try. If they just expanded their battlefield, the entire globe would undoubtedly be annihilated. No survivors. But they wouldn't do that. Not because they pitied humanity, but because they were completely, utterly high on the violence. Retreat? Expand their maneuverable airspace? Probe each other and reset the neutral game? Fuck all that. Right here, right now, we use every single drop of our strength to murder each other. Like 2 rabid beasts, they violently crashed into one another. By this point, Gojo had lost his entire left arm and right leg. The sheer destructive output of Star Rage was so offensive that even with Gojo optimizing his binding vows to the absolute limit, he had been stripped of 2 limbs in under 30 seconds. And yet, he was smiling. A deranged, unhinged grin. Suddenly, his remaining right hand formed a delicate mudra, pointing directly at the Crimson Lotus demon god. His technique burnout healed. In the middle of a deathmatch this intense, in less than half a minute. The thought flashed through Mahito's brain. Right, he pulled this off during the final battle in Shinjuku. He can use RCT to reset a burnt-out technique, but this was different. He and Suguna hadn't been fighting like rabid dogs, their final clash was steeped in calculation and strategy. This fight between Mahito and Gojo was pure, primal butchery. Without a doubt, within this half-minute window, Gojo Satoru had evolved twice. First, the mid-air double jump. Second, healing technique burnout via RCT while completely consumed by the feral instincts of a cornered beast. Do I dodge with boogie woogie or teleportation? Another thought crossed Mahito's mind. Then, he raised Kirigiri high above his head, settling into the karate stance. Dodge my ass. I'll cleave him and his technique right down the fucking middle, Gojo wasn't surprised in the slightest. Their mental states were completely synchronized now. Both had descended into absolute madness. Gojo had indeed recovered from burnout, just as Mahito suspected. The most logical move right now would be to use Limitless to teleport away and heal. But that thought never even crossed his mind. Retreat my ass. Right here, right now, I'm blowing Mahito to pieces, Gojo funneled a tidal wave of positive energy directly into his innate technique. The infinite convergence of the Limitless violently reversed its properties. Cursed technique reversal. Gojo roared. Red. Not hollow purple, Mahito had no time to process it. The karate strike descended. Star. Rage. The mass of a celestial comet flooded his body. The Crimson Lotus demon god had mutated into a humanoid meteor. Halley's comet has a mass of 300 billion tons. At that density, even grazing Earth's atmosphere would permanently shatter the global climate. People used to panic, believing a mere flyby would trigger the apocalypse. No one wanted to imagine what would happen if a 300 billion-ton comet actually slammed into the planet. But today, Gojo Satoru was about to experience that exact brand of existential despair firsthand. This was the true star rage. Gojo and Mahito bellowed in unison. Their roars, amplified by cursed energy, physically tore the clouds apart. A blinding crimson pillar of light erupted violently from Gojo's fingertips at the exact millisecond Mahito brought down Star Rage. Kirigiri's passive ability triggered. Cleaving Line. Star Rage combined with the cleaving line was absolute invincibility. The crimson light wasn't a purely physical phenomenon, but Kirigiri's cleaving line seamlessly projected onto it anyway. Infused with Star Rage, the blade violently carved downward. A sound like the sky itself tearing open echoed from the collision point between Kirigiri and the crimson pillar. Unflinching, the demon god pushed the blade deeper. The crimson light predictably split down the middle, parting to reveal Gojo Satoru, who was smiling radiantly. Boom, The crimson pillar of light violently detonated. Gojo's cursed technique reversal, red, was the conceptual opposite of limitless spatial compression, it was spatial expansion. The physical manifestation of this was a repulsive force that expanded infinitely. His laps, blue and hollow, purple, were incredibly stable constructs, allowing Gojo to precisely control their yield and trajectory. But reversal, red, was completely different. It was inherently unstable. When reversal, red, was completely unleashed, it manifested as a supernova. A supernova isn't a stable technique, it is the catastrophic death throes of a dying star. In that final fraction of a second, all the matter and energy composing the star breaks free from its gravitational tethers, violently expanding everything outward into the void. The explosive death of a star in the cosmos. That is a supernova. By injecting the innate technique with an infinitely positive output of reverse cursed technique, the resulting red recreated the absolute climax of a dying star. The true, unabridged name of this move should have been Asterisk cursed technique reversal, red, supernova, asterisk. This was exactly why he chose not to use hollow purple. He had read Mojito one move deeper. Kirigiri's cleaving line could perfectly bisect the stable structures of blue or purple, but trying to slice through reversal, red guaranteed an explosive chain reaction. This wasn't a chemical explosion, it was an infinite repelling force violently displacing all matter, creating an absolute vacuum. Even if Kirigiri could theoretically cut through the concept of nothingness, the resulting concussive force would completely shatter the blade's wielder. This was Gojo's answer to Kirigiri. Asterisk if I can't counter the blade that severs gods and Buddhas, you think I can't just blow you up instead? Asterisk. The Crimson Brilliant erupted violently. Exactly as Gojo calculated, Kirigiri effortlessly cleaved through the infinitely expanding spatial pressure. But even though the blade cut it, the energy and matter violently ricocheting off the side slammed directly into the Crimson Lotus demon god. The infinite spatial repulsion, mirroring a literal supernova, pulverized the demon god, ensuring absolute death. Or it would have. Reverse cursed technique, soul creation, Gyro Awasaka. Technique release. In verse. Chapter 71, 33. Racing to the edge, black flash bombardment. 2,763 words. Gyro Awasaka himself could never hope to stand against Gojo Satoru. His inverse technique possessed an upper threshold. If an attack exceeded that limit, Gojo would punch right through it, even if Awasaka ran the technique at maximum output. A casual strike from Gojo imbued with the limitless would easily shatter it. But the flaw wasn't in the inverse technique. The flaw was Gyro Awasaka. Right now, the technique was being wielded by Mojito, whose physical specs and absolute mastery over cursed energy obliterated the boundaries of common sense. His threshold for inverse defied all logic, a threshold that even Gojo Satoru couldn't predict. The supernova detonated in the sky, yet the Crimson Lotus demon god at the epicenter emerged entirely unscathed. However, the infinite energy continued to ravage the surrounding environment indiscriminately. If one were to gaze down from orbit, they would see a jarring crimson blister blooming on the Japanese archipelago, a localized area where even the atmosphere was violently purged by sheer repulsive force. What followed was the implosion. Infinite torrents of wind rushed violently back into the vacuum. A celestial-scale waterspout materialized mid-air. This imploding vortex would inevitably detonate and expand again, repeating the cycle multiple times before the pressure finally equalized. At least, that's what physics dictated. A streak of silver light pierced through the crimson core of the supernova. Cleaving line. The Crimson Lotus demon god swung Kirigiri in a massive arc. The blade's aura eclipsed the supernova itself. The conceptual laws of physics dictating the explosion were brutally murdered by Kirigiri's edge, and from the ashes of the crimson blast, two completely uninjured men burst forth. Gojo Satoru, shrouded in the limitless, and Mojito, coated in inverse. The mid-air deathmatch raged on. Mojito threw his head back and laughed from the sky. You almost had me, Satoru. What are you, a cat? Mojito. Gojo barked back with equal manic glee. Cats have 9 lives. It was a Western myth that had spread across the globe, but right now, Gojo genuinely felt like Mojito was a 9-lived feline anomaly. No matter how many times he killed him, the bastard just wouldn't stay dead. He was ridiculously durable. A theatrical curtain rippled into existence. Teleportation. Gojo's severed arm and leg were regenerating at a terrifying speed. In the entire series, he and Sukuna were the absolute only sorcerers capable of maintaining reverse cursed technique while simultaneously fighting at maximum output and deploying other techniques. Compare that to their contemporaries, the sky-manipulating sorcerer couldn't regrow her arm with RCT after Yuta Okotsu cut it off. Yuta himself needed Rika and other techniques just to barely cling to life after being bisected. Yuki Tsukumo couldn't channel RCT while actively using her innate technique and cursed energy reinforcement. Both she and Kenjaku explicitly noted that RCT was impossible to maintain during a relentless offensive. That was the standard. But Gojo Satoru did not operate on the standard. Kinji Hikari could flawlessly regenerate a blown-off arm without even needing to reattach the flesh, so long as his infinite cursed energy was rolling. Gojo's RCT sat even higher on the hierarchy. Just as Gojo claimed, for him, reverse cursed technique had no ceiling. The Crimson Lotus Demon God chain teleportation and boogie woogie for seamless aerial combat. Gojo matched his tempo by compressing the space around him with Limitless. Unlike the burnout phase, Gojo no longer needed to completely evade the shockwaves of Star Rage. His Limitless easily mitigated the collateral damage, allowing him to force ultra-close quarters combat. It was in this exact moment that Gojo finally felt the crushing disparity of fighting unarmed. In terms of pure mobility, he definitively outclassed the Demon God. Teleportation and spatial swapping were excellent for aerial dogfights, but they looked clumsy when compared to the absolute spatial dominance of the Limitless. He should have had the absolute advantage. He should have been punting the Demon God across the endless sky like a toy. But he couldn't. Because the tip of Mirakuji Kirigiri, the blade that severs gods and Buddhas, was perpetually tracking his vitals. The Demon God had absorbed the absolute essence of the new Shadow style. Even suspended in the air, his swordsmanship was a flawless, impenetrable sphere. Even using the 6 eyes to coordinate pinpoint spatial compression, Gojo couldn't find a single microsecond window to slip past Kirigiri's guard. No, even if he did slip in, what then? Gojo had to begrudgingly admit, even his limitless infused fists might not be enough to shatter an absolute defense that literally tanked a point-blank supernova. He needed hollow purple. And not just a quick cast purple, he needed a 150% output hollow purple, perfectly primed with the incantation, hand signs, absolute focus, and 0 shortcuts. But the problem was that deploying hollow purple created an incredibly stable structural mass, making it pathetically easy for Kirigiri to slice through. Furthermore, a fully chanted hollow purple had a massive wind-up. The Crimson Lotus Demon God could comfortably aim down the sights of the blast and casually cleave it in two. If he could just use Limitless to physically snap the sword, that would work too. But the blade wasn't just a cursed tool, it was a Tsukumagami. Faced with an existential threat, the spirit within the blade would reflexively trigger the cleaving line. Gojo was absolutely certain that the moment he tried to snap it, his hand would be cleanly amputated. The entire gap between them boiled down to that singular, wretched weapon. For the first time in his life, Gojo recognized his own absolute arrogance. He used to look down on cursed tools, utterly convinced that his bare hands were enough to remain invincible. He thought weapons had no place on his stage. Now, he finally tasted the consequences of that pride. Normally, this would be the exact scenario to trigger a domain expansion and end it all. As the wielder of the ultimate domain against intelligent life, Gojo theoretically shouldn't fear domain clashes. Until today, the concept of losing a domain battle was completely alien to him. But Mahito's countermeasures were disgustingly perfect. Although Gojo had a rough idea of how Mahito was nullifying Infinite Void, knowing didn't help. It was just too specifically tailored to counter him. He had never considered the possibility of an intelligent entity developing a hard counter to Infinite Void. Even a low-tier cursed spirit with the cognitive function of a newborn puppy would fry inside Infinite Void. But the Jogo armor possessed absolutely zero cognitive processing power. Hitting it with Infinite Void was like trying to mind-break a brick wall. It was entirely immune. He was hard-countered to death. What was the play here? Without hesitation, Gojo locked onto the single, undeniable answer, Black Flash. Only a Black Flash could shatter this deadlock. And it couldn't just be a lucky punch. Because of Kirigiri's nature, Gojo suspected that even a space-distorting Black Flash could be sliced apart by the Tsukumagami. He had to trigger a Black Flash, completely bypass the blade's defensive arc, and land it cleanly on a lethal vital point while the Demon God was actively using teleportation and spatial swapping. What a disgustingly strict set of conditions. Just landing a Black Flash normally required immense luck. Even Gojo Satoru had openly admitted he couldn't pop them off on command. The difficulty didn't just lie within the user, it was heavily dependent on the environment, the opponent, and the user's volatile emotional state. Yet Gojo didn't just need to land one, he needed to execute it flawlessly under every single one of those impossible constraints to secure his victory. Can I do it? Gojo asked himself. And then, a feral, roaring laughter echoed in his mind. Of course I can. I have to. It's going to be fucking easy, Despite neither possessing innate flight, the two warriors violently ricocheted off each other in the stratosphere. Kirigiri's blinding arcs clanged against Gojo's limitless reinforced fists, generating catastrophic shockwaves with every collision. The very weather had been erased by the impacts. The endless chain of sonic booms felt as if they were smothering the entire planet. Their spatial displacement grew faster and faster. Toward the end, the entire sky seemed populated by hundreds of afterimages of the two teleporting monsters. Sometimes they circled each other like hawks, glaring with predatory intent, but mostly they violently intersected like starving beasts crossing paths in the wasteland. Gojo felt his condition peaking. His limitless and cursed energy reinforcement were spinning at an unprecedented, frictionless velocity. He didn't even need the 6 eyes to consciously manage the flow anymore, his body was instinctively optimizing cursed energy to match his soaring adrenaline. He felt the overwhelming, electric premonition. It was coming. Black Flash! But before he could strike, his soaring momentum hitched. Stunned, he reflexively jerked his body backward. His raw speed far surpassed the demon god's, allowing him to disengage at will. This speed gap was exactly why the demon god hadn't attempted a second domain expansion after the opening sneak attack. As long as Gojo willed it, his limitless guaranteed he could easily outpace the expansion radius and escape. The demon god simply lacked the opportunity to trap him in a domain again. Suddenly, the Jogo armor encasing Mahito began to melt off like hot wax. He was voluntarily shedding the armor, cancelling the fusion soul night state. Why? By dropping the fusion, wasn't Mahito terrified that Gojo would instantly trap him in infinite void? Or did he have another trump card hidden to ignore the domain? Actually, the reasoning wasn't complex at all. It was brutally simple, Jogo was holding him back. The execution of a Black Flash requires the absolute synchronization of physical force and cursed energy. But that's just the surface level. If it were truly that mechanical, someone with Gojo's microscopic precision could spam it infinitely. But Black Flash requires the user to brew the right mental state, riding an absolute high against a worthy opponent. It was never purely a technical issue. It required a philosophical convergence of cursed energy, the instantaneous resolve where fear, hesitation, grief, or rage are sublimated directly into raw power. It required the soul to align. The entire reason Mahito managed to pull off the unprecedented fusion Black Flash against Yuki Tsukumo was because his soul and Kirigiri's soul were perfectly synchronized and fused. When two souls resonated as one, the fusion Black Flash triggered naturally. But Jogo's current state was a completely lobotomized meat shield designed specifically to face tank infinite void. An organism utterly devoid of thought, no matter how physically imposing, is just a rock. The Earth's atmosphere circulates infinitely more cursed energy than any sorcerer, yet the planet doesn't shoot black flashes. Why? Because it's an unconscious cycle. It's a giant, unthinking rock. And a giant rock, no matter how much cursed energy it holds, cannot execute a black flash. Jogo was that rock. When Mahito was ruthlessly dominating Gojo earlier, he felt the suffocating instinct that a black flash was imminent. But he always fell just one breath short. Now, locked in a hyperlethal deathmatch, logic dictated he should have hit a black flash before Gojo. But he couldn't. Why? Because a crucial segment of his fused soul was a brain-dead suit of armor. His soul had a fatal impurity. Therefore, Mahito had to strip off the Jogo armor. He had to terminate the fusion soul knight. As for the threat of a domain battle, I'm about to drop a fucking black flash. Who gives a shit about your infinite void? So what if it's a domain clash? Without the Fusion Soul Knight, I'll take you head-on in a domain battle, asterisk. The crimson demonic armor sloughed off Mahito's body, revealing his traditional Haori robes underneath. The molten runoff pooled mid-air, reforming into the figure of Jogo. Right now, Jogo was utterly devoid of consciousness. The single massive eye taking up the top half of his face was wide open, but completely vacant, staring into a lightless void. This was the true aftermath of being struck by infinite void. Not even Mahito realized that the domain's information overload continued frying Jogo's brain long after the soul fusion was severed. Mahito suspected Jogo was already completely brain-dead. The only silver lining was that brain death didn't matter, he could just resurrect Jogo after the fight. Mahito shot a brief glance at Jogo's plummeting body, then immediately snapped 100% of his focus back to Gojo Satoru. He sought tranquility within the madness, lowering Kirigiri to his waist, hovering in the sky, fully prepared to be dragged into Gojo's domain. But nothing happened. Gojo Satoru did not use domain expansion. Of course he wouldn't. Every single time Mahito had done something seemingly illogical in this fight, it was a trap. Unlike Mahito, Gojo's entire arsenal was public knowledge. This completely open hand meant that from the moment they engaged, Mahito had been leading him by the nose. First, Mahito preemptively triggered his own domain and the Fusion Soul Knight, aggressively baiting Gojo into a domain clash, only for Infinite Void to be completely negated, leaving Gojo miserable and constrained. Then, to break out of the coffin of the Iron Mountain, Gojo naturally opted for Hollow Purple to nuke the barrier. Seeing Mahito take an Iaijutsu stance, Gojo assumed it would be a standard beam struggle. He never expected Mahito's IAI slash to be so disgustingly fast that it literally bisected him. If Gojo hadn't proactively rigged his RCT to auto-fire, he would have died right then and there. After finally escaping the domain handicap, Gojo thought he was getting a clean, cursed technique-free martial arts brawl. Instead, the bastard completely ignored the rules of burnout and started clubbing a defenseless Gojo with the mass of a literal star. If he hadn't spontaneously invented the mid-air double jump and slapped together a binding vow to cling to life, he never would have stalled long enough for RCT to heal his burnt-out technique. He would have been butchered. In the span of 30 minutes, Gojo had practically stepped into his own grave twice, surviving entirely on razor-thin margins. And now, Mahito was doing something completely unexpected *again star. Why the hell would Gojo blindly charge into another obvious trap? This wasn't like his domain clashes with Ryam and Sukuna in the manga. While that battle was undeniably lethal, Gojo's sheer intellect and cursed energy manipulation meant there were multiple tactical outs. Sukuna was bound by the same laws of technique burnout, a fact rooted in Gojo's fundamental understanding of reality, allowing him to fight without fear. But Mahito was a completely different breed of bastard. He was explicitly engineering absolute hard counters just to maliciously troll Gojo Satoru. Did Mahito really think Gojo Satoru was physically incapable of fighting without his domain expansion? Was he addicted to getting slapped around? Are you fucking kidding me? Don't look down on me, so what if my domain is sealed? I'll crush you with the limitless and my bare fucking hands, In the blink of an eye, Gojo violently compressed space, instantly appearing point-blank in front of the unarmored Mahito. The six eyes raged like twin infernos, and his cursed energy surged like a tidal wave crashing against the coast. He pulled his right hand back to his waist, settling into a hyper-condensed charging stance. As he hovered face-to-face with Mahito, his fist violently piston-snapped forward. A charged straight punch, an black flash. At this exact millisecond, Gojo Satoru's emotional state achieved absolute critical mass. His glacial, calculating intellect perfectly merged with a roaring, volcanic euphoria. It was a terrifyingly beautiful harmony of ice and fire. He no longer needed the six eyes to consciously direct his flow, his physical vessel instinctively synchronized with his soaring soul, channeling maximum output limitless and raw physical reinforcement into a strike dripping with absolute bloodlust. I'll shatter this deadlock and take the crown with this single strike, I win, Mahito. You were one step too slow, Gojo roared in his soul. But in the next microsecond, his 6 eyes registered the tip of Kirigiri erupting in black flames. The dark sparks instantly synchronized with Mahito's grip on the hilt. In a fraction of a heartbeat, the black fire consumed the entire length of the blade, staining the silver crescent of Kirigiri into an abyssal, light-swallowing black. This was the absolute pinnacle. A double fusion black flash. Shinmyokan, Mukuku Shiki. How could I ever let you leave unsatisfied? Satoru, Mahito chuckled in his mind. The fist of black flash and the blade of the divine sword violently collided. Chapter 72, 34. A microsecond of life and death, the ultimate evolution. 3,288 words. Mahito swung Kirigiri, aiming directly for Gojo Satoru's forehead, the physiological center of his innate technique. He was still maintaining the output of Star Rage, turning every single strike into a comet-level extinction event. Paired with Kirigiri's absolute property to sever gods and Buddhas, the invincible Limitless offered zero resistance. It was cleanly cleaved through, and then, half of Gojo Satoru's head was violently shorn off. Gojo's skull skyrocketed into the air, taking his brain with it. But the flight lasted only a fraction of a millisecond before the catastrophic storm of virtual mass devoured his severed head. Without even a microsecond to struggle, Gojo's 6 eyes were pulverized by the kinetic hurricane. Every organ above his neck was crushed into microscopic dust, not even a trace of blood or gore remained. Yet, the one whose face drastically warped in shock was Mahito. Maintaining Star Rage, Mahito knew exactly how much destructive yield he was outputting. Every swing packed the kinetic force of a literal meteor strike. Furthermore, he had just infused the strike with a double fusion black flash. He could cleanly bisect an actual meteor right now, let alone a frail human body. Even though Gojo's head had indeed vanished without a trace, his body from the neck down was completely intact. What did that mean? Mahito instantly formulated the answer. Gojo Satoru had predicted his brain would be blown off and had proactively established a binding vow. He utilized a binding vow to funnel all his defensive power into preserving his body below the neck from the meteor-level shockwave. He had pre-programmed his body's muscular responses before his head was pulverized into dust. Gojo had already experienced the Shinmyokan sword draw once. From that single exchange, he knew that if they traded blows simultaneously, he couldn't possibly outspeed the Mukuku Shiki strike. Therefore, he intentionally let his brain be severed so his body could autonomously execute the counterattack. A flesh-for-flesh exchange. Thud. The headless Gojo thrust his fully charged fist forward, violently smashing into Mahito's waist, the exact location of his cursed energy core. Mahito was simultaneously running Star Rage and Inverse, but the fist, wrapped in the dark sparks of a black flash, completely shattered Inverse's upper threshold and cleanly punched through Mahito's torso. Black flash! Gojo Satoru possessed the highest cursed energy efficiency on the planet. His 6 eyes guaranteed that 1 unit of cursed energy could yield an output of 10,000 or more. Because of this, even if only a microscopic drop of cursed energy remained in his body, he could execute logic-defying cursed energy cycles and techniques. And in this split second, he had converged every last drop of cursed energy circulating within his headless body into his fist, pushing the Limitless to an unprecedented zenith. In the original manga's extra pages, Gojo once stated that he wasn't the record holder for consecutive black flashes. It wasn't because he was incapable of chaining them. It was because there wasn't a single target alive that could survive more than 1 black flash from him. Exactly like right now. Boom, It was just a simple, singular punch, but Mahito's body was instantly blown into 2 separate pieces, cleanly bisected at the waist. The black flash didn't just shatter the virtual mass of Star Rage and the absolute defense of Inverse, the residual kinetic force violently penetrated through Mahito's back, extending infinitely into the horizon until it struck something unseen, triggering a distant, echoing sonic boom. Under the effects of star rage, Mahito's physical density was already absurd, practically rivaling Halley's Comet. Add his cursed energy reinforcement and the defensive layer of inverse, and it was safe to say he was actually tougher than Halley's Comet. Yet Gojo Satoru's desperate, dying black flash still blew him in half. It was an absolute pipe dream, like saying if Halley's Comet actually fell to Earth, Gojo Satoru could just roundhouse kick it back into orbit. Actually, maybe he really could. After all, if a pre-prime Ryoman Sukyuna could casually slice apart Jogo's 50-meter maximum meteor with a single dismantle, then Gojo, the only bastard capable of rivaling the King of Curses, could absolutely do the same. How ridiculously sturdy was Sukuna's body to tank multiple black flashes from Gojo and still casually heal it off with RCT? Mahito finally grasped the terrifying, suffocating pressure of the original series' absolute ceiling. This was the headless Gojo's final strike. As the black flash dispersed, his body began to plummet toward the earth. Driven by instinct, Mahito wanted to pursue. Even as just a floating upper torso, his cognitive functions weren't severed, and he could still swing his sword. But before he could, a horrifying physiological anomaly erupted from Gojo's stump. From the severed cross-section of his neck, jagged bones began to rapidly grow. Bundles of nerves and thick blood vessels coiled violently around the fresh bone structure, followed by the rapid generation of muscle tissue. Mahito reflexively swung Kirigiri, but before the blade could connect, the headless Gojo abruptly vanished into thin air. Without a brain to issue the command, the mid-air double jump triggered completely autonomously. Mahito instantly understood. It was a pre-programmed mid-air double jump. Back in high school, Gojo had successfully programmed his reverse cursed technique to automatically heal his brain and torso if damaged. Now, he had calculated that Mahito would try to pursue him mid-regeneration, so he established an autonomic reflex, if pursued, immediately execute mid-air double jump to evade. Mahito realized Gojo had intentionally targeted his torso to force a choice. Option 1, naturally disengage and recover. Unlike Gojo, Mahito didn't have the 6 eyes, his cursed energy efficiency was drastically lower. He needed the cursed energy core in his waist to extract power. Yes, Gojo lacked a brain and couldn't use his innate technique, but his pre-programmed RCT was still firing on all cylinders, regenerating his head at a terrifying speed. They could both back off, heal, and reset the board. Option 2, fuck the reset. We've pushed it this far, who cares about a breather? Are you looking down on me? Right here, right now, I'm taking the opening and butchering you. Did he even need to think about it? I. Want. IT. All, asterisk. Throughout the entire battle, Gojo hadn't noticed idle transfiguration because Mahito hadn't sustained a single lethal injury. Mahito had perfectly shielded himself behind the Jogo armor and inverse. In Gojo's eyes, Mahito was likely relying on reverse cursed technique or raw cursed spirit regeneration to heal, just like he did. The public rumor mill had branded Mahito's technique as the power to the force evolution. Judging purely by the name and superficial effects, it didn't seem related to biological healing. Sure, there was the rice shower incident, but twisting someone's gender and rapidly regenerating obliterated tissue were two completely different concepts, especially under Jujutsu logic. And as for the massacre at the Zenin clan? Everyone who saw Mahito physically reconstruct his body was already dead. The only ones who knew idle transfiguration could perfectly heal flesh were Kinji Hikari and Kirara Hoshi. But while Hikari might casually chat about Mahito's personality and hobbies, he would never leak the core mechanics of his innate technique. As for Kirara, Hikari hadn't brought her back to Tokyo Jujutsu High at all. At this absolute critical juncture, Gojo Satoru had committed the fatal sin of relying on empirical assumptions. He miscalculated. Here it comes, the long-awaited idle transfiguration. Mahito's lower half regenerated at a horrifying speed, completely eclipsing the rate of Gojo's cranial reconstruction. He even had the luxury of using the construction technique to instantly recreate his Hakama pants. While his lower body was still violently knitting itself together, he reached out with one hand and grasped the empty air. A theatrical curtain materialized in his grip. Without a second's hesitation, he whipped the curtain around, enveloping his entire body. The next instant, he appeared directly beside the headless Gojo Satoru. Teleportation! But he wasn't done. Mahito formed a one-handed mudra and chanted, his voice tolling like a massive brass bell, domain expansion, Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm. Mahito remembered their brief chat after the initial domain clash. Gojo had arrogantly claimed that even if his brain and torso were destroyed simultaneously, he had a way to perfectly resurrect himself. Seeing it now, Gojo wasn't bluffing, he had legitimately prepared for this exact scenario. But not even Gojo Satoru could have predicted this sequence of events. If destroying his brain and torso simultaneously couldn't kill this monster, then Mahito would just crush him with a domain expansion. Even with an autonomic mid-air double jump, Gojo couldn't outrun the deployment speed of a domain. The second the Nirvana realm enclosed him, Gojo, stripped of all countermeasures, would decisively lose. Mahito would caress his soul, engrave a thought imprint into his consciousness, and completely monopolize every secret of the Six Eyes and the Limitless. I win, Gojo, whose skull had only just begun to form its base, suddenly vanished. Mahito's pupils violently quaked in shock. That wasn't a mid-air double jump. That was absolute spatial compression. It was Gojo's Limitless. The Limitless activated. Fuck, I fell for it, That bastard had mathematically calculated that Mahito would forego standard RCT healing in favor of aggressively pursuing him. When Mahito saw the autonomic double jump and the missing brain, he was guaranteed to assume Gojo was entirely defenseless but highly evasive. At that exact moment, Mahito's options were severely limited. He could either drop a massive Star Rage nuke, but judging by Gojo's ability to double jump without a brain, a non-direct hit wouldn't secure the kill. And landing a direct hit on a teleporting target was near impossible. Or, he could just pop his domain expansion. But domain expansions carried a lethal drawback, they drained an astronomical amount of cursed energy. In the original timeline, after fighting Kokichi Muta, Mahito explicitly stated he needed 10 full days to recover enough cursed energy for another domain. The current Mahito, possessing Kinji Hikari's infinite cursed energy vessel, was infinitely superior to his canon counterpart. Even if he completely bottomed out his reserves 1 millisecond, he would instantly top them off the next. But there was a catch, Mahito's waist and abdomen had just been annihilated by Gojo's fist. He had temporarily lost his cursed energy core. Right now, Mahito wasn't a pure cursed spirit, he was a half-cursed spirit. He actually possessed a localized cursed energy core. In fact, being a half-curse was the only reason he could perfectly emulate Hikari's infinite cursed energy. The biological composition of a pure curse and a human were too fundamentally different to replicate the Hikari loophole otherwise. Which meant, if he fully committed to domain expansion at this exact moment, even Mahito would suffer total cursed energy depletion. Fuck, thank God idle transfiguration lets me heal passively while attacking. If he had played by standard sorcery rules, Gojo would have successfully baited him into cursed energy bankruptcy. This absolute bastard is just as battle-crazed as I am, yet he's still laying multi-layered psychological traps while completely unhinged? What kind of terrifying combat intuition is that? Gojo manifested in the ruined valley below. By now, his brain had completely finished regenerating. It turned out he hadn't regenerated his head sequentially from bottom to top, instead, he had forcibly connected his spinal nerve clusters directly to his frontal lobe first. He prioritized the instantaneous reconstruction of his innate technique above all other biology, betting everything on the fact that Mahito would chase him. Gojo's skull finally finished encasing his brain. The six eyes snapped open, staring up at the sky with an exhilarated grin. Mahito, you really are a cat. Mahito aborted the domain deployment, free-falling from the sky and landing on the opposite end of the shattered valley. He clicked his tongue. Is this the gap in our combat experience? I had an overwhelming tactical advantage, and you were legitimately caught off guard, yet you systematically dismantled every single trap I laid, right up to the end. Which means you're completely out of tricks, right? Hearing the question, Mahito started laughing. Looks like my traps really did a number on you. You've got actual PTSD now. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Gojo had leaped blindly into almost every pitfall Mahito had dug during this fight. Even someone as carefree and arrogant as Gojo Satoru was now hypervigilant against any of Mahito's reality-bending maneuvers. Gojo couldn't help but ask, how the hell did you pull that off? In that microsecond, you managed to use reverse cursed technique to rebuild your cursed energy core while simultaneously preparing a domain expansion without a shred of hesitation. As expected, Gojo completely failed to factor in idle transfiguration. He had legitimately miscalculated. But even with that miscalculation, this man still escaped death. What a horrifying level of paranoia. Why the fuck didn't you have this level of paranoia when fighting Sukuna? How did you use reverse cursed technique without an innate technique? Mahito countered. All techniques require the innate technique as a conduit. Yet with your innate technique literally blown to dust, you still managed to run RCT to heal yourself, flawlessly reconstructing your own brain. If anyone else had asked that question, Gojo would have just laughed arrogantly and said, that's just how incredible I am. Your only job is to try and keep up with my shadow. But this was Mahito. The Mahito who had pushed him to the absolute brink. It felt as if a kindred spirit had finally scratched an itch Gojo couldn't reach. He declared proudly, cursed energy is negative energy. It can reinforce the flesh, but it can't regenerate it. So, you multiply negative with negative to generate positive energy. That's reverse cursed technique. For normal people, understanding stops there. But anyone who studies medicine will realize the deeper applications. Medicine? Exactly, medicine. Gojo smirked. It's basic medical trivia. The human heart is the central organ connecting the body's entire circulatory system. At its core, reverse cursed technique doesn't strictly need a technique, it needs positive energy. So, by utilizing the heart as an ultra-compact, localized domain to temporarily store positive energy, I can instantly pump that energy to any damaged sector of my body the moment I take a lethal hit. Ironically, in the Jujutsu world, the heart was considered far less vital than the brain or the abdomen. It was highly counterintuitive, but destroying a sorcerer's heart rarely guaranteed a kill. Compared to the brain, innate technique, and stomach, CE core, the heart was barely a secondary target, so sorcerers rarely aimed for it. This was exactly why Ryman Sukuna had casually ripped his own heart out at the juvenile detention center. To absolute masters of reverse cursed technique, a heart was just an accessory. Mahito immediately grasped the implication, his eyes narrowing in thought. Conversely, even if your heart is destroyed, the innate technique in your brain remains fully functional. It's a double-layered failsafe. As long as your brain and heart aren't destroyed simultaneously, you're unkillable. No wonder Gojo had confidently claimed that having his brain and abdomen destroyed simultaneously wouldn't kill him. He had a third failsafe, his heart. Wait. Mahito's eyes widened. Aside from the heart, the human stomach is a vital organ that breaks down and distributes nutrients throughout the body. The stomach can also act as a positive energy storage unit. And the spinal cord is a structural pillar traversing the entire human nervous system. A fourth failsafe? A fifth? No, there's even more, Gojo nodded enthusiastically, genuinely impressed. As expected of you. You get it instantly. Any organ capable of distributing energy to the limbs and bones can be weaponized as a positive energy battery. Of course, this requires an absurd mastery of barrier techniques, because you're essentially treating your own internal organs as simple domains. Obviously, my barrier proficiency is off the charts. That simple domain Gojo mentioned wasn't the martial arts technique of the new shadow style, but the naturally occurring, biological domains and inherent to human anatomy. Mahito understood completely. That's not something you can pull off just by having the 6 eyes. That's a perfect marriage of academic brilliance and raw imagination, Mahito marveled. Gojo Satoru, even if you were stripped of the 6 eyes and the limitless, you would still stand at the absolute pinnacle. I am deeply convinced of that. Gojo beamed with absolute arrogance. Of course I would. Who the hell do you think I am? Mahito realized that accomplishing this required an unfathomable understanding of both barrier techniques and human biological domains. But even with the theoretical knowledge, executing it required an inhuman level of cursed energy manipulation. Extracting cursed energy from the gut and funneling it through the frontal lobe to cast a technique was instinctual. Gojo's method was a highly unnatural, incredibly complex learned behavior. No wonder other jujutsu sorcerers looked at Gojo like he was an alien when they learned he could simultaneously heal his burnt-out technique while maintaining high-speed combat. To them, it sounded like an absolute pipe dream. It wasn't like Kinji Hikari's infinite cursed energy either. Hikari's RCT triggered entirely automatically, whereas Gojo had to consciously pilot his. Because it truly was a pipe dream. Without the 6 eyes, even if you understood the theory, mimicking it was virtually impossible. No wonder even the absolute ceiling of the verse, Ryomen Sukuna, didn't figure out how to heal technique burnout until he watched Gojo Satoru do it right in front of him. Exactly, Sukuna only realized technique burnout could be healed after Gojo showed him the blueprint. Before that, even Sukuna hadn't conceptualized it. In terms of pure imagination and innate genius, Gojo Satoru surpassed Ryomen Sukuna. Mahito stared deeply at Gojo, his voice eerily calm. My innate technique is called idle transfiguration. Asterisk showing one's cards, technique disclosure, asterisk. Gojo held his breath, listening intently to Mahito's technique disclosure. Since the moment I was born, I could peer directly into the souls of humans and cursed spirits. By physically touching them, I can transfigure their souls. I discovered that the soul and the flesh are flawlessly integrated, they are one and the same. Therefore, as long as I reshape the soul, the physical flesh will be forcibly dragged along to match its new shape. Gojo's mind fired at light speed, instantly deducing how Mahito could regenerate his body while simultaneously casting a domain expansion without possessing Gojo's hyper-advanced RCT mechanics. So as long as you lock the structural integrity of your soul, no matter how badly your physical flesh is mutilated, it will automatically reconstruct itself using cursed energy. You were originally a cursed spirit, meaning you aren't bound by the biological limitations of reverse cursed technique. Even though you aren't a pure curse right now, your physical vessel perfectly conforms to your soul. Therefore, as long as your soul isn't destroyed, you are invincible. Mahito smiled proudly. Looks like you understand. However, that information is already obsolete. Obsolete? Exactly. Obsolete, Mahito grinned. Because just now, you personally catalyzed my ultimate evolution. Gojo blinked, stunned. What? Mahito casually leaned Kirigiri against his shoulder and formed a hand seal with both hands. His fingers intertwined in a posture eerily reminiscent of a Buddha sitting atop a lotus flower. It was the Kutsuma Mudra, the lotus seal. The exact hand sign Gojo Satoru used. Gojo's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He recognized that seal instantly. It was the mudra for his hollow technique, purple. I owe you my gratitude, Satoru. Mahito's voice boomed with the majestic, terrifying weight of a divine deity. You allowed my soul and flesh to achieve absolute, perfect unity. Right here, right now. Asterisk hollow technique, soul creation dragon spirit body. Asterisk. This is the final round, Satoru. Chapter 73, R35. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. 2,890 words. A suffocating aura of apocalyptic threat radiated outward from Mahito. A violent tempest of raw cursed energy erupted without any wind. Gojo's six eyes clearly witnessed the ethereal, terrifying silhouette of a colossal dragon's head manifesting behind Mahito. The dragon opened its eyes, casting a dismissive, glacial glare at Gojo Satoru. Then, slithering like a serpent, it slowly coiled itself around Mahito's physical body. Its 5 massive claws perfectly synchronized and merged with Mahito's 5 fingers. Draconic scales seamlessly grafted onto Mahito's epidermis, interlocking tightly. Majestic, branching antlers erupted from his skull, and a heavy, armored reptilian tail extended from his tailbone, dragging against the earth. Listening to Gojo's lecture on the application of reverse cursed technique, Mahito had finally comprehended the true nature of his original counterpart's idol transfiguration, instant spirit body of distorted killing. The current Mahito had successfully mastered domain expansion and the maximum technique of idol transfiguration, so why had he been completely unable to unlock the instant spirit body? The instant spirit body of distorted killing was exactly what it sounded like on the tin. It was a skill that took the inherent, primal destructive urges and murderous malice woven into a curse's biology, and forcefully painted it over idol transfiguration. It wasn't a matter of cursed energy manipulation, it was the algorithmic fusion of a curse's psychological malice with idol transfiguration. It was a technique of the heart, exactly like Black Flash. Beyond the surface-level explanation of physical force and cursed energy resonating, a Black Flash required the sorcerer's mental state to perfectly align. Aside from Yuji Itadori, who was seemingly beloved by the sparks of black, even titans like Gojo Satoru and Ryman Sukuna weren't exempt from this rule. They needed to hit an emotional fever pitch to trigger it. The original Mahito had undoubtedly managed to extract his pure curse instincts from his core, just as Gojo temporarily stored positive energy in his heart, stomach, and spine, and pumped that concentrated malice through his entire circulatory system, triggering an explosive physical transformation. That was the true nature of idol transfiguration, instant spirit body of distorted killing. The canon Mahito could do it, but the current Mahito absolutely could not. From the moment he crawled out of the sewers, he had sworn an ironclad resolve to purge his innate curse instincts. Through his journey up to this point, the influence of his primal curse nature had withered to almost nothing. Not just him, either. Under Mahito's influence and the subtle adjustments of idol transfiguration, Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon no longer harbored the blind instinct to slaughter humanity. Jogo's murderous urges born from anger and pride were a separate issue. That was just Jogo's personality, not a biological curse instinct. Without curse instincts, it was mathematically impossible to trigger the instant spirit body. However, wasn't there a perfect, living alternative standing right in front of him? Positive and negative energy didn't just cancel each other out, they could be violently fused together. Asterisk hollow technique, purple, asterisk. Mahito discarded the requirement for curse instincts entirely. Instead, he flooded his internal circuitry with pure negative energy and pure positive energy, forcing them into a simultaneous, infinite loop. Because his physical vessel was a half-curse, it possessed an incredibly high tolerance for both polarities, making the integration terrifyingly easy. The next step was simple: overlay this violently fused positive and negative energy loop across his entire skeletal and muscular structure, perfectly mimicking the mechanics of the instant spirit body. Soul creation forged the soul. Idol transfiguration remodeled the soul. Running these two diametrically opposed techniques simultaneously, mirroring the methodology of the instant spirit body, this was the birth of asterisk, hollow technique, soul creation dragon spirit body, star. Driven by the infinite, frictionless circulation of positive and negative energy, Mahito's physical specs transcended into a completely different dimension. His cursed energy flowed flawlessly, without a single microsecond of lag or stagnation. Using a technique felt as natural as breathing or moving a limb, the innate cooldown between technique activation ceased to exist. The technique had melted completely into his primal instincts. His cursed energy output was an endless, churning ocean. His physical vessel had leaped into the realm of gods. At this exact moment, he could no longer be classified as a he. Mahito had shattered the absolute limits of the world and ascended to the empty throne in the heavens. He should be addressed as it. A god. Asterisk boom, asterisk. A deafening roar, like a colossal asteroid violently impacting the Earth, abruptly detonated. A radial shockwave violently erupted outward from Mahito's core. Gojo deflected the atmospheric crush with the limitless, his eyes locked onto the majestic, divine entity standing immovable at the epicenter. Its body was encased in a flawless set of pristine white armor heavily steeped in draconic aesthetics. The faceplate covering Mahito's entire visage was molded in the exact likeness of a divine dragon's head, crowned by a pair of magnificent branching antlers. Overlapping, metallic fish-like scales armored his entire body. Twin dragon claws gripped his pauldrons, anchoring a pristine, flowing cape that cascaded down his back. If his previous form, Fusion Soul Knight, Roaring Ley Line, Calamity of the Blazing Earth leaned heavily into the aesthetics of a feudal Japanese warlord, this new armor had completely shed those mortal trappings. The armor aggressively flared its metallic, layered scales, locking together flawlessly like millions of individual shields. His antlers stretched skyward like an imperial crown. His fingers were encased in white gauntlets, an armored tacit skirt protected his waist, and his feet were clad in white metallic boots, the toe boxes forged into the shape of dragon claws. Within the dragon faceplate, a pair of heterochromatic eyes, one gold, one blue, ignited. The irises pulsed with an ethereal glow, like solitary stars flickering in the dead of night. The special grade imaginary vengeful spirit forged by idle transfiguration, Advent had flawlessly fused with Mahito, wearing him like a second skin. The current Mahito was the absolute compression of a draconic imaginary vengeful spirit forced into a humanoid shape, retaining full access to soul creation and possessing physical specs that mocked the laws of reality. Right now, it was the dragon god. "Thank you for waiting, Satoru." The dragon god's voice was immense and resonant, echoing like the deep, sorrowful drawl of a cello in an empty Venetian theater. "This battle has dragged on long enough. Let us begin the final round." Gojo's shocked expression smoothed out, replaced by an arrogant, feral grin. "I see. So this is the true potential of your soul reshaping the flesh ability. I understand now. Your internal circuitry is constantly looping positive and negative energy simultaneously. Normally, these two polarities just violently cancel each other out. I can only cast Hollow Purple because the Limitless gives me absolute spatial dominance to force them together. You're doing the exact same thing, using absolute physiological dominance to forcibly crush the two energies into fusion. As expected of my Hollow technique, Gojo praised. Just by grasping a sliver of the theory and watching me cast a full chant purple once, you managed to invent your own localized Hollow technique on the fly while riding the high of a Black Flash awakening. Mahito, you are truly terrifying. I am deeply honored by your praise, the dragon god replied, reaching out to grasp Kirigiri's hilt. He paused for a fraction of a second, then casually lifted the blade. I only grasped this technique because I had you as my muse. Gojo glanced at Kirigiri. The previously flawless, moonlight silver blade now bore a single, pure white line tracing the hamon, giving the ancient sword an ominously divine presence. It seems your sword hasn't quite adapted to your new hand yet. Gojo instantly saw through the hidden flaw beneath the blade's majestic aura. Gojo was spot on. The moment the dragon god gripped Kirigiri, he acutely felt the blade trembling. The dragon god's spiritual domain had become far too massive, exerting a crushing, tangible pressure onto Kirigiri's own inner world. If it were an ordinary Tsukumagami, it wouldn't matter. But Kirigiri was a unique, living Utsukumagami with a realized spiritual consciousness. When one spiritual domain overwhelmingly crushes another, massive structural flaws are inevitable. Ever since Mahito acquired Kirigiri, he had never quite been able to wield her perfectly. He had sought out Sadatsuna Uchiha to learn swordsmanship and begged Tsumiki Fushiguro to repair her. But now, Kirigiri was finally the one incapable of keeping up with Mahito. She merely needs a little time to adapt, the dragon god said indifferently. Perhaps, after using her to kill you, she will achieve a new evolution. Gojo extended a hand, offering a mocking bring it on gesture. So what the hell are you waiting for? *thud. The dragon god stepped forward. Without a single millisecond of warning, the tip of Kirigiri materialized directly in front of Gojo's 6 eyes. Gojo was already operating at absolute maximum output, fully immersed in the black flash zone, yet even his 6 eyes only perceived a blurred silver line extending toward his face. The speed was in an entirely different stratosphere compared to before. Without hesitation, Gojo triggered the Limitless, instantly vanishing from his coordinates. He exploited the limitless spatial compression to teleport 100 meters away. He calculated that this distance would afford him the necessary buffer to recalibrate to the Dragon God's new velocity. He deemed it a safe distance. But the exact millisecond his feet touched the ground, Kirigiri's tip was already hovering in front of his 6 eyes again. Even a gasp was too slow. Gojo violently threw his upper body backward into an extreme iron bridge evasion. The blade's tip grazed past his 6 eyes, cleanly piercing through his bangs. Microscopic fragments of severed white hair drifted before his eyes, only to be instantaneously vaporized by the trailing hurricane of force. It felt like a massive asteroid had just grazed his face. If he didn't possess the 6 eyes, Gojo would undoubtedly be blind right now. The sheer atmospheric pressure dragged by that colossal mass was enough to violently erase his vision, or even his entire physical form. However, the Limitless actively neutralized the lethal collateral shockwaves trailing Kirigiri. Seizing the microscopic window, Gojo rapidly spun and re-established his footing. He intended to launch an immediate counter-offensive, but before he could even raise his fist, a hand materialized directly in front of his face. White, metallic gauntlets encasing draconic fingers wrapped over his vision, the Dragon God's palm completely smothering Gojo's face. Too fast. Way too fucking fast, Prior to this, Gojo never would have entertained the idea that someone could match the spatial teleportation of the Limitless purely through raw physical speed, without employing a cursed technique. Under Gojo's refinement, activating the Limitless was as instantaneous and autonomic as twitching a finger. Yet, the Dragon God had effortlessly closed the gap using nothing but footwork. At this exact moment, Gojo Satoru arrived at an absolute conclusion, this Lord of Cursed Spirits might actually be stronger than the Ryman Sukuna of 1,000 years ago, This wasn't a baseless guess. Gojo had previously fought a one-finger incarnation of Sukuna, completely making a fool out of him. While it was only one finger, the 6 eyes granted Gojo terrifying analytical capabilities. He had actively simulated a hypothetical battle against a prime, 20-finger Ryman Sukuna. Back then, he had smiled and uttered his famous line, I'd win, But now, Gojo made a new assessment. The Dragon God had undoubtedly reached, or even surpassed, a 20-finger Ryman Sukuna. The Dragon God was using his palm, not Kirigiri's blade. Theoretically, a bare hand couldn't breach Gojo's Limitless. But Gojo didn't even bother gambling on that hypothesis, he instantly triggered the Limitless and teleported away again. Gojo's paranoia paid off. The Dragon God had indeed coated his palm in domain amplification to bypass the infinity. Although Gojo couldn't visually confirm the amplification, Mahito's endless traps had given him legitimate combat PTSD. He absolutely refused to take risks against any of Mahito's unpredictable maneuvers. The next instant, the Dragon God's palm swiped through empty air. Bang, The sheer kinetic force of the mist swipe instantly detonated the atmosphere. It was as if a multi-hundred-ton airliner had violently crash-landed onto a beach. The entire landscape warped radially outward. The solid earth violently undulated like a stormy ocean, sending wave after wave of apocalyptic shockwaves expanding infinitely into the horizon. Even while using domain amplification, which temporarily locked him out of star rage, the Dragon God's raw physical specs alone generated enough kinetic violence to completely pulverize Gojo if that strike had connected. Gojo materialized in midair. He looked down, but the Dragon God was nowhere to be seen. Driven purely by instinct, he teleported again. Boom, like an anti-aircraft shell detonating, a deafening howl of compressed air erupted in the exact pocket of space Gojo had occupied a microsecond ago. Gojo snapped his gaze toward the coordinates. The dragon god was already hovering there, mid-swing. The sheer velocity of his blade tore a vacuum into the atmosphere, triggering a massive implosion. Fucking magnificent, Mojito! Gojo threw his head back and unleashed a manic, roaring laugh. For the first time since I was born. I finally understand what it means to feel my blood truly boil. A blinding silver flash pierced his 6 eyes. Kirigiri's tip had materialized right between his eyes again. This time, Gojo felt absolutely zero fear. The limitless revved up to an unprecedented, logic-defying output. In the exact millisecond before his 6 eyes were skewered, he launched a brutal hook punch. Naturally, it was a black flash. Clang, Gojo's fist smashed violently into the flat of Kirigiri's blade. Naobito Zenin had previously used the exact same tactic, striking the side of the blade to successfully inflict micro-fractures into the steel. But Gojo's fist, amplified by the limitless and a black flash, packed a yield hundreds of times greater than Naobito's. This strike should have cleanly shattered Kirigiri into shrapnel. It didn't. Kirigiri's blade was saturated in a hyperdense armor of cursed energy reinforcement. Right now, Kirigiri and the dragon god shared one heart, their cursed energy perfectly fused. How could this even be compared to the skirmish with Naobito? Gojo's black flash landed flawlessly. Kirigiri shrieked with an agonizing metallic wail, and spiderweb fractures spidered across the entire blade, but she held together. She didn't shatter. The dragon god instantly retaliated with a brutal high kick, but Gojo had already triggered the limitless to disengage. The dragon god gently ran a gauntleted finger along Kirigiri's cracked steel. The fractures seamlessly knitted back together, restoring the blade to pristine condition. Construction technique! The old Mojito could never have accomplished this, but the current Mojito pulled it off flawlessly. The current Mojito could push any cursed technique past its absolute limits, including construction. Whatever Tsumiki Fushiguro could do, he could do better. Gojo and the dragon god engaged in an apocalyptic dogfight, crashing from the stratosphere down to the earth, then violently launching back into the sky. They completely weaponized the airspace and the ruined valley. At this point, both were operating at their absolute, unadulterated limits. The world had never witnessed a battle of this catastrophic scale. Hurricanes trailed their wake, localized earthquakes mapped their collisions, and the atmospheric shockwaves shattered glass hundreds of kilometers away. They bit, tore, and violently collided with one another, finally clashing in a dead-even lock. The dragon god's physical specs were undeniably in a completely different dimension from Gojo's. He doggedly pursued Gojo like an apex predator. However, Gojo's mobility was simply too terrifying. Even with physical specs transcending the world ceiling, the dragon god could only manage to keep pace with Gojo's spatial manipulation. The real nightmare was Gojo's endless barrage of black flashes. The consecutive black flashes forced Gojo's limitless to permanently operate at 120% potential. His movements grew sharper, his reaction times shorter. The more black flashes he landed, the more terrifying his combat intuition, cursed energy output, and explosive burst speed became. Gojo had never felt such an intoxicating, volcanic fervor in his heart. The only time that even came close was back in high school. The day he finally grasped reverse cursed technique, crawling out of the abyss of absolute death. That day, his heart held no anger, no hatred, his 6 eyes only perceived the infinite beauty of the world. In that state of absolute enlightenment, he had uttered that line of pure, unadulterated arrogance, throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one, Now, facing a dragon god who existed in a completely different dimension, Gojo only had one thought echoing in his mind. How could I possibly let Mojito wait at this lonely summit by himself? I'm shattering my limits, right here, right now, The dragon god abruptly ceased his relentless pursuit. He leveraged his absurd mobility to close into point-blank range but refrained from swinging his sword. Instead, he formed a one-handed mudra. In that microsecond, Gojo read the dragon god's intent. Hovering inches away, Gojo mirrored the action, forming a one-handed mudra of his own. Their voices echoed in perfect, apocalyptic unison, domain expansion, *2. An astronomical tsunami of cursed energy instantly violently expanded, engulfing the edge of the world. They deployed their domains simultaneously, initiating the final domain clash. Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. / Infinite Void. Chapter 74:36. As virtue rises 1 foot, vice rises 10. 3,484 words. At this stage of the fight, not only had both sides exhausted their trump cards, but they were also continuously evolving. It was no longer an exaggeration to say that victory wouldn't be decided by raw strength or experience, but by whoever could evolve faster. The reason Mahito took the initiative to trigger a domain battle was simple: his evolution had hit a wall. He had squeezed almost every drop of potential out of idle transfiguration. All that remained was the slow accumulation of knowledge, combat intuition, and real-world experience. In other words, Mahito had entered a plateau phase. He couldn't evolve any further in the short term. Satoru Gojo was the exact opposite. He had been stagnating for nearly a decade. Ever since defeating Toji Fushiguro in high school, his strength had only grown at a steady, unhurried pace. From that day forward, he was invincible. Nothing in the world could threaten him, so his time was spent merely accumulating power, never truly exploding past his limits. In this fight, it seemed their rate of evolution was matched, perhaps with Mahito holding a slight edge. But the reality was that Mahito, having only existed for a few months, had hit a hard bottleneck. He had fully realized every theory he could conceive. He was as strong as he could possibly be right now. Gojo, however, had accumulated so much latent potential over the years that his explosive growth was entirely uninterrupted. His current strength was already far beyond imagination. More terrifyingly, Gojo's evolutionary strides hadn't stopped. He could still climb higher. In a war of attrition, Mahito was at an overwhelming disadvantage. Mahito felt it acutely. He wasn't losing the physical fight. He had been born in the sewers less than half a year ago. The bulk of his knowledge came from the teachings of Kenjaku, Ashiya Sadatsuna, and Tsumiki Fushiguro. Kenjaku harbored his own dark motives, Ashiya was sincere but hadn't been around long enough, and Tsumiki had joined even later. As for the sliver of knowledge he retained from reading manga before his reincarnation, that had long since been exhausted. He was losing in foundation. He was losing in time. Mahito was confident that if he just had 10 more years, he could beat Satoru Gojo with one hand tied behind his back. But that wasn't an option. He had unleashed everything he had accumulated. Even the hollow technique, soul creation dragon spirit body he was using right now was only conceived thanks to Gojo's inspiration. Therefore, only one path to victory remained. A domain clash. He would bet it all on a domain clash. Endless grains of white sand surged from beneath their feet. In the sky above, a blurry, indistinct void radiated light. A divine dragon soared through the heavens, curling its body into a perfect ring, endlessly orbiting the void. Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. A smear of pure, meaningless white void flooded the world, erasing all tangible and intangible existence. It was the ultimate esoteric technique of absolute nothingness, where all information was simultaneously omnipotent and meaningless. The blurred boundary between existence and non-existence descended upon them both. Infinite Void. The domain battle officially commenced. Limitless and idle transfiguration collided head-on. Within a domain expansion, even the limitless, which normally required a trajectory to cast, would strike its target instantly. And even idle transfiguration, which mandated physical touch, could hack into its target remotely. In this invisible crucible of forces, the torrential barrage of infinite void warred savagely against the Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. The world in the eyes of Gojo and the dragon god shattered into a kaleidoscope of blinding colors. Every single second, the Limitless and Idle Transfiguration traded devastating offensive and defensive blows. This was a true domain battle. Anyone who opened a domain had to endure the onslaught of the opponent's domain. They weren't simply cancelling each other out, they were actively suppressing each other. The moment one side made even the slightest mistake, they would be instantly struck by the enemy's innate technique. What made it infinitely more terrifying was that both Infinite Void and Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm were mechanism-based domains. If they were mere stat-based domains, a sorcerer could rely on cursed energy reinforcement to tank a hit or two. As long as you didn't die, there was hope. But against mechanism-based domains, the exact millisecond you were hit, the battle was over. In the original manga's final battle, the domain clash between Gojo and Ryomen Sukuna followed this exact logic. No matter how much of an advantage Sukuna's domain had in the early stages, Gojo wouldn't hesitate to open his domain again and again. Why? Because it didn't matter if Sukuna won the domain clash multiple times. Gojo only needed to win once to secure total victory. In a pure domain battle, Gojo was superior. Infinite Void lacked direct offensive damage, but it was far more horrifying than any lethal domain. Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm was even more extreme. Any soul engulfed by the soulless Transmigration Realm was immediately treated as having been thoroughly touched by Idle Transfiguration. Both mind and body would instantly fall into Mahito's absolute control, transforming the victim into his loyal puppet. With both sides wielding mechanism-based domains, their objectives and thoughts aligned perfectly, break the opponent's defenses, even for a microsecond. The Dragon God matched Gojo's limitless mobility with sheer leg strength, the tip of his blade aimed straight at Gojo's forehead. Gojo flawlessly utilized the Limitless to execute a barrel roll, the blade shaving mere millimeters from his skin. As he spun, he unleashed an outboxing flicker jab, a boxing technique renowned for its unpredictable, instantaneous strikes. But the Dragon Eyes caught the flicker jab instantly. With a twist of his wrist, the Dragon God arrested the momentum of Kirigiri's swing, stepping into Gojo's flank to slash again. New Shadow style, Sarumawashi focused heavily on agile footwork and fluid blade work, and the Dragon God was wielding its essence to perfection. In the same moment of close-quarters combat, the glow of cursed energy attacks flared ceaselessly across their bodies. It was the sure-hit effects of both domains raining down upon them like a torrential downpour. The endless suppression from both sides made it look as though they were engulfed in roaring flames, trading blows inside a fiery inferno where every strike birthed a massive shockwave. Both the Dragon God and Satoru Gojo possessed god-tier mobility, yet they tacitly chose to throw punches and swing blades within a space of less than 3 square meters. This was because maintaining maximum pressure on the opponent was the only way to optimize their domain's effects. Outside, their aerial combat could span the entire night sky, but here, they butchered each other inside a microscopic gladiator pit. And then, at the exact same moment, both attacks landed. Kirigiri shattered through the Limitless and cleaved into Gojo's chest, right where his heart lay. Gojo's fist obliterated the Dragon God's armor, smashing violently into his abdomen, right where the cursed energy core was located. They triggered their respective domain techniques simultaneously, delivering what was truly meant to be the final blow. Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. Infinite Void. In an instant, the Dragon God froze. A ceaseless cascade of redundant information flooded into his brain. Even though the Dragon God had surpassed the absolute limits of the world, his brain struggled immensely to process the omnipotent data. The human brain has limits, but methods of calculation do not. When calculating the number 5, a human simply uses 1 by 5. But that method is merely a shortcut. In the true fabric of the world, such shortcuts do not exist, they are human constructs. The world's true method of calculation is 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is equal to 5. The domain of Infinite Void forces you to calculate every single one. Jogo once described the sheer terror of Infinite Void in the original story. He monologued. I can't see anything. I can't feel anything. No. I can see everything. I can feel everything. The information never ends. Therefore, I can't do anything. Asterisk. To which Gojo had replied, asterisk ironic, isn't it? When granted everything, you can't do anything at all. You can only die slowly. Asterisk. For humans, this volume of information transcends mere terror. Imagine feeling the flow of your blood every millisecond, sensing every microscopic twitch of your muscles, hearing every internal hum of your organs, and seeing every ripple in the atmosphere. This entirely unnecessary information, data that humans are completely unequipped to perceive intuitively, is violently crammed into the brain. Any living creature would be bloated and ruptured by the sheer redundancy of it. Even the most advanced supercomputer on Earth would spectacularly crash under such a load. Who in this world could possibly withstand it? Someone could. A god could. And the current dragon god was a deity that had transcended the world's limits. The dragon god gripped Kirigiri's hilt with both hands and pushed down savagely. Gojo knew perfectly well that if Infinite Void hit, absolutely no one should be spared. But every time Mahito took a hit, he proved he was doing it on purpose, and his counterattacks were always lethal and horrifying. So, even though the domain had definitively connected, Gojo hadn't let his guard down for a second. The exact millisecond the dragon god moved, Gojo grabbed the blade of Kirigiri with his free hand. Squelch! Gojo's fingers were cleanly severed. They dropped to the ground, where countless grains of white sand devoured them like living parasites, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. But simultaneously, the blade stopped descending. Gojo laughed widely. It worked! Even if you can barely stomach the information bombardment of Infinite Void, this is your absolute limit. You can't use your innate technique anymore. Otherwise, whether you used Star Rage or tool manipulation just now, I'd already be dead. The dragon god shot back fiercely, look who's talking. I can adapt to your Infinite Void, but you've been struck by my Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm. Your soul is being completely rewritten by my hands. How much longer can you hold out? Though he had expected it, Gojo was no ordinary sorcerer. Since Ryomen Sukuna wasn't afraid of soul modification, Gojo logically had immense resistance as well. But Mahito truly hadn't expected that, after pushing Idol Transfiguration's potential to this absolute peak, Gojo could still forcefully hold his ground. No, hold his grounder was inaccurate. Mahito could visibly see Gojo's soul and had already begun reading its data, but the reading speed was moving at a snail's pace. He instantly diagnosed the problem. This bastard had wrapped his own soul in a limitless technique, slowing down the reading process by tens of millions of times, ensuring Mahito could never truly touch Gojo's core. It made sense. Sukuna did the exact same thing. Anyone who dared to touch Sukuna's soul would be instantly cleaved in two. These absolute monsters had embedded their techniques directly into their own souls. Even though no one had ever directly attacked their souls before Mahito came along, they had all unconsciously prepared for it anyway. But even slowed down by tens of millions of times, it was still tens of millions of times faster than a god's processing speed. The dragon god could clearly feel that Gojo's soul was indeed being read. The calculation speed of a god was worlds apart from mortal creatures. I can hold out until your brain bursts from the information overload. Gojo roared. Arrogant, the dragon god bellowed back. Suddenly, the dragon god looked up. The Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm was being peeled away. Above the soulless transmigration realm, pieces of the void began to flake off, revealing the empty sky beyond. The divine dragon orbiting the void didn't hesitate, it unleashed its breath, firing a massive, hyper-concentrated blast of cursed energy straight at the breach. When Mahito designed his domain expansion, he accounted for the possibility of external intrusion. The dragon Shikigami was meant specifically to prevent that. This dragon was a special grade imaginary vengeful spirit formed by Mahito's idol transfiguration. By using a binding vow to relinquish direct control, Mahito granted the dragon an automatic counterattack function. He had planned for exactly this scenario. Even the blurry void in the sky was a trap. Any external attack would find that, no matter where they struck the barrier, the damage would be redirected to that central void. Having the dragon patrol the void was equivalent to patrolling the entire outer shell of the domain. But the dragon's breath hit nothing. Because the force peeling away the Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm wasn't a Jujutsu sorcerer. There was no one physically outside the void. It was a barrier even more colossal than a domain expansion. Gojo's face lit up in realization. Tengen. I totally forgot Tengen was trailing behind me. At the same moment, Infinite Void violently imploded. A chain shot out from the epicenter, instantly wrapping around Gojo's ankle. Gojo felt his cursed energy surge uncontrollably. The immense precision required to maintain his domain expansion plummeted, and Infinite Void was forcefully dispelled. The Dragon God also had an epiphany. Toji Fushiguro. Right, I told him to follow me. Gojo frowned deeply, his voice laced with disbelief. You actually chose to resurrect Toji Fushiguro instead of Suguru. Did you really think the current me would be scared of that guy? And even if Suguru is a curse eradication extremist like Yuki Tsukumo, his ultimate goal was to stop ordinary people from being killed by curses. As long as you promised to manage the cursed spirits, he probably would have listened to you. Because deep down, Suguru hates ordinary people far more than he hates curses. The Dragon God fired back with equal incredulity. The Japanese barrier is sustained entirely by Tengen's immortality technique. It's fundamentally impossible for Tengen to leave the Star religious group's tombs. If she did, the barriers would collapse. But the barriers are fine, and Tengen has definitely left the tombs. Who the hell is back there anchoring the Japanese barrier right now? Then, both men shouted at each other simultaneously. Despicable. Where's your pride as the modern era's strongest? Shameless. Where's your honor as a warrior? Both domain expansions shattered simultaneously. A tear in space ripped open behind Gojo. From the depths of the tear emerged a bizarre entity that looked like a thumb wrapped in cloth. Tengen had actually stepped out of her fortress and followed Gojo onto the battlefield. Nobody could have predicted this. She formed a single-hand sign, and Gojo was forcefully yanked back, extricated from his current state. The Dragon God tried to exploit the opening to swing his blade, but his movements hitched at the crucial moment. Gojo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, isn't this useful? How did my infinite void taste, Mahito? The Dragon God looked up. In his heterochromatic eyes, the blue pupils suddenly shifted, expanding into the deep, terrifying color of the infinite sky. That color, as if swallowing the entire atmosphere, wiped the smile right off Gojo's face. The Dragon God smiled. Infinite void tastes fine, but it doesn't compare to the flavor of your 6 eyes, Satoru. Gojo took a deep breath. Are you telling me, next time, I'm going to have to fight my own Limitless and the 6 eyes? I'll need some time to adapt, the Dragon God chuckled, his voice echoing from deep within his visor. Look forward to it, Satoru. Gojo took one last look at the Dragon God, stomped his foot to break the chain, and turned to leave. But just then, the Dragon God spoke. Hey, Satoru. Gojo paused, glancing back. See you next time, Mahito said. Gojo blinked, then a grin spread across his face. Yeah. See you next time. The spatial tear healed, and Gojo vanished. Yet the Dragon God remained frozen in his sword-swinging posture, entirely motionless. He stayed like that for half an hour. Then, a massive tree burst from the underground, its canopy blooming like a flower bud. Hanami and Toji Fushiguro stepped out. The reason a fuller focus Satoru Gojo failed to detect Toji Fushiguro was simple: Hanami. Hanami's concealment abilities were so absolute that even Gojo couldn't pierce them. As a special grade cursed spirit born of nature, Hanami was closer to an elemental spirit than a curse, allowing seamless blending into the natural ecosystem. couple that with the fact that Toji Fushiguro possessed exactly 0 cursed energy, meaning Gojo's 6 eyes couldn't track him without directly looking at him, a fact proven back in high school, and it was the ultimate double insurance. Right until the very end, Gojo never noticed the ambush waiting beneath his feet. Toji, carefully concealed by Hanami, looked at the dragon god. He scratched his spiky hair and sighed. That guy has gotten pretty terrifying, huh? I was hoping to try and sneak attack him. Heh. In the end, I didn't even have the capability to launch an ambush. Hanami explained, Miss Utaheim was picked up immediately. We suspected a highly capable barrier sorcerer was trailing them, so we tried to find them first. When we couldn't track them no matter what, I knew we were in serious trouble. If Hanami's sensory abilities had a chance of missing something, Toji Fushiguro's superhuman instincts absolutely did not. The fact that their carpet search couldn't deduce how Utaheim was extracted, nor locate her destination, meant the mystery sorcerer was undeniably special grade. With those two searching, even Yuki Tsukumo wouldn't have been able to escape their notice. Toji added, we did find the car Gojo arrived in, and the driver. The guy was smart, he parked 5 kilometers away. But we figured it was a decoy, so we decided to just wait here. It was the only logical move. Knowing a special grade sorcerer was lurking out there, leaving a car out in the open was obviously a trap to lure them in. If they had been lower grade sorcerers, neither Hanami nor Toji would have cared. But knowing the opponent was at least on Yuki Tsukumo's level, they weren't going to blindly walk into a snare. The dragon god seemed unfazed. Say no more. I trust your judgment. Remember our pre-battle strategy? Even if I'm dying, if you assess that saving me isn't worth the risk, then don't save me. Toji's heart twinged slightly. He fell silent. After a pause, the dragon god asked, how is Jogo? Hanami's voice was heavy with grief. Brain death. He was caught in the shockwave of your battle with Gojo. He was blown to nothingness. Tragic, the dragon god sighed. Once I recover, I'll fish him out of the river of souls. Toji frowned, studying the dragon god. They probably aren't coming back for round 2. How long are you going to stay like this? We still need to go pick up Dagon. Dagon was currently waiting by the distant sea. According to the original plan, if Mahito couldn't defeat Gojo, he would retreat toward the ocean. He would use Jogo as a sacrificial rearguard, merge with Dagon, and continue his escape into the deep sea. No matter how strong Gojo was, his combat effectiveness would be heavily restricted at the bottom of the ocean, maximizing their chances of survival. Who could have predicted the battle would escalate so violently that this fallback plan wouldn't even be needed? The dragon god remained perfectly still, not even lowering the arm holding Kirigiri. He spoke faintly, give me a minute. My brain is still a mess. I might sound fine, but I'm faking it. If I dare to drop this state right now, I will definitively suffer brain death. I've truly witnessed the horror of infinite void. Toji stared blankly. Wait. So we were the ones who got let off the hook? I was wondering why you were holding that Zanshina posture. Turns out, boss, you weren't keeping up your guard in case they came back, you literally couldn't put your arms down. Hanami immediately turned to glare furiously at Toji. Both sides were in a state of black flash awakening. Mahito is only struggling to process the information now because he finally relaxed. If the fight had continued, the outcome would be completely unpredictable. Mahito did not lose. Hanami had no eyes, where pupils should be, branch-like antlers grew. This made her glare particularly terrifying when she directed her anger at someone. Toji simply threw his hands up in surrender, too lazy to argue. No need to argue, Hanami, the dragon god said, his tone loaded with meaning. This time, I really couldn't keep up. If the domain clash had lasted any longer, my brain would have been fried by infinite void before I could overwrite Gojo's soul. But it's only this one time. There won't be a next time. Chapter 75-37. Rising to the occasion. 4,613 words. There won't be a next time. Satoru Gojo declared excitedly. My infinite void is already useless against Mahito, while his Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm can still threaten me. I could feel my soul almost getting truly touched by him. Seriously, it was that close. Beside him, Yutaheim Iori shrieked in disbelief. That is not something to be happy about. How the hell are you smiling? They were currently sitting in an official Jujutsu high vehicle. The driver was none other than Ijichi, who hadn't fled back to base after all. Heeding Gojo's warning, he had waited exactly 5 kilometers away for the battle to end, and was now tasked with driving everyone back to Tokyo Jujutsu High. However, thanks to Tangen's barrier techniques, the vehicle's interior had been drastically altered. From the outside, it looked like a standard sedan. Inside, the back seat had been elongated and expanded into something resembling a high-end lounge. World-class liquors lined a polished cabinet. Tengen stood behind a bar counter, dressed in a bartender's uniform, quietly polishing a glass with a clean cloth. Tengen spoke with clinical detachment. Satoru Gojo, you can no longer afford to stagnate. If you do not push yourself, the Lord of Cursed Spirits will definitively kill you next time. You must ignite the competitive drive you've never had to use. You must adopt the mindset of an apprentice and relearn Jujutsu theory from the ground up. And this time, I will teach you personally. Gojo sat at the bar. He was still wearing his black short-sleeved undershirt. Despite his best efforts to protect his clothing during the catastrophic battle, a massive tear ripped across his midriff, the exact spot where he had been bisected. His right pant leg was completely shredded as well. During the climax of the fight, he was forced to use a binding vow to save his own life, resulting in his right leg being completely pulverized. A glass of wine sat on the bar. Gojo picked it up, gently sniffing the aroma of the red wine. Perfect. I was worried you'd refuse. This fight made me realize just how few people in this world can keep up with me. It'll take Kinji and Yuta another 10 years to reach where I am now. If Yuji can fully adapt to 20 Fingers of Sukuna, he might be faster, maybe 5 years? Megumi is a wild card. He'll only grow if he can conquer his own heart, otherwise, he'll be stuck running in place. Right now, Tengen, only you can barely keep pace with me. Yutaheim couldn't take it anymore. She shot to her feet and screamed at him. Can you take this seriously? I saw it all. You were cut in half. You lost limbs. Your head was nearly smashed in by the Lord of Curses, and your soul was almost entirely overwritten. Satoru. This isn't a joke. The King of Curses is too dangerous. He's way too dangerous. You could actually die. You could really die. Gojo froze. He could actually hear the choked, tearful crack in Yutaheim's voice. Was she crying? Tengen sighed. Everyone assumes you are invincible beneath the heavens. Yutaheim firmly believed that no matter who you faced, defeat was impossible. But this battle violently woke her up. She saw you on the back foot, dancing with death multiple times. Hell, any normal sorcerer would have died 10 times over. She feels guilty because she thinks she dragged you into that desperate situation. And she is worried about you. Hava hava. Yutaheim? Worried about me? You've got to be kidding me. She's a bona fide demon shrine maiden. Gojo completely ignored the tears in Yutaheim's voice and laughed uproariously. Yutaheim sat back down, lowering her head, utterly silent. Gojo's laughter awkwardly faded out. He stared in disbelief at the silent woman. Hey! Are you serious? I'm Satoru Gojo. How could I possibly die? Yutaheim kept her head down, saying nothing. Gojo felt a spike of genuine panic. Tengen said flatly, "We aren't blind. In that battle, you were the one constantly falling into traps, and you brushed against death more than once. Let's be blunt, if you weren't brilliant on your feet and constantly on high alert, you would have died at least 3 times. Tengen continued polishing the glass, fixing Gojo with her for pure white eyes. Satoru Gojo, as of today, you are no longer invincible. You need to accept that fact. I never thought I was invincible to begin with. Gojo desperately wanted to argue that. Under normal circumstances, he absolutely would have. But looking at the silent, trembling Yutaheim, the flippant words caught in his throat. He suddenly thought of his past. Truthfully, there wasn't much to say about it. What is there to say about a life that was invincible from birth? His only real setback was during high school, and he had personally crushed that setback in less than a day. It was almost impossible for anyone in this world to just casually banter with him anymore. In high school, at least Principal Yaga and his best friend Suguru dared to scold him or throw punches. But after the Riko Amanai incident, Suguru never joked with him again, and Yaga stopped physically reprimanding him. Gojo understood why. He was invincible. As a weakling, constantly provoking the absolute strongest was basically a death wish. In the Jujutsu world, if you died doing that, no one would pity you. They'd just point at your grave and tell young sorcerers, that's what happens when you provoke the strong. His students still joked around with him, but that was because they were completely ignorant of the old Jujutsu ecosystem. Look at how the older generation treated Satoru Gojo. After Suguru Geto committed to his betrayal, Gojo met with him one last time. Due to his own hesitation, he let Geto walk away. Gojo had been sitting on the steps, consumed by depression, when Yaga found him. Yaga was still his teacher then, and he had harshly demanded to know why Gojo let Geto go. Gojo, annoyed, had snapped back, "Do you really need me to spell it out?" Given their usual dynamic, Yaga absolutely should have kept pressing. It was a matter of extreme gravity, the damage Geto could inflict was immeasurable. But Yaga hadn't pressed him. Why? Out of consideration for his beloved students' feelings? No. As their teacher, Yaga knew exactly what Geto's actions meant. As a Jujutsu high instructor, it was his responsibility to drill the severity of the situation into Gojo's head and make him realize his mistake. But he didn't. Because Yaga knew that Satoru Gojo was the strongest. And right then, he was the world's strongest sorcerer in a profoundly foul mood. In the face of absolute power, the weak must not provoke. Gojo had made a mistake, but so what? Even if he was wrong, who dared question him? Not even Yaga. Banter was fine, but in the presence of true power, the weak had to instinctively maintain a humble distance, otherwise they'd be mocked even in death. Only this demon shrine maiden, even now, if Gojo said something out of line, she'd smash a teacup over his head without hesitation. If it had been Yutaheim who found him instead of Yaga back then, she would have pointed directly at his nose and cursed him out. Gojo would have screamed right back, but he never would have hit her. That was their dynamic. Yaga had personally severed their closest bond, but Yutaheim never had. That was why, when faced with an espionage mission that almost guaranteed death, Yutaheim accepted it without a second thought. Because even though she couldn't stand him, she believed in him more than anyone else. She believed he could handle anything. Gojo's voice had never been so soft. He looked at Yutaheim and said quietly, "I'm not going to die. I promise." Yutaheim turned her face away. "Don't be melodramatic. Who cares if you die? Just do it somewhere I don't have to watch." Gojo was truly terrible at this. Or rather, he had no idea how to comfort people. If he did, Suguru Geto might not have gone down that dark path. He just wasn't built for this. He felt goosebumps erupting all over his arms. He would rather fight Mahito for another 300 rounds than deal with Yutaheim's genuine affection. Damn it all. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be the one getting coddled, Gojo screamed internally. He stiffly changed the subject. Tengen, do you know any top-tier construction sorcerers? Tengen had been thoroughly enjoying the drama. Hearing Gojo pivot to business, she radiated disappointment. Gojo glared at her deadpan, forcing her to follow his lead. Why are you looking for a powerful construction sorcerer? There's a high wall between fighting barehanded and fighting armed, Gojo said gravely. You shouldn't be the one saying that, Tengen sneered. You are the most traditional sorcerer alive. Even if you never say it out loud, deep down you believe using weapons is a crutch. Anyone blessed with an innate technique shouldn't need a weapon. I was wrong, Gojo admitted quickly. That sword, the one that severs gods and Buddhas, was an absolute nightmare. My limitless was completely useless against that Tsukumagami. I was totally crippled. I need a cursed tool that can rival it. It's the only reason I don't know tool manipulation. If I did, I'd forge my own Tsukumagami just like Mahito did. Gojo had never admitted fault so easily. Historically, even when he was wrong, his overwhelming strength allowed him to brute force reality until he was right. Every problematic sorcerer he shielded operated on that principle. Even his mentor Yaga was under his protection. There were no exceptions. For him to admit defeat so readily meant only one thing. He felt threatened, but he was not broken. He wanted to win. Tengen set down the glass and cloth, resting her hands on the bar with an amused expression. I expected you to say the limitless technique is omnipotent and can handle anything. Before today, I thought the limitless was omnipotent too. I thought I had an answer for every scenario. Beneath Gojo's calm demeanor, a fanatical battle lust was boiling. But this fight exposed the limits of the limitless. Against weaker opponents, I can do whatever I want. But against an opponent equal to me, or maybe even slightly above me, the only real advantage the limitless offers is mobility. The limitless technique granted Gojo virtually omnipotent physical specs. His attack power was unparalleled, his ability to expand and compress space allowed him to effortlessly launch reality-breaking strikes. Even Yuta Okotsu and Kinji Hikari felt a lingering dread after getting hit just once. His defense, kept active 24/7, blocked almost any attack and could filter out poisons. He achieved this back in high school, and it was only after securing that permanent defense that he was crowned the modern era's strongest. Yet, none of that compared to the mobility the limitless provided. By freely manipulating the expansion and contraction of space, distance became meaningless. As long as a target was within his cursed energy sensory range, it was only a single step away. Even pure teleportation or spatial displacement couldn't match the utility of the limitless. Offense, defense, mobility, he excelled at them all. Single target piercing or wide area destruction, it didn't matter. He boasted flawless resistance, backed by the six eyes microscopic manipulation of cursed energy. That was the entirety of the man known as Satoru Gojo. He was the absolute pinnacle of mechanism, and the absolute pinnacle of stats. But today, he witnessed the boundaries of the limitless. And it hurt. Against idle transfiguration, the limitless offensive power was rendered null. Until the very end, Gojo couldn't even deduce the mechanics behind Mahito's invincible defense, inverse. Ranged attacks like blue and red were completely ineffective. He could only rely on his ultimate technique, hollow purple, to break the stalemate. But purple's long casting time gave Mahito ample room to counter. Not only did it miss, but Mahito weaponized it against him, nearly killing him. On the defensive end, he was entirely hard-countered by Mirakuji Kirigiri. He didn't even dare to touch the blade of the ancient Tsukumagami for more than a second, terrified his hand would be auto-severed. This forced him to constantly dodge the blade, and since Kirigiri was a 2-meter-long Nadachi wielded like a spear, closing the distance was nearly impossible. His hand-to-hand combat effectiveness was gutted. Only his mobility had given him a slight edge, but even that vanished against the dragon god form. For the first time since he was born, his limitless had been genuinely dismantled. He was comprehensively suppressed across the board. I need a more practical method of application, Gojo mused aloud. My overall combat style is already set in stone. Changing it now is impossible. I have to refine the details. First, cursed tools. If I can get my hands on something equivalent to Mirakuji Kirigiri, I won't be at a disadvantage offensively. I need something that can shatter his invincible defense and withstand Kirigiri's slashes. Approaching Mahito barehanded is just too hard. I need a weapon to extend my reach so I can land a black flash. My physical specs need an upgrade, too. Mahito's hollow technique, soul creation dragon spirit body is exactly what I need to study. I've already analyzed how he operates it. I might be able to replicate the concept. Once I have a cursed tool, I have to master it. I might have to relearn weapon combat from scratch. Like you said, with the mindset of an apprentice. And my domain expansion. I need to modify it. The information redundancy of Infinite Void isn't enough to beat Mahito. It needs true lethal force. I'll have to figure that out myself, but I already have a few ideas. Finally, Tengen. I need to study you. Study me. You are currently sliding toward becoming a god. I need to study gods. Gojo stared at Tengen, his sixth eye swirling with crystalline clarity that pierced through all deception. You've never shown the slightest interest in gods before. I still don't care about gods, Gojo said flatly. But Mahito is already a step ahead of me. I guarantee his dragon spirit body possesses the processing power of a true god, otherwise, he never could have adapted to Infinite Void. To beat him, I need to know exactly what a god is capable of, and what its limitations are. Tengen praised him. A brilliant summation. Everything the King of Curses displayed in this battle was tailor-made for you. His weapon, his application of idol transfiguration, his domain expansion, all of it. If you don't change the combat style you rely on, you will undeniably lose the next time he hunts you. You need new tools to fill your arsenal. Using a weapon is a fantastic paradigm shift. Perhaps you'll find a superior path through it. I thought you'd accuse me of losing myself in playthings and dulling my sorcerer's edge, Gojo teased. In the past, I would have, Tengen admitted frankly. I am a traditional sorcerer too. Deep down, I look down on weapon users. I believed they diluted the purity of their technique. A sorcerer who trusts a tool over their own innate technique is destined to plateau. History has proven this countless times. But now, the Lord of Cursed Spirits changed my mind. Tengen sighed in admiration. His cursed energy harmonized with Mirakuji Kirigiri without a single hitch, to the point of unleashing a fusion black flash, something completely unprecedented in Jujutsu history. It utterly shattered my preconceived notions and showed me how narrow-minded I was. In a way, Ashia Sadatsuna's dream has been realized. From this day forward, no one will ever look down on a swordsman again, nor will there be sorcerers who despise blades. If a sorcerer slacks on their technique because of swordplay, it will be recognized as a personal failure of the sorcerer, not a flaw of the sword. They simply weren't talented enough to balance both. Gojo nodded, validating the sentiment. As for gods, Tengen pondered. A so-called god isn't omnipotent in the way you imagine. A god's greatest asset is omniscience, or, as you termed it, information processing power. A god's capacity to process data vastly exceeds human comprehension. Right now, I need auxiliary personnel to maintain the Great Barrier. But if I evolve into a god, I could manipulate the entire Japanese barrier flawlessly on my own. A god is a higher form of life than a human. Its processing speed is unimaginable. Your Infinite Void isn't just ineffective against a god, it actually accelerates their evolution. A god can infinitely absorb and refine any data. If you truly sense that Mahito's dragon spirit body possesses divine cognitive specs, then you absolutely cannot use Infinite Void against him again. A god will only grow stronger from your Infinite Void. It will never be harmed by it. This was the first time Gojo had ever heard Tengen discuss the concept of gods. Gods were so far removed from humanity, and Tengen had repeatedly refused to ascend to godhood, that the topic was practically non-existent in the Jujutsu world. Gojo frowned. I heard my family's 6 eyes were created by you? Because every time you needed a star plasma vessel, a 6 eyes user would conveniently be born into the Gojo clan. Without fail. The connection between Tengen and the 6 eyes had always been ambiguous. Gojo knew the rumors but never cared. But hearing Tengen's explanation of godhood, suspicion began to gnaw at him. Especially the revelation that infinite void was useless against gods and actually served as nourishment, that triggered some very dark associations. It felt almost as if the limitless was specifically designed to accelerate the birth of a god. Coupled with the secret tether between the 6 eyes and Tengen, damn, she's treating the Gojo clan like livestock, Tengen didn't hide it. She answered candidly, the 6 eyes represent the divine aspect I discarded. Through a binding vow, I ensured the lineage of the 6 eyes would never break. You are the current iteration. Satoru Gojo. The 6 eyes are the eyes of God. You are, quite literally, the Arahitogami, a living god of this era. The 6 in 6 eyes carried the weight of divine and Buddhist principles. It signified that 6 mindfulnesses, 6 dusts, and 6 consciousnesses. The modern mantra purification of the 6 root stemmed directly from it. It wasn't a collection of 6 abilities, it was divine Buddhist law. The 6 eyes were the eyes of God and Buddha. They were the eyes of a god. Gojo touched his own eyes, mocking himself. No wonder they're so special. And no wonder they're literally called 6 eyes. He had always thought 6 eyes was just a poetic moniker. He never imagined it was frighteningly literal. No wonder the gap between a 6 eyes user and everyone else was so insurmountable. To hold the 6 eyes was to be a bona fide demigod. You actually threw away the eyes of God and handed them over to mortals. Gojo's voice pitched strangely. I cannot become a god, Tengen said quietly. To me, the 6 eyes are poison, not power. Besides, aren't you doing a wonderful job protecting me right now? I feel very secure. Hasn't there ever been a Gojo with ulterior motives? It is precisely because of those ulterior motives that they absolutely cannot allow me to become a god, Tengen said cryptically. It made terrifying sense. The limitless was definitely engineered. If any rogue 6 eyes user wanted to append the heavens and rebel, the very first thing they had to do was stop Tengen from ascending. Because the very first thing a newly born god Tengen would do is devour the wielder of the 6 eyes and the limitless. Therefore, whether a 6 eyes user was a paragon of justice or a treacherous snake, they would sincerely and violently protect Tengen and prevent her ascension at all costs. This was true masterclass fate manipulation. Foresight and prophecy couldn't hold a candle to it. No wonder Tengen completely ignored the existence of the star religious group. She didn't need to care. If it hadn't been for the anomaly of the sorcerer killer, Toji Fushiguro, that cursed cycle would probably have continued until the end of the world. Gojo looked utterly appalled. Your noble sacrifices have really rotted your brain, haven't they? Tengen cast him a disdainful sideways glance. All right, you win. Truly worthy of being humanity's millennia-old guardian. I yield, Gojo said, giving her a sarcastic thumbs up. Suddenly, the still sulking Yutahime interrupted, steering the conversation back to reality. If they are the eyes of God, could you wield a Tsukumagami? One of my students uses tool manipulation. I can bring her to you. Maybe she can give you some insight into Tsukumagami. Gojo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good, they were past the awkward emotional stuff. He smoothly picked up the thread. But I don't know tool manipulation. I can't synchronize my mind with a Tsukumagami. I'll probably never be able to fire off a fusion black flash. That might forever remain the exclusive domain of sorcerers who mix tool manipulation with idle transfiguration. Not necessarily. Yutahime looked at him seriously. A Tsukumagami is a unique form of life. If nurtured long enough, it has the potential to become a cursed spirit. The reason sorcerers haven't achieved a fusion black flash in 1,000 years is probably due to a lack of spiritual sentience in the Tsukumagami. Theoretically, any creature with cursed energy should be capable of a black flash, yet no one has ever seen a curse perform one. Sorry, excluding highly intelligent cursed spirits, of course. But the existence of intelligent cursed spirits proves my point. Regular curses don't fail to use black flash because they're physically incapable, but because they lack the spiritual depth. Sentience is the key. If a Tsukumagami possessed the sentience of an intelligent curse, it could use it. That's probably the secret to how the King of Curses pulled off a fusion black flash. Tengen looked thoughtful. Utaheim's theory is sound. It truly comes down to spirituality. The Lord of Cursed Spirits cultivated his Tsukumagami into a genuinely living entity. It's his cursed tool, but also his partner. That's why he can execute a fusion black flash. Conversely, if someone else cultivated an identical Tsukumagami, it shouldn't be impossible for them. Utaheim nodded, addressing Tengen respectfully. As expected of Master Tengen. That was exactly my thought. If you could actually nurture a Tsukumagami capable of autonomously triggering a black flash, then with the 6 eyes microscopic cursed energy manipulation, you could easily sense the Tsukumagami's emotional state. It wouldn't be as seamless as tool manipulation, but you could bond and synchronize with it on a far more granular level. Ultimately, a fusion black flash might not be impossible for you. Gojo thought it over. He couldn't find a single flaw in the logic. The main bottleneck was the Tsukumagami itself, not whether the wielder possessed tool manipulation. In other words, if he could acquire a fully sentient, telepathic Tsukumagami, Gojo might actually pull off a fusion black flash. He broke into a wide grin. It's just like a Bankai from Bleach. Alright, I'm fired up. Utaheim looked completely lost. What's a Bleach? What's a Bankai? Gojo looked at her with utter contempt. As expected of a shrine maiden. What a boomer. You're only a year older than me, but you reek of old age. You'll never amount to anything. Show some respect, I am your senior. Utaheim shrieked in rage, grabbing the nearest wine glass and hurling it straight at Gojo's head. Asterisk smash, asterisk the red wine splashed wildly, but thanks to the limitless, not a single drop touched his hair. Gojo laughed uproariously. Asterisk this is it. This is exactly what I needed, asterisk this was the demon shrine maiden he knew. That crying, delicate Utaheim from 5 minutes ago had to be a fake. This violent woman was the real deal. Watching the fiery, re-energized Gojo, Tengen nodded in deep satisfaction. Observing this battle had made her fully realize her own limits. She had a strong premonition that even if she accelerated her ascension and became a god, she would still be no match for Gojo or the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Ascending to godhood was merely a shift in the state of existence. But combat power was anchored in the foundation built asterisk before asterisk ascension. Humans were undeniably the apex species on Earth. Compared to other animals, they were undeniably a higher life form. But throw a city dweller into the jungle to bare-knuckle brawl a wild boar? Even if you gave the city dweller a hunting rifle, it wouldn't be a sure thing. Hell, even experienced hunters had been gored to death by charging boars in the past. Humans needed tools and knowledge to conquer nature. Sorcerers needed innate techniques to conquer powerful foes. Gods were no different. Unfortunately, as a candidate for godhood, Tengen had dedicated her entire existence to maintaining the Japanese barrier. Her vast knowledge had never been geared toward frontline combat, nor did she need it to be, she had an army of protectors for that. As the immovable shield standing in front of Tengen, the stronger Satoru Gojo was, the better. But Tengen spoke with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, the most powerful construction sorcerer in the world is currently working for the enemy. We likely cannot forge a custom-made cursed tool to cultivate into a Tsukumagami. We can only search history for existing divine artifacts. Who? Gojo asked casually. The ancient sorcerer, Yorozu, Tengen said flatly. currently reincarnated into the soul of Tsumiki Fushiguro. Who? Gojo's voice spiked violently. He instantly demanded, "Is Megumi okay?" Megumi Fushiguro was Tsumiki's younger brother. Though not blood-related, both Tsumiki and Megumi fiercely acknowledged the bond. They had relied only on each other until Tsumiki fell into a curse-induced coma. Megumi's frantic dedication to Jujutsu high missions was entirely for Tsumiki's sake. Even though Gojo himself couldn't figure out the exact nature of her curse, that didn't stop him from securing the best medical facility to house her. That cost a fortune, and Jujutsu high paid handsomely for dangerous missions. Even if she remained a vegetable for the rest of her life, Megumi was fully prepared to care for her. "He's fine. Good to see you still care about your students and haven't entirely dedicated your heart to the Lord of Cursed Spirits," Tengen reassured him. "Don't worry, the siblings actually have a decent relationship. Tsumiki Fushiguro, or rather, Yorozu, just beat Megumi up a little. After that, she stopped attacking. She even gave your students a lecture. She's a far better teacher than Kinji Hikari." Gojo's mind raced, and realization dawned on him. Wait. Mahito's subordinates attacked Tokyo High while he was keeping me busy. But their main target shouldn't have been the students. Their target was the tombs of the star. A malicious, gloating grin spread across his face. "Looks like they walked into a trap. Ha ha ha, I bet no one expected you to actually leave the tombs. My boy Yuta must have beaten the absolute hell out of them." Who was leading the strike team? Tengen stared deeply into his eyes and delivered the final blow. Suguru Geto. Gojo's smug grin shattered. He let out the most horrified, ear-piercing scream of his entire life. That bastard Mahito actually resurrected Suguru. Just to spite me. Chapter 76:38. Reversal of Fortunes. 3,133 words. Fut, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Mahito mocked loudly. "What's the matter, Kenjaku-sensei? We haven't seen each other for a few hours, how did you end up looking so pathetic?" Mahito had already returned to their safe stronghold, still the same beach domain, but now all core members were gathered in the villa situated on the sand. Mahito had unequipped the dragon god armor, and looking at the sight before him, he literally could not stop laughing. It was 3 hours post-battle. Not even Mahito could have predicted that even with the processing power of the dragon god, it would still take 3 full hours to eliminate the risk of brain death after being struck by infinite void. Satoru Gojo was truly a monster. Perhaps that man really could slay a god, just as Ryuman Sukuna had slain Enma in ancient times. Kinji Hikari, looking thoroughly disgusted, held Kenjaku's severed head by the hair and dropped it onto the table. "This bastard said he didn't need my help, that he could take down Tengen all by himself. Next thing I know, he uses some unknown cursed technique to signal me for an extraction. I had to brawl with my junior, Yutarokotsu, just to save his damn head." Reduced to nothing but a head, Kenjaku looked incredibly depressed. "I never expected Tengen to be so ruthless." She actually gave a piece of her own body to Yutarokotsu, allowing Okotsu's cursed technique to record her immortality cursed technique. The current Yutarokotsu is utterly terrifying. Not only does he have limitless cursed techniques, but because his body recorded her immortality, he is practically immune to fatal wounds. Short of sealing him, even I have no idea how to fight him. This was exactly why Tengen dared to follow closely behind Satoru Gojo in her true body. She had surrendered a piece of herself to Yutarokotsu, letting him use his copy technique to record her immortality. The Great Barriers of Japan were maintained by Tengen's immortality cursed technique. In other words, the core of the barrier wasn't Tengen herself, but the technique. As long as the immortality technique existed, the Japanese barriers could be maintained normally. So even if Tengen left, Yutarokotsu, holding the exact same technique, could take her place. This was, of course, executed by bypassing the Jujutsu headquarters entirely. Tengen had learned her lesson the hard way. The entire process was kept strictly hidden from the higher-ups. Even the spies who had infiltrated the headquarters couldn't possibly leak the information. But what was even more terrifying than Tengen was that, while Yuta Okotsu's barrier techniques were subpar, his frontal combat capabilities were monstrous. Kenjaku had strutted in brimming with confidence, eager to personally butcher his millennia-old nemesis, only to find that Tengen wasn't playing his game. She simply dropped a combat powerhouse possessing true immortality right in the tombs of the star to wait for him. And so, Kenjaku obliviously walked right into Yuta Okotsu's meat grinder. And thus, Kenjaku got to personally experience the taste of Tengen's traps. There was no need to elaborate on the process. It was brutal. Absolutely brutal. So brutal that only his head barely managed to survive. Kinji Hikari rolled his neck, turning toward the equally miserable Ashiya Sadatsuna. Compared to this heartless bastard Kenjaku, old man Ashiya looks even worse off. Ashiya Sadatsuna's face was completely bruised and swollen, battered beyond recognition. His upper garments had long been shredded, exposing a fairly muscular physique, but that flesh was completely covered in livid bruising, as if every bone in his body had been pulverized. Yet, he still forced himself to stand, his swollen face making it difficult to even speak. I'm fine. I just exchanged a few blows with Yuki Tsukumo. I was at a slight disadvantage, that's all. Asterisk, you call that a slight disadvantage? Your face is completely caved in, asterisk. Still acting tough? Does acting tough prove you didn't get your ass kicked? Do Yuki Tsukumo's fists hit hard or what? Mahito tried desperately to hold back his laughter, but ultimately failed. Hava hava. I never thought Mr. Ashiya would end up in such a miserable state. You guys got absolutely pummeled. Ashiya Sadatsuna looked entirely unconvinced. If I were in my prime, I'd string Yuki up and beat her. Hikari couldn't take it anymore. He covered his face with his hand. Just drop it, old man. If Senior Tsukumo hadn't been avoiding tearing up our facade with Mahito, she would have ground you into powder with Star Rage ages ago. Honestly, this whole offensive was a colossal failure. We made everyone think we were some kind of comedy troupe. Especially Tsumiki Fushiguro. Standing off to the side, Tsumiki Fushiguro was the most pristine of the group that assaulted Tokyo Jujutsu High. She looked elegant, her black school uniform clean and spotless, as if she had merely gone on a campus tour to visit her little brother rather than leading an assault on a violent jujutsu institution. Tsumiki was holding a kitten in her arms. She now handed the kitten to Mahito, who received it naturally. She spoke calmly. I said before the attack began, I was only going to see Megumi. I wouldn't lift a finger otherwise. In fact, not only did I stall Megumi, but I stalled all the students of Tokyo High, including Sukuna's vessel, Yuji Itadori. I overcompleted my mission. Hikari snapped, you call that stalling? You literally just stood in front of them and had a pleasant chat with your brother. You dragged your feet the whole time, and by the end, you were literally acting like a teacher, earnestly analyzing and refining the combat styles and systems of all the students, including your brother. Did you forget you were on a battlefield? Damn it, at least I remembered my role. I pulled old man Ashiya out when he was on death's door, and I extracted Kenjaku when he was reduced to a single head. You literally did absolutely nothing. Mahito chuckled. Don't be like that. Letting my clone physically touch every student in Tokyo was the best safety net I could ask for. That alone is enough. The kitten was Mahito's clone. During the invasion, Mahito had purposefully split off an innocent, clean kitten clone to be held by the safest person there, Tsumiki Fushiguro. Everyone assumed it was her companion spirit. Since Hikari had a baby dragon companion spirit, it wasn't overly shocking for Tsumiki to have a kitten companion spirit. The original canon Mahito could do similar things. He could even morph humans into his clones. Aside from being unable to use idle transfiguration, their thoughts were perfectly linked with the main body, and their physical specs were identical. The current Mahito had taken it a step further. He could even partition his own soul and inject it into the construction technique. Of course, in order to optimize his duel with Satoru Gojo, the soul fragment he separated possessed almost no sentience. It was just like when the canon Mahito fought Ultimate Mechamaru. Even after Mechamaru blew apart a chunk of Mahito's soul, Mahito could simply regenerate and fill it back in. The kitten operated on the same principle. It had to be said, the potential of idol transfiguration was truly bottomless, with countless mysteries waiting to be explored. The canon Mahito had squandered a godly gift. While Tsumiki Fushiguro was playing around with the Tokyo students, this kitten had sneakily made physical contact with everyone except Yuji Itadori. At this moment, the kitten had recorded the innate techniques of everyone else: Nobara Kujisaki's resonance, Toji Inumaki's cursed speech, Panda's abrupt mutated cursed corpse, and Megumi Fushiguro's 10 shadows technique. The moment Mahito touched the kitten, it was equivalent to the kitten transferring all the recorded simulated soul data directly to him. The kitten let out a final meow, melting into a water-like fluid that crawled up Mahito's arm before finally vanishing, re-assimilating into his body. Noticing Tsumiki sighing with a hint of regret, Mahito smiled. "If Miss Fushiguro wishes, I can give you the same immortality package as Hikari right now. As for the specific appearance of your companion spirit, you can design it yourself." Tsumiki showed no trace of embarrassment. She nodded gently. "Thank you for your patronage. I gladly accept." Toji Fushiguro, standing nearby, asked, "How's that brat Megumi?" "A bit slacking." Though she used the word as slacking, a fond smile unconsciously bloomed on Tsumiki's face. "But he has a group of wonderful friends. He is no longer alone. Is that right?" Toji nodded, his face devoid of emotion. "Didn't think you'd actually care about him." "He was the one I handed off to Satoru Gojo right before I died," Toji said flatly. "I don't care about him. I just wanted a simple status update." Mahito heavily clapped Toji on the shoulder. "Being a tsundere isn't in style anymore in this era, especially for grown men." Toji replied without changing his expression, "In our era, tsundere was still a trending word." "Mahito, you spoiled these people rotten." Hikari had reached his absolute limit, even cursing out his own boss. "Fuck me, I actually thought we were just playing house. We are supposed to be the darkest, most evil syndicate aiming to overthrow the Jujutsu world, not a goddamn comedy troupe. We need to violently course-correct this vibe." Mahito continued to smile, consoling Hikari. All right. You think attacking Tokyo Jujutsu High was a joke, but didn't we get excellent results? Besides, if we had gone in for a serious bloodbath, I don't think you would have been willing to do it either, right?" Hikari choked on his words. Thinking about it, it was true. If he was actually ordered to slaughter them, he wouldn't have been able to bring himself to do it. Kenjaku rallied his spirits. "At least our baseline objectives were met. Mahito acquired the cursed techniques of all the Tokyo High students, and I managed to smuggle the cursed womb, death paintings out of the Star Corridor's hazard warehouse. Mahito has grown stronger once again, and we can add 3 special grade Jujutsu sorcerers to our ranks. Well, Choso might reach the level of a special grade sorcerer. As for the others, they'll at least baseline at special grade cursed spirits." Mahito looked thoughtful. "Heavy casualties at the Tombs of the Star?" "No, I stopped him from killing anyone," Hikari said coldly. "Mahito, this guy is dishonest. He's constantly digging pits for you to fall into. He wanted to completely destroy the Japanese barriers. The most vital duty of the staff at the Tombs of the Star was to assist Tengen in maintaining the barriers and keeping the facility operational. When the original canon Kenjaku invaded, besides grabbing the death paintings, his primary objective was actually wholesale slaughter. The more people he killed, the heavier Tengen's workload became, preventing her from interfering with his schemes. Indeed, during the crucial Shibuya incident where Gojo was sealed, the reason Tengen didn't lift a finger was precisely because too many people had died at the Tombs of the Star. The increased workload forced her to abandon Gojo and focus entirely on stabilizing the Japanese barriers. Furthermore, in Tengen's mind, if Satoru Gojo had taken the field, wasn't victory already guaranteed? It had to be said, Kenjaku understood Tengen far too perfectly. He calculated her every move from beginning to end. Tengen's defeat in canon was truly earned. But the current Mahito had laid his cards on the table. He was aiming to rule the Jujutsu world. The Japanese barriers naturally couldn't be destroyed, or else cursed spirits would run rampant. What would there be left to rule? Setting everything else aside, if Mahito actually did that, even if he ruled the world by sheer force, the uprisings beneath him would be endless. Violence is always a necessary condition for rule, but it is never the only condition. The reason Kinji Hikari could so confidently and casually meet with Satoru Gojo was because his own hands were clean, and Mahito's hands were clean. Sure, Mahito had wiped out the Zenin clan, but by Jujutsu Society's own twisted rules, the Zenin clan brought it upon themselves. Mahito had never harmed innocents, and he actively restrained curse users and cursed spirits. Within the Jujutsu world, his record was genuinely spotless. Didn't Moki Zenin annihilate the clan in canon? She was far more ruthless than Mahito, even hunting down the Hei members who were away on missions, slaughtering the old and the weak without mercy. Yet, didn't she openly participate in the final decisive battle? After they won, she attended the protagonist group's post-war debriefing without any restrictions whatsoever. Mahito was much better than Moki. He spared the elderly and weak of the Zenin clan and ignored the members who were away. Putting aside his identity as a cursed spirit, he was more merciful than any Jujutsu sorcerer. Even though he destroyed the clan, everyone acknowledged his ultimate benevolence. This was the reason why. Such methods would drastically reduce the resistance he'd face when he eventually took over the Jujutsu world. Kenjaku immediately defended himself. I had absolutely no such intention. Those staff members are Tengen's die-hard loyalists. Without killing them, even I couldn't find Tengen. This was the truth. In Mahito's vision, Kenjaku's soul didn't waver in the slightest. He was speaking honestly. Kenjaku glanced at Mahito and continued explaining. The reason I eventually found them was only because I never expected the one anchoring the barrier to be Yuta Okotsu, who isn't even adept at barrier techniques. If I had known Okotsu was the anchor, I wouldn't have killed the staff at the tombs. This was also true. Kenjaku's soul remained completely still. But how could Mahito not see through Kenjaku's petty tricks? Mahito looked down at Kenjaku, asking softly, "Kenjaku-sensei, do you still remember the binding vow between us?" Kenjaku's eyes darted around, and he smiled. Of course. I remember it perfectly. Both parties are sworn allies. Neither shall betray the other, whether through direct action or indirect means. I must surrender every ounce of knowledge I possess, holding nothing back, in exchange for your assistance in my time of absolute need. The above vow will be dissolved upon the overthrow of the Jujutsu world. Mahito said seriously, "Kenjaku-sensei, you crossed the line. You shouldn't have deliberately attempted to massacre the staff at the Tombs of the Star. Although from the outcome, it really was unnecessary." Kenjaku sighed helplessly. At the time, I genuinely didn't know Tengen wasn't in the tombs. His soul didn't waver. It was the truth. In the plan, Tengen was an ultimate objective, not a mandatory one. I believe we had a consensus on this. Mahito pressed forward without hesitation. You sought Tengen out on your own initiative. The moment you realized you had to slaughter the staff to find her, you should have decisively aborted. But you didn't. Therefore, you crossed the line. Kenjaku's smile slowly faded. He felt the scorching bloodlust emanating from Mahito's heart. He looked at Mahito in confusion. You want to kill me? Why? I've never shown you any malice. On the contrary, I've been earnestly helping you all along. Almost all of your current knowledge was taught by me. The people around you were gathered by me. Even the second-generation species you are meticulously cultivating, it was me who provided Jogo with the target so he could find them. This was entirely true. Although the forces currently gathered around Mahito respected and followed him as their master, they had all initially been assembled with Kenjaku acting as the middleman, even down to the newly born sapient cursed spirits. Even Mahito's original core crew, Jogo, Hanami, and Daigan, were all brought in by Kenjaku. I am merely reminding you, Sensei. Do not test my patience, Mahito said flatly. Kenjaku's mind raced, and he immediately realized something. Your duel with Satoru Gojo. What was the outcome? The corners of Mahito's mouth curled up. We were evenly matched. No, I was at a slight disadvantage. Kenjaku fell silent. He took a long, deep look at Mahito and sighed. The youth truly surpassed the old. Pausing for a moment, he raised his smile again. My apologies, my apologies. I overstepped. I swear I won't pull a stunt like that again. The Jujutsu world hasn't been overthrown yet. I'm still very useful, aren't I? Even if I lose my usefulness, tossing me into another world would at least make me a good guard dog, right? Asterisk I know exactly how to read the room, you see asterisk Kenjaku said with a beaming smile. Those words were true. Mahito didn't even need to check for soul fluctuations to know that. After all, in the original canon, Kenjaku had willingly loitered around Ryuman Sukuna, and he had openly stated the reason: the moment he dared to step away from Sukuna, he would be instantly killed by Satoru Gojo. Although Kenjaku was chaotic and lived for entertainment, he was no fool. He was a survivor, heavily pragmatic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived for 1,000 years. Keep in mind, not only did he want to kill Tengen, but Tengen wanted to kill him just as badly. Yet, right under the nose of Tengen, the master of the Japanese barriers, he continuously hijacked brains and reincarnated, completely evading detection. Now, sensing Mahito's murderous intent, he decisively folded. Mahito nodded. I want every scrap of knowledge you have accumulated over the past 1,000 years, Kenjaku-sensei. This was the demand Mahito had made when they first forged the binding vow, and now, he was presenting it a second time. Kenjaku smiled. It seems your battle with Satoru Gojo has completely exhausted the nutrients of your current growth. You need to begin accumulating again. Then, my answer remains the same as before. Kenjaku looked around. Hanami, Daigan, Kinji Hikari, Ashiya Sadatsuna, Tsumiki Fushiguro, and Toji Fushiguro. Aside from Toji, who knew nothing of Kenjaku's true nature, everyone else was glaring at him with a trace of malice, itching to strike. He looked earnestly at Mahito. I will share everything I know, holding absolutely nothing back. His words were more sincere than they had ever been. First things first, then. Mahito reached out a hand, gently touching the sutured scar on Kenjaku's forehead. Let me restore your body. Lower your soul's defenses. You know I will only read your soul's data, not alter it. Unlike you, I don't play petty tricks. Kenjaku pursed his lips, let out a mournful sigh, and lowered his soul's defenses. The binding vow to overthrow the Jujutsu world was originally designed to protect Mahito. But from this exact moment forward, the vow had mutated into something protecting Kenjaku. From here on out, their roles were reversed. Chapter 77:39. Pulling a few little tricks. 3,199 words. Not pulling petty tricks was impossible. Mahito's killing intent was entirely genuine. If it weren't for the binding vow shielding him, Kenjaku was certain he would already be dead. And even with the vow in place, there was no guarantee Mahito wouldn't rip his head off the absolute millisecond the Jujutsu world was officially overthrown. Kenjaku was positive this was exactly the kind of thing Mahito would do. Asterisk as for why he treats me like this when I poured my heart and soul into nurturing him, asterisk. Asterisk a whom? Probably, maybe, perhaps. I dug too many pitfalls and he noticed them? Hey, you can't blame me. Faced with this unprecedented king of curses, what dedicated researcher wouldn't feel their heart skip a beat? I swear, no scientist could resist, asterisk. And it wasn't that he wanted the King of Curses to die. On the contrary, he desperately wanted the King of Curses to live an even more spectacular life. The problem was, compared to the King of Curses, he cared far more about the Great Cursed Spirit. So, with a heavy heart, he had chosen the Great Cursed Spirit and abandoned the King of Curses. So that's how it is. I need you to endure for a bit and stay out of Mahito's sight, Kenjaku said solemnly. After all, you don't want any complications to arise during Sukuna's resurrection, do you? Yurorm wore a white inner lining beneath a black, wide-sleeved monastic robe. She was an incredibly cute girl. Her perfectly trimmed, white bob cut made her look exceptionally docile, but the glacial frost on her face completely eradicated that cuteness, replacing it with coldness and cruelty. She dusted off her robes, nodding with great satisfaction. So, Kenjaku, when will Lord Sukuna be resurrected? Kenjaku's face darkened with metaphorical lines. I just told you, we are currently operating underground. We absolutely cannot let Mahito catch us slipping. Oh, Yurorm replied, before frowning. Why is my body female? Obviously, one look at this face and I can tell this incarnation vessel is highly synchronized with my soul, but I am male. If this is a perfect resurrection, I should be male. Kenjaku sighed inwardly. Asterisk, this person isn't listening to a word I say. Asterisk. Originally, he had planned to resurrect Yurorm much earlier. In fact, roughly a year ago, he had intended to bring Yurorm back. At that time, he had already acquired this body. Having obtained both this vessel and cursed spirit manipulation, he was fully prepared for the final, decisive war against Tengen. But an anomaly occurred. He couldn't find Mahito. More accurately, he couldn't find a sapient cursed spirit capable of perfectly awakening the players of the culling game via precise physical modification. Kenjaku was a sorcerer who frequently peered into the mechanics of the world. He knew with absolute certainty that sapient cursed spirits would be born, and that a spirit capable of precise flesh modification had to appear. The world was destined to change. Kenjaku firmly believed this. But he misjudged the situation. Sapient cursed spirits were found, but the flesh-modifying cursed spirit that should have appeared early on was completely missing. The earth, the forests, the oceans, they indeed bore the brunt of humanity's curses. Kenjaku had anticipated this long ago, so the existence of Jogo and the others didn't surprise him in the slightest. What surprised him was that if the earth, forests, and oceans had manifested, why hadn't humanity's curse manifested? The curse born from humans hating humans should have been the very first sapient curse to emerge. This caused Kenjaku to immediately abandon reviving Yurorm, opting instead to convince Jogo and the others to join him in searching for the inevitable human origin curse. This search lasted for half a year. And after finding him, Kenjaku no longer wanted to revive Yurorm. Compared to Ryman Sukuna, Mahito was obviously far more controllable and genuinely held the potential to defeat Satoru Gojo. Since he had a far superior option, why on earth would he go out of his way to revive the utterly uncontrollable Ryman Sukuna? As for the binding vows, he could just fulfill them by resurrecting Sukuna during the culling game. There was no need to revive him early and invite a nightmare to his own doorstep. That was his logic. Unfortunately for him, while he thought that way, Mahito utterly refused to play along. The reversal of their roles made Kenjaku acutely aware that his endless stream of petty tricks had finally pushed Mahito over the edge. Now, it was time for him to prioritize his own survival. In this exact moment, Ryman Sukuna re-entered his line of sight, and he reverted to his original plan. Naturally, this required Yurorm. That wasn't up to me. Kenjaku initially wanted to hide the truth, but realizing Mahito already knew all his secrets, telling one more person didn't matter. So he spoke candidly. The body you are currently inhabiting is actually your own. I woke you from the cycle of reincarnation. Do you understand? The reason I achieved a perfect resurrection was because I found your reincarnated self. Through soul manipulation, I awakened your ancient memories. Therefore, your body perfectly adapts to you, and your cursed technique flows without the slightest obstruction, because it is you. You have simply reawakened from ancient times. Eurom expressionlessly rubbed her hands together, opening and closing them twice. Realization dawned on her. I see. No wonder I didn't feel a single stutter in my output. This was my body and my soul to begin with. You submerge the modern memories and force my ancient memories to the surface, achieving the effect of traversing time. Thus, I was perfectly resurrected in the modern era. She praised, an incredible method. Incredible imagination. Kenjaku, you are quite useful after all. Kenjaku smiled and nodded. My physical specs have mostly recovered as well. Eurom formed a hand sign. Even though she didn't activate her technique, a faint, biting frost began radiating from deep within her body. Yes. Combat won't be an issue. Kenjaku got a very bad feeling. Eurom, what exactly are you planning to do? Kenjaku. Eurom's tone left no room for argument. Take me to Mahito. I am going to teach this modern Lord of Curses exactly who he should be taking orders from. Kenjaku was dumbfounded. He asked in disbelief, did you not hear a single word I just said? The current Mahito is terrifyingly close to a genuine god. His physical specs, his limitless technique, his soul architecture, all of it. The only thing he lacks right now is foundational accumulation, and he is currently growing at breakneck speed. What exactly are you planning to do to a god candidate? Eurom said coldly, how does he compare to the Enma of the past? Kenjaku froze. I'll spell it out for you. Eurom's voice turned absolutely freezing, her pupils brewing with absolute tyranny and cruelty. She said flatly, Lord Sukuna is the strongest man in the world. Every living creature should serve Lord Sukuna, even if that creature resembles a god. Enma was slain by Lord Sukuna. If another Enma rises, we will simply slaughter him too. In canon, within Ryaman Sukuna's innate domain, there was a gargantuan skull adorned with massive ox horns. That was the corpse of Enma. The so-called Enma was the traditional symbol of Japanese hell, a true god. Sukuna was a genuine god-slayer. 1,000 years ago, during the era of Sukuna's rampage, his enemies weren't just humans. He fought countless cursed spirits and actual gods. Sukuna's whims shattered the order of the time, and he slaughtered his way through all opposition across the world, virtually single-handedly. Even when the angel descended before him, she was forced to bow her head. Eurom certainly knew the terror of gods, but more than any so-called god, Eurom believed that Lord Sukuna stood unconditionally at the absolute pinnacle. No entity could ever be compared to Lord Sukuna. Eurom firmly believed this wasn't mere arrogance, but the supreme truth of the universe, a truth that should be carved into the genetic memory of every sapient species. Mahito? He was nothing but a mere cursed spirit. So what if he was a god candidate? What right did he have to make Lord Sukuna's resurrection step aside? Do not make me repeat myself, Kenjaku, Eurom said coldly. Take me to the King of Curses. I will personally persuade him. He will be very obedient, I guarantee it. Kenjaku licked his lips. Looking at Eurom's expressionless face, he barely swallowed the words, asterisk a Mahito's current strength might actually be higher than Sukuna's. Asterisk he was terrified that if he said it out loud, this situation would end in immediate bloodshed. To a true fanatic like Eurom, it was completely unacceptable for anyone stronger than Sukuna to exist. Nor would she allow anyone to question Sukuna's absolute supremacy. To her, Ryaman Sukuna was a literal god. And as a believer, giving absolutely everything for her god was the sole meaning of her existence. And now, this fanatic was staring blankly, expressionlessly, right at Kenjaku. What could Kenjaku do? He sighed internally. Asterisk this is a disaster. These people just keep getting harder to manage, asterisk. I understand. I'll take you to see Mahito. Eurom nodded. Good. Let us leave immediately. Right now. Kenjaku's voice pitched upwards. Urom said impatiently, "How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? I do not care if this Mahito is a king of curses or a god candidate. I don't care. The only thing I care about is Lord Sukuna. Every single plan must yield to the resurrection of Lord Sukuna. There is no bigger picture besides that. Since you are incapable of persuading the king of curses, I will do it myself." You motherfucker. Kenjaku took a deep breath, swallowing a tidal wave of curses. He forced his smile back into place and said, "How about this? Why don't we make a binding vow?" Urom frowned. "What?" "Mahito is the strongest cursed spirit, capable of genuinely resurrecting the dead. With just a single finger, he can read Lord Sukuna's cursed energy and instantly revive him." Kenjaku smiled warmly. "And I guarantee it would be a resurrection without any side effects. Absolute perfection. It wouldn't even be a reincarnation like yours, but a true, physical resurrection." Urom's pupils shrank in shock. She immediately grasped Kenjaku's underlying meaning. If he could resurrect others, he could certainly resurrect himself. Mahito was an unkillable cursed spirit. No matter how many times he was truly killed, he could always claw his way back from the underworld. The title strongest cursed spirits might actually be well deserved. Such a cursed spirit could never fear death. On the contrary, death might be as casual as eating a meal to him. His cursed technique is unique. Urom asked. He possesses a soul-modifying ability completely unprecedented in the last 1,000 years, and he constructed a brand new body based on that foundation. Kenjaku said meaningfully, the incarnation vessel he currently inhabits is 100% synchronized with him. Because of this, he can also use cursed technique reversal. Can you guess what the reversal of a soul-modifying technique is? Urom knew this question was a warning. He was warning her that she was absolutely no match for Mahito right now. If she actually picked a fight, she would likely be casually slaughtered. She understood the subtext. It was a tactful dissuasion. Urom sneered. "You're still as roundabout as ever, Kenjaku. The reversal of soul modification. I assume it targets the flesh. Does he possess the ability to adapt and evolve? Or perhaps a deeper level of flesh interference? In other words, his current physical specs must be astronomically high, to the point where I might be killed before I can even activate my technique." Urom declared with absolute confidence, "You underestimate me, It's soul creation," Kenjaku interrupted. Urom froze, staring at Kenjaku in sheer disbelief. Kenjaku nodded slightly. "I'm not joking. The cursed technique reversal of soul modification is soul creation. This is the domain of gods." Urom finally snapped out of her fanatic arrogance. Even with the vast experience Urom gained by following Ryaman Sukuna, the ability to create souls was simply too absurd. Let's put it this way, the Enma that Ryaman Sukuna slaughtered was a true god, the symbol of hell, commanding the cycle of life and death. When Enma was alive, he could accurately see souls and cast them into their proper destinations. But even Enma could not create souls. In fact, Urom had never even heard of anyone capable of creating a soul. This completely shattered her common sense. Now, Urom genuinely began to believe she wasn't Mahito's match. How does he utilize this soul creation ability? Urom asked. Kenjaku let out a mental sigh of relief. Excellent. Finally managed to talk this lunatic down. By creating simulated souls inside his own body, he can utilize the cursed techniques of recorded souls, Kenjaku explained slowly. Moreover, there is absolutely zero lag or stutter when he uses them. He can steadily amplify them through refinement and observation. You should understand what I'm implying. Limitless. I see. Urom exhaled. It's far more complex than standard limitless, Kenjaku corrected. Traditional limitless ultimately requires immense preparation.